5-minute call. 5-minute call for our beginning classes. We will be showing Border Leicesters with the White Division first, Early Ram Lambs. Early Ram Lambs, Border Leicesters, you're in ring number 1. Hampshires, we will begin Hampshire show. We will show just as the way it's in the book. We will show with fitted, and we'll start fitted senior Ram Lambs. We'll run the fitted show before we move to the slick show, just the way it's printed in the catalog. So fitted senior Ram Lambs for the Hampshires in ring number 2. And in ring 3 and 4 combined, we've opened it up. We will be showing Southdown senior Ram Lambs. 5-minute call, so be making your way to the makeup area now. We're now ready in the ring for those first classes. Those first classes we're now ready. So we need Border Leicester, White Division, Early Ram Lambs in ring 1. We need Southdown Senior Ram Lambs. Southdown Senior Ram Lambs enter the ring 3 and 4 down on the south end. And we're ready for the Hampshire show to begin as well. We need fitted Senior Ram Lambs into the ring number 2. Ready for those 3 classes in the ring now, please, so we can get started. We have in ring 1 is Dave Smith of Earl Park, Indiana. Dave is a farmer. He has a grain and livestock operation. He runs 300 brood ewes. He has a feeder operation and direct marketing. David has been on the Columbia board and was at Purdue as part of the Purdue University judging team. University. In ring number 2, we have Mark Johnson. Mark and his wife Amy and their daughter Emily operate A&M Ranch, which is established in 1979, a Southdown flock. They live in Sandwich, Illinois. Mark is a graduate of Oklahoma State University and Joliet Junior College. He is a livestock and equine specialist for Purina Animal Nutrition. His clients are in northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin. Mark and Amy work as consultants and custom fitters as well. Mark is also the national ambassador for Honor Show Chow Feeds. In that capacity, he provides technical information to the nutritionist and educational programming for the sales staff and customers. Mark has judged breeding sheep and market lamb shows from California to Massachusetts, including 16 different North American shows. And in our larger ring, the ring 3-4 combination, judging Southdowns this morning is Matt Scramlin of Holly, Michigan. Matt is the co-owner of Scramlin Southdowns. He also farms 600 acres of horse hay for Scramlin Farms. They have owned sheep for 35 years, and they've been showing and selling all over the country with several different breeds. He's judged the All-American Junior Show, the Northeast Youth Show, the Big E, and National Suffolk Junior Show, among many other shows. Let's welcome all our judges this morning to the North American Junior Sheep Show.
In this first white border Leicester Ram Lamb class, we've got a ram here that's just got a lot of spring to his rib. He's got a lot of body working for him, good thickness down his top, good deep top, pretty level through his hip, pretty decent sort of a fleece on him, good breed character, a good representative for the breed to win this first class today.
Now ready for Border Leicester, White Division Late Ram Lambs. White Division Late Ram Lambs placing on the early Ram Lamb class for the Border Leicesters. First place goes to entry number 2, H. Barkley, 15091. Heidi Barkley, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. Our Hampshire show today is the National Junior Hampshire Show as well.
Certainly a pleasure to have you out here this morning and evaluate your Hampshire sheep here at the North American Junior Show. I think we've got a nice class to start our show here this morning. 4 rams that certainly bring some useful pieces to the table. As I evaluate him, I think the first place buck's probably one of the sounder bucks on his feet and legs. He's got good bone on him, like the breed type on him. Where he kind of excels the group in my mind is the way he's designed out over his hip. He's a little higher docked, a little more blowed apart at his pins. Certainly handles with some length aside. Ram in second, probably a ram that handles with a notch more thickness down his top, and I do value that in this lineup quite a bit. However, I'd like to pull him apart at his hocks just a little bit relative to our class winner. A larger framed, longer sided ram here in third. I like that extra dimension of growth he brings to this table. However, I'd like to make him just a little more blowed apart, give him a little bit more thickness relative to the 2 bucks we have right above him. The ram that rounds out the class of 4 is a ram that has some thickness, but I need to stouten him up in his bone work just a little bit today.
There is a red Dodge pickup truck, Illinois plate 4497XW in the parking lot to the west that has its lights on.
Well, good morning, and let me start by saying what an honor and privilege it is to come out here once again and work with the junior exhibitors at the North American, and for me personally to be here with the Southdowns this morning. I know we're going to have a great day. We're going to have a long one, but we're going to see some pretty amazing animals come through this side of the ring. Starting out in our senior ram lambs, just a really easy class winner. When we start this class, in my mind, a ram that's really complete in his structure. He's really out and strew about all 4 of them legs, standing on all 4 corners. He's carrying a lot of muscle over that top. He's not the biggest frame ram in this class, but I think he's adequate in his frame size. If I could, I want to really drop him. He wants to get up in that loin, especially when you get him out on the walk, but I think just in his overall power, this ram takes this class pretty easy. We come back with our ram here in second. Is that notch bigger at the shoulder, but he's a ram that's really good and extended about that front end. He lays in smooth about that shoulder, really long in his overall makeup. He's a little bit more muscle down the bottom part of that leg to get over that ram ahead of him, but I think a very good example. Really flashy kind of ram here in third, a ram that's just giving up too much as we talk about that rack shape over the top, that muscle down into that lower part of that leg to get ahead of those 2 rams, but I think a ram that's got some eye appeal and some grow look into him as he continues to move forward. A really complete kind of ram here in fourth, a ram I just think in my mind gives up too much of that size and scale of those rams ahead of him, but when you talk about a ram that's really square, carrying a lot of muscle into him, we appreciate him for that. And then a really big-bodied ram here to round out the class. Ram just gets too coarse about that front end, not laying in it quite as true on those rear legs as the rams ahead of him, but with a ram with a lot of rib shape and a lot of quality all the way through. Good class of senior rams. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
January Placing on the Hampshire Fitted Senior Ram Lamb class, first to entry 1, Quam 4111, Beaumont, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second to entry 3, Meyer 1507, Trevor Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. Third to entry 2, Christian Tift, Spirit Lake, Iowa. 4 to entry 4, Hayden Meeks, Halls, Tennessee. Placing on the Southdown Senior Ram Lamb class, first goes to entry 2, Icon, Morgan and Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Second to entry 4, Lesh 0807, Andrew Lesh, Pepino, Illinois. Third to entry 5, Mackenzie Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. 4 to entry 8, Nick Fowler, Salesville, Ohio. 5 to entry 3, Taylor Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee.
In this next class of white Border Leicester Ram Lambs, we've got a ram here that I really do appreciate in terms of straightness, his correctness, the way of it. He ties together all together. He's very straight down his top. Very good breed character about his head. Just a very attractive individual, very eye-catching individual. Just has a touch more extension working for him throughout. He's very good off his feet and legs. Tends to stand pretty square. Not quite as free as stride as what I got in that second individual, but I think, again, just a good, solid sound overall. Good, complete kind of a sheep. Good enough to go ahead and run him up here to the top. The ram in second follows him actually pretty closely. A ram that's got maybe just a touch more spring to his rib. Doesn't have quite the extension overall. Pretty decent headed. He's not quite as classic as what I might consider that first individual, but again, two very good individuals up on the top. Third ram, just a nice sort of a ram. Got a lot of balance working for him. Just doesn't quite grab you in any way particular like I'd find on these top two individuals. The fourth ram, just not quite a sound all the way through is what I have right up here on the top end.
Now ready in the Border Leicester ring to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion White Division Border Leicester Ram. So we'll need the first place out of that Class 1 and first and second out of the class that just finished. Speaking of that class, placings on the late Ram Lamb class. First place to entry 4, Vincent Farms, 1524. Paige Vincent, Laurel, Delaware. Second to entry 5, C. Deacon, 2016. Colin Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. Third to entry 6, Paige Vincent, Laurel, Delaware. And 4 to entry 7, Aiden Thomas, Bowling Green, Ohio. Again, now showing for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram in the white division for the Border Leicesters. Your next class will be early yearling ewes. Pardon me, it's just yearling ewes on the white Border Leicesters. That whole class is together. For the Border Leicesters in the white division, our champion ram and reserve champion ram both came from the late Ram Lamb class. Champion goes to entry number 4, Vincent Farms, 1524, Paige Vincent, Laurel, Delaware. Reserve champion to entry number 5, C. Deacon, 2016, Colin Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. Now ready for yearling ewes, White Division yearling ewes for the Border Leicesters.
Another nice group of Hampshire Rams as we continue on in this age division. I think the ram that starts the class is probably the most powerful ram in the class from a muscle perspective. As you handle him down his top, he's got more natural thickness down his top, really straighter and stronger down his top than the majority of the rams we have out here. Handles with a little bit more muscle through that lower leg, a little square out over that dock set. I like the way the ram in second travels just a tick better off those hind legs. He's a little more natural in his stride. I like that about him. He too is a big bone, good breed character sheep. Wants to get just a little lazier in his top relative to the ram that we're starting our class with today. We do have a ram that's a little straighter down his spine in third. I like that about this sheep. He too tracks around the ring pretty decently, but where he separates himself from the rams in first and second, he's naturally a little narrower through the center portion of his body cavity. Doesn't have quite the thickness and squareness out over that dock set as we have as the two immediately ahead of him. A ram family very similar to this sheep in fourth. Again, a very long-sided, very extended ram, probably going to be a pretty big booger when it's all said and done. I just like to blow him apart a little, give him a little bit more rib and dimension through that center portion of his body. A ram next in line does have that. He's a thicker made ram, a good breed charactered ram. I like this sheep in many ways. Just got to pick him up on those front pasterns a little today.
Placing on the class of fitted January Ram Lambs for the Hampshires. First place to entry 6, Livermore, 56615, Jennifer Livermore, Media, Illinois. Second to entry 9, Sullivan, 1502, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. Third to entry 8, Brady Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. 4 to entry 5, Elaine Dorn, Arada, Wisconsin.
As we move in our
5 to entry 11, Miranda Hunter, Newark, Delaware. Sorry.
That's all right, Dave. As we come into our Southtown second class of Southtown Rams, a really good set all the way down through. Understand that as we move down through this class, there's Rams down here that have a real good place in this industry in my mind. Two really complete Rams to start this class in my mind as we view them out here today from the side especially. They're really long body. They're really extended up through that front end. They're standing on a really big foot. It comes down, I'm going to use our first place Ram. I think he's just a notch wider as we view him from behind, carrying that muscle through that twist a little deeper. Really big-footed Ram. If I could, I'd maybe make him just a notch longer when you get your hands on him as we talk about loin length, but I think that takes away from what is a really good, powerful Ram. Once again, our Ram here in second, I think follows along very similarly. Might be a notch longer, more extended up through that front end. He just wants to narrow just a little more as we get back into that rump, but very nitpicky on what's an exceptional Ram in its own right. Ram here in third follows along very similarly, kind of a greener appearing Ram as we view him from behind. He wants to hawk in just a touch as compared to those two Rams ahead of him. Not quite as much bulge in the center part of that leg as those two Rams ahead of him, but an exceptional Ram in his own right. Come back a really powerful red Ram here in fourth. Ram that just wants to break behind those shoulders just a touch. I'd like to change that set in his hawk just a little bit as compared to those three Rams ahead of him. When we talk about a really bold, powerful Ram, this is that kind of Ram. And then we move into the biggest, most powerful Ram as we talk about that rib shape in this Ram in fifth. He just wants to run downhill for me too much today, getting quite a bit coarser about that front end, but a really good Ram, really good class all the way through. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Placing on the class of January Ram Lambs for the Southdowns. First place goes to entry 18, Stoneworks, shown by Morgan and Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Second to entry number 25, McCalla 1505, Carson Knettel of Greenfield, Illinois. Third to entry number 16, Kelly Varick, Juneau, Wisconsin. 4 to 20, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 5 to entry 17, Caroline Kuhn, Manila, Indiana.
In this class of white border Leicester ewes, we've got the yearling ewe up here on top. She's just a beautiful sheep. She's extremely well balanced, moves out very well. She's got extension up through her front end. She's very feminine. She's got enough meat to enter and handle down her top. She's cleaner conditioned as anything out here. She's not as over-conditioned as some of the other ewes. A ewe that I think just ties together extremely well. Very good representative for the breed with a beautiful fleece on her. Good handle to it, very even as you go across the side. Ewe in second is the ewe that most closely follows her, carrying a bit more condition. Ewe, though, that does have a good bit of rib in her. She's a pretty easy keeping kind of ewe. Again, not quite as free and easy in her movement, but still has some overall mass, some width, and some balance working for her from end to end. I do appreciate the third ewe, a ewe that she's not quite, again, not quite as sound as what we have right on top, but a ewe that's still fairly long in her stride. I like the extension up to her front end. Very good head on her, very attractive individual. Again, not quite as even a fleece as we go across the side as what I've got right up on the top. Pretty good kind of ewes. You go all the way down to the bottom in this class. Ewes that I think, again, have some utility. They just don't have the overall size, mass, balance, possibly as much bone as what we had right up here on the top end.
Placing on the yearling U class for the Border Leicesters. First place goes to entry number 13, Colin Deacon, 1970. Colin Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. Second place to entry 15, Vincent Farms, 1425. Paige Vincent, Laurel, Delaware. Third place to entry 9, Heidi Barkley, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. 4 to entry 10, Heidi Barkley. 5 to entry 11, Ben Wamsley, Palmer, Illinois.
Interesting class here in this late junior fitted ram lamb class. I think the ram that wins the class does so rather handily. He pretty well smokes this bunch on his feet and legs. Really good footed, really good boned. I think he handles himself around the ring very, very nicely on the move and handles himself really well when he's set up. Good breed character on this buck. Among the straighter down his spine, a bit better out over his hip. Ram in second, third, and fourth, there's certainly going to be some differences of opinion, even in my house on different days. I chose to use a ram in second that probably conducts himself a little more consistently down that top line. I like him on his rear wheels a little better than some of the others out here. I like the way his neck comes out more naturally out of his shoulders. I admire the bone work on the third place buck, probably a stout, a featured ram relative to his frame sizes we have within the class. A thicker made ram, I like that about him as well. A little more conventional as makeup, and that's certainly not going to hurt him him today, but in terms of future growth, he may not have quite as much. Ram in fourth place is a ram that I really liked when I laid my hands on him at first. For one of the bigger sheep in the class, he handles with more true thickness down that top, and I like that about him. What hurt him is as the class wore on a little bit, he started to get a little cushier on those front pasterns a little bit. Next ram we have in line has more bone than the ram right ahead of him, a really, really long-sided ram. I'd like to pull him apart when we get around behind him just a little bit for within this class.
For our Hampshire show, we're now ready to show for champion and reserve champion Hampshire fitted ram. So we need to keep that first and second out of that February and later class rings in the ring and bring the others in the ring as well.
In this class of white border Leicesters, we're going to start with you. It's just a little more extension up through her front end, a little more classic headed at this point. You, though, that I really do appreciate the overall length she's got. She tends to stand pretty square, got just a touch more bone working for her. The ewe in second is a ewe that a very high volume, very big rib kind of a ewe that moves out very, very well. She's got a long free stride. That's one of the things you can really appreciate about her. She just doesn't have quite enough meat and enough length to go ahead and get around the ewe above her, but still two high quality individuals.
Placing on the fitted February and later born ram lambs for the Hampshires, first place to entry 20, Charland Farms 15-38, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Second place to entry 21, Mum 1553, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third to entry 19, Jerry Daniels, Agency, Missouri. 4-18, Chelsea Shell, Midland, Ohio. And 5-14, Dylan Klug, Grafton, Wisconsin. For the White Division Border Leicesters, in our early ewe lamb class, first to entry 17, Tiffany Deacon, 15-1985, Heidi Barkley, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. Second to entry 19, High 506, Drew Thomas, Bowling Green, Ohio. Hampshire exhibitors, your next class will be fitted yearling ewes. Fitted yearling ewes will be the next Hampshire class. For the Border Leicesters White Division, we're currently showing late ewe lambs. Your next class will be Grand and Reserve Grand Champion White Division ewe, and then Best Fleece in the White Show.
Been a pleasing set of fitted rams here so far in our Hampshire division. I think the 6 rams we have look out here have a lot that we look at out here have a lot of commonality about them. There's no mistaking what breed they are. That's going to be important all day long. They've got some bone. That's going to be important all day long. Try to find the soundest ones we can with some meat and muscle in them. This is a meat breed, and we need to pack as much in that frame as we can. I think we've had some truly elite individuals out here. Certainly been a pleasure to sort through them. Let's give them a nice round of applause. We'll go out and select your champion in reserve.
Our champion fitted ram for the Hampshires goes to entry number 20 out of the fitted February and later class, Charland Farms 15-38, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. The reserve came from our fitted January Ram Lamb class, entry 6, Livermore 566-15, Jennifer Livermore, Media, Illinois. Now ready in the Hampshire ring to go into our females. Still in the fitted division, we need fitted yearling ewes. Hampshire fitted yearling ewes, please.
once again, a really deep, really good class of Southtown Ram Lambs. Gets very nitpicky and close as we talk about these top 5. You go back and forth, you could move these around, and I wouldn't probably argue with you. As you see them today, this is how I'm going to place them. I think it's starting with a really complete ram, a ram that's standing straight and true on all 4 corners. That's really, in my mind, what's going to get him up to the top today. He's a really long-bodied, really level-made ram. A ram that's still green appearing. I think a ram that's got a lot of grow left in him, and I appreciate him for that as we talk about a February Ram Lamb that we want to continue and grow moving forward. I think he's got an adequate amount of muscle and a really good head. A nice ram to start this class with. I think a ram here in second follows along in that mode very well. A ram that's probably, as you view him from behind, a notch more muscle in the center part of that leg. I'll grant him on that. He wants to get a little softer on those front feet, get a little bolder down the bottom part of that chest as compared to that first place ram. But once again, a really powerfully made ram in his own right. A very good representative of the breed. Ram here in third, we really like for his expression of muscle as we get out here today. He wants to break right behind them shoulders, gets a little finer in his bone work as compared to those 2 rams ahead of him. But we talk about a ram with a really good extension up through that front end, a really good handle to him, very deserving of the place we see him in here today. A really eye-appealing ram from the side view, and there's a ram here in fourth, a ram you really like in that front third, how he comes up through that neck and head junction, how he lays in about that shoulder is really long. He wants to get just a touch rounder out over that dock as compared to those rams ahead of him. Once again, a very particular defect in what I think is a really exceptional ram in his own right. Then a really square-made, really complete ram here to round out our top 5. I think he's just given up too much as we talk about length of loin, that overall length of body and frame size as those rams ahead of him today. But I think when you talk about a really muscular, really big ribbed ram, we grant him for that. Really good class all the way down through. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placing on the February class of Ram Lambs for the South Downs, first place goes to entry number 45, Leininger 5097, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second place to entry number 32, Forsey R15099, Morgan and Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Third place to entry 40, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 4 to 39, Kobe Bowman, Blandisville, Illinois. And 5 to entry number 30, Kalen Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma.
In this white border Leicester ewe lamb class, we've got 2 outstanding individuals up here on the top end. Just depends on which particular set of characteristics you want. I'm going to opt to use a ewe that just handles with more length down her top. She's wide enough, deep enough at this point. A ewe that I think as she comes in, as she goes ahead and continues to fill out, she's going to become a very massive kind of a ewe. She's got the right parts and pieces to go ahead and do this. She's a little more in terms of a classic head at this point, a little more extension up through her front end. Her shoulders, front shoulders lay in very neatly. She's very level and square out over her hip, and she's long and free in her stride. A little plainer kind of a fleece on her, but I think taken as a whole, I think this is just a little too complete a sheep to get anywhere other than right towards the top end. The ewe in second is a ewe that definitely handles a little more width and thickness at this point. She's definitely a little shorter all the way through her body, a little shorter through her rib, and a little shorter all the way through her, through that whole hip structure. But a ewe that still moves out with enough width of base and enough length of stride to go ahead and keep her right up in this top end. We've got a very high volume, very easy keeping kind of a ewe here in third. A ewe that's possibly, she's as heavy boned as anything out here. However, she's just not as smooth in her makeup. The shoulders don't lay in quite as correctly. She doesn't move out near as correctly. She's wide in her base, but not near as long in her stride as any of the ewes we've got above her. We've got a pretty little ewe lamb here in fourth. Ewe lamb is just awfully green yet. As she goes ahead and grows and develops, I think her best days are coming yet. However, I think she's sound enough and complete enough to go ahead and consider towards as you're moving towards these better sheep in the top end of the class. 2 decent ewes as we go farther down. They've got some mass, they've got some body to them. However, they're just not as complete, not quite as sound in their structure, and free and easy in their movement as what I had in the top end of this class today.
For the Border Leicesters, we're now ready to show Grand and Reserve Grand Champion ewe. So we'll need the first and second place animals from the yearling, the early ewe lamb, and the late ewe lamb classes in the ring at this time. Following that, we will do best fleece in the white Border Leicester show.
In the white border Leicester ewe show, we've had actually, again, not a lot of numbers, but we've had a lot of quality. Good sheep, pretty sound set of sheep overall. But when it comes down to a ewe that I think that moves very well, has a good fleece, good breed character, is pretty straight in her line, she's very complete in her overall type and design, the yearling ewe is a very logical winner for me today. Coming back for reserve, again, it's a pretty easy choice to come back to that late ewe lamb. She's the ewe that just strikes me as being the one most like this yearling ewe in terms of overall type, design, and kind. A good fleeced, good headed, good complete kind of a ewe, and she'll very easily be the reserve at this point.
Placing on the late ewe lambs for the Border Leicesters in the white division. First went to entry 24, Vincent Farms, 1527, Paige Vincent, Laurel, Delaware. Second to 23, Vincent Farms, 1528, also Paige Vincent. Third to Colin Siegman of North Grosvenorville, Connecticut. Fourth place to entry 20, Heidi Barclay, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. And 5 to entry 39, Colin Siegman of North Grosvenor, Connecticut. For the white division, our champion ewe went to our yearling ewe first place animal, Entry number 13, Colin Deacon, 1970, Colin Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. The reserve went to our first place in the late ewe lamb class. Entry number 24, Vincent Farms, 1527, Paige Vincent, Laurel, Delaware. Now ready to move into our natural colored portion of the Border Leicesters. We need Class 11 Ram Lambs. Ram Lambs for the natural colored. With one class of Ram Lambs, this will also be our champion and reserve champion for the natural colored portion of the Border Leicesters in the Rams. Oh, best fleece. We do need to do a best fleece in the white division first. Best fleece for the white division Border Leicesters. That's the class next, and then we'll go into the natural colored Ram Lambs.
On the best fleece, the white Border Leicesters, I'm going to opt to use the fleece on this sheep is just a very even, good character, tremendous color, tremendous luster to it, very attractive fleece. You part it open, very even as you go across the side. It's got just a nice handle to it. I think it ties together pretty well. I'm sure that each individual, as they'd go through these fleeces, would find some particular fleeces that they would like. There's a lot of good fleeces out here. There's been several good fleeces all the way through, some real eye catchers, some a little plainer, and it just depends on what particular traits you'd happen to be looking for today.
Now need Porter Lester natural colored Ram lambs to the ring, please. Ram lambs in the natural colored portion. Natural colored Porter Lester Ram lambs. All those Ram lambs show together. There's just one class of Ram lambs for the natural colored portion of the Porter Lester.
They want me to
show.
speed up, and then Dave keeps talking.
As we round out our individual Ram Lamb class out here, I think we have three exceptional Ram to come to the top of this class in my mind. It gets very particular, very nitpicky to choose between them. I think each of them have a lot of good in them, and it's just going to come down to the finer points as it relates to where they're going to lay out today. I think a really big-ribbed, really deep-sided Ram to start this class. A Ram that's got some look to that front end as we see him today. He may be getting a notch wider at the point of the shoulder than I might like to see him for a young Ram lamb, but I think he's still got some growth left in him. He's standing on all four corners really good, walks out really good, a really good representative of the breed to move out and start this class with. A really big body, really big frame Ram here in second, a Ram we appreciate for that. He really catches your eye when you see him out here. He's standing on a big foot. My problem with this Ram is compared to the first place Ram, where we get him out on the move. I just got to make him walk better off those rear legs to get in the top of this class in my mind, but I think a really long, level-made Ram, Ram with a whole lot of good in him. A Ram here that gives up just a notch as we talk about the length of side, not quite as deep as those two Rams ahead of him. A Ram here in third, but I think a really stylish Ram in his own right. A Ram with a lot of levelness and trueness all the way down through that top, standing on a really big foot, really good individual. Come down to a little smaller package Ram here in fourth, a Ram that I see that as we talk about the size and those Rams ahead of him. I'll just grant that he's a little younger Ram, but I think in his completeness, that levelness in his overall makeup, what he's showing us out here today, a very good Ram all the way down through. And then a really green appearing Ram here in our top five. I think he's going to have better days ahead of him as it relates to the Rams ahead of him where he's at today in his growth pattern, but I think a really long-bodied, a really good rib Ram, a Ram that's really got a lot of bone standing underneath him. Really good class all the way down through. Let's give these individuals a really good round of applause.
a very deep, very high quality set of Hampshire yearling ewes. I suspect there's several yearling ewes well down deep into this class that have done their fair share of winning this summer and fall, and deservedly so. I think as we analyze these top 5, we've got 5 truly exceptional females, and we could carry that down several more places as well. I like the combination you to start the class with. She's got tremendous bone. She's got tremendous breed type. She's got a lot of depth of body and volume and broodiness about her, but she's still very feminine and elegant about that front end. Profiles very, very well. Handles straight and strong down that top. Certainly nice out over that dock set. Tracks around the ring pretty well on her feet and legs. Very, very similar ewe in second place. Again, a ewe that's probably shown in a little less condition than our ewe in first. I like that about this ewe. She's straight down that top, money down that top. Tremendous amount of bone. Maybe not quite as consistent off those wheels as the ewes on either side of her, but still very good. We get into our ewe in third place. She tracks the best. She tracks with the most true width at her hock and through the center portion of her body cavity. Love that about this ewe. Really typey ewe, good boned ewe. A little more conventional through that front end, not quite as extended. Shortens up a little bit on that profile relative to the ewes we have ahead of her, but a really outstanding Hampshire ewe. Ewe in fourth place is a ewe that really catches your eye on the move. When you watch this ewe track, she really walks around the ring with a lot of authority, puts her feet down the way she needs to, watch with a lot of base width on her. Just not quite as elegant and balanced when you view her from the side, but a really good kind of Hampshire female. We get into our next ewe in line, a tall frame, upstanding ewe, a ewe that's good on those feet and legs, straight down that top, but a little bit frailer in her makeup to the ewes we have right around her. Again, a very deep class of Hampshire yearling ewes, one the breed could be proud of.
Placing on the fitted yearling ewe class for the Hampshires, first to entry at 26, Herrig 0970, Jessica Alf, Edgerton, Wisconsin. Second to entry at 25, Mad River Valley, Hampshires 171, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Third place to 28, Jessica Alf, Edgerton, Wisconsin. 4 to 33, Brant Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. And 5 to entry 38, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut.
In this class of natural colored Border Leicester Ram Lambs, we've got a ram here on top that you get your hands on him. He's extremely straight and level down his top, very strong behind his shoulders, very level throughout his hip, as level and square out through his hip as anything in this class. One of the plainer fleece rams of the class, but I think it's even enough and it's got enough quality and character to it to go ahead, and that's not going to hurt him here today. The ram in second, a touch heavier boned, a ram that's very highly fitted, very pretty kind of a ram, very pretty package. However you get your hands on him, he's definitely not as level down his top, not as strong behind his shoulders at all. Ram that's not quite just as level, just does not handle with as much level and squareness as what we've got in this top individual. This third ram lamb we've got down here, giving up some size and scale and some age at this point. Nice sort of a package, very long strided kind of a ram. Sets up very square, just not quite enough to him yet today to go ahead and move him up any higher.
Placing on the Southdown class of March and later born Ram Lambs, first place went to entry number 54, 5112, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Second to entry 53, Rampage, Morgan and Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Third place to entry 61, Dathan Smearcheck, Richalt, Wisconsin. 4 to 47, Morgan and Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. And 5 to entry 63, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. For the Border Leicesters, we're now ready to show yearling ewes in the natural colored division. Placing on the natural colored Border Leicester Ram Lambs, first and champion goes to entry 27, Stoltman 159, Rose Stoltman, Stanford, Kentucky. Second and reserve champion goes to entry number 25, Bilyeu 1505, Show Me the Money, Jenna Bilyeu, State College, Pennsylvania. 3rd to 26, Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois.
We've seen a lot of really good males out here in our Southtown show. I know as we move into our females, we're going to see as many as, if not more, as we go down through. I think as we look at these 8 ram lambs out here today, I'm really happy with the group we've assembled out here. I think they're really muscular rams. Are rams with a lot of length of body to them. They've got a lot of muscle as they're standing on all 4 corners, putting that meat to the bone. I think you look at these rams and you can go a couple different ways in my mind. I think I've got it settled as I see them out here today. I think these exhibitors should be commended for bringing a really great set of rams out here today. I'm going to make 2 people happy and a couple more, maybe not as much, but let's give all of them a really big round of applause. Brought a great set out here this morning.
Champion Southdown Ram goes to entry number 18. The January Ram Lamb first place, Stoneworks. Morgan and Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. The reserve to our first place in the March and later, entry 54, 5112, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Now ready for yearling ewes, the early class. Those are born in the month of January and earlier. January and earlier born yearling ewes for the Southdowns to the ring, please. For the Hampshires, now ready for the Hampshire class, fitted senior ewe lambs. For the Border Leicesters, we're ready for natural colored yearling ewes.
Two nice ewes here in the Hampshire Senior Ewe Lamb class. 2 ewes that are very similar in terms of their profile and their structural integrity. I'm going to use a ewe that shows me a little bit more product today, a little bit more muscle working down that top and through the lower leg. Really like the extension on our second place ewe, a very attractive profiling ewe as well. Good in her lines, just not quite as much total product as what we have in our first place ewe, but 2 nice females. Congratulations.
Now ready for Hampshire fitted January ewe lambs. Hampshire fitted January ewe lambs to the ring.
In this class of natural colored ewes, we're going to start with a ewe that's just got a lot more mass. She's got some extension working for her. She's a ewe that she's presented a little less fleece than some of these out here, but it's plenty enough to evaluate. It's very even and very good in its character. A ewe that is very long top. She's very long through her hind saddle, has enough spring to her rib. She just ties together pretty well. Throw that in with her femininity and the classic style that she carries, and I think she's a pretty easy winner. Coming back in that second ewe, you've got a ewe that's a pretty high volume ewe. She's presented in a good bit more fleece. There's maybe not quite as much there as what you might think, but a ewe that's still got enough rib to her and enough volume and depth to where there's going to be a very productive, potentially productive kind of a ewe. Very wide in her base, not quite as smooth and easy in her movement. Ewe in third, a very attractive individual and very nice fleece on her. Just not quite as sound, free, and easy in her movement as what we had right up on the top end, but I do like the way she ties together. Just a little smaller in her framework, not quite as impressive when you get your hands on her in terms of thickness and mass, but a ewe that's sound enough and complete enough overall to surely go back in a brood ewe flock and do a lot of good.
Final call for Hampshire January ewe lambs. Last call, Hampshire January ewe lambs to the ring. Placing on the Hampshire fitted senior ewe lambs. First place to entry 41, Bobbendreyer 14153, Beaumont, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second to entry 40, Caskey 4693, Jessica Alf, Edgerton, Wisconsin. Placing on the Border Leicester natural colored yearling ewes. First place to entry 32, AJ's Flock 151, Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. Second to entry 29, Bear Hollow 61, Anna Stoltman, Stanford, Kentucky. And third to entry 30, Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. For the Border Leicesters, now ready for early ewe lambs, class 15. Border Leicester natural colored early ewe lambs. Those animals born September 1 through and including February 15. There is only one entry in that class, so please have our second class of ewe lambs, February 16 and after, ringside. Following that, we'll do Grand Champion, then Best Fleece in the natural colored Lincoln or Leicester show, before going on to our natural colored show. So natural colored exhibitors, please be getting ready. placing on the Border Leicester ewe lamb early division of the natural colored portion of the show. First place goes to T. Deacon 1987, Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. Now ready for Border Leicester late natural colored ewe lambs, those animals born February 16 and after, to the ring, please.
Pretty placeable class out here in this natural color division of the last Border Leicester breed. We've got a ewe lamb up here that just got a little more extension working for her. She's very feminine, very green in her overall design. She's got enough rib in her, enough volume at this point, but she's combine that with the extension that she's got, the soundness, the length of stride. Very nice fleece on her. She just pretty logically wins the class. Coming back to second, we've got another very nice ewe. She's a very high volume kind of ewe, big rib kind of ewe. She's definitely a little shorter couple, definitely shorter all the way through that hind saddle. A ewe that's very wide in her base. She's a little rounder in her structure. She's going to be a little more of an early maturing kind of a ewe, but there's enough to her to where she slides into the second hole. I can also appreciate this third ewe lamb. This is a very green kind of a ewe lamb, and she goes ahead and grows and develops. I think she's got the parts and pieces to make a very good, big kind of a brood ewe, a ewe that could potentially have that show career later on. She's straight enough, she's sound enough, she's complete enough. You surely do appreciate her. I think she's going to make a pretty good sheep over time.
Placing on the late class of ewe lambs for the natural colored border Leicesters, first to entry number 34, Bilyeu 1506, Penny, Jenna Bilyeu, State College, Pennsylvania. Second to 35, Price and Walmsley, 230, Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. And third to entry 38, Ben Walmsley, Palmer, Illinois.
Once again, in a set of these colored border Leicesters and a set of good ewes, we've got again a couple really outstanding individuals, and I think they slide to the top of this show and be the standout that catch my eye. And I think definitely they're the more complete individuals. They're the sound individuals, possess nice fleeces. They're feminine enough. This time I'm going to go ahead and use the late ewe lamb for champion. She's just a very sharp, attractive individual. She's got enough extension. She's feminine. She's youthful. I think she's got some growing yet to do. I think she's going to make an awfully good ewe overall. She's got all the parts and pieces I like to see at this point for as young as she is. Come back to this yearling ewe, a ewe that's she's very complete. She's got some mass. She's got some length to top. Again, that nice fleece. She's a pretty logical choice to be using for this year or for the reserve ewe today.
Now ready for natural colored best fleece for the Border Leicester show. Our champion ewe for the Border Leicester natural colored goes to our first place in the late spring ewe lamb class. Entry number 34, Bilyeu 1506, Penny, Jenna Bilyeu, State College, Pennsylvania. The reserve champion ewe goes to our first place in the yearling ewe class. Entry 32, AJ's Flock 151, Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. Again, We're now ready for best fleece in the natural colored portion of the Border Leicester show. And that'll be our final class for the Border Leicesters, and we'll move right in to our natural colored show. So we need Senior Ram Lambs, natural colored, to be ringside and ready, please.
Again, when you're looking at this fleece in terms of eye-catching color appeal and luster, and tremendous character, very even as you go across the side, I think it's a very logical place to go for that best fleece in this division.
Challenging class here in this fitted early junior ULAM class. Several nice shoes out here. We've got a few more structure problems in this class in my mind as we start to evaluate them on the move. And even when the kids are doing a real nice job getting them set up, if their hocks aren't right and they're setting them, they're really going to struggle when we put them in motion. And that made this class a bit of a challenge. I like the U in first place because she does walk with a little bit more true base width. When you got around behind her on this, when we sorted out these last three, she showed me a little bit more true width when she walked. She showed me a little bit more center dimension there through her leg when she walked. I like this shoe on the profile. Her neck sits a lot higher on the top of her shoulder. Makes her a fun sheep to show. She's dialed in real nice. Her lines are very parallel. Certainly not as stout a featured as the U we have in second, but more extended, more youthful, a very flashy, eye-appealing kind of Hampshire female. You in second, I like the added bone she brings. She's stout, she's rugged. I like that about her. Again, very good breed type on this shoe. Just not quite that extra notch of extension and femininity we've got in our first place shoe, but not being overly critical of a fine female. You in third place. Of the bigger sheep in the class, she's the best top. She is far better on her pasterns and on her hocks than the majority of the bigger sheep in the class. Very, very nice in her lines. But relative to the two we have right above her, she still tracks just a tad narrower and doesn't have quite as much bone as the U right ahead of her. The U in fourth place. Again, a U that's really blowed apart through the center portion of her body. A U that's got a lot of depth of rib, a little flatter in her rib shape possibly than several of the U's that we've had out here, but one of the more fault-free individuals in the class. I added bone and breed type of the U that rounds out this top five. She gets a little flatter through a hip, a little more off in her hip than the U's we have right above her, but too long-sided, too good a bone to sort too far down the line today.
For the Border Leicester Natural Color Division, best fleece goes to a yearling ewe, entry number 30. Koppel 502, shown by Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. placing on the January fitted ewe lambs for the Hampshires. First place to entry number 51, Gatson 80, Abilene Gatson, Vandalia, Missouri. Second place to entry 46, Herrig 1023, Jessica Alf, Edgerton, Wisconsin. Third place to 50, Elaine Dorn, Aradia, Wisconsin. 4 to entry 42, Evan Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. And 5 to entry 49, Brady Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota.
As expected, a really exceptional class of females out here on our Southdown show. Starting with the most fault-free ewe in my mind as we view her out here today. She's really big about that rib, really broody in her makeup, but still adding some eye appeal about that front end. Got some cleanliness about that neck and how she ties together. Standing really straight and true on all 4 feet. I'll grant most of the ewes in this class are pushing on that condition score. That's one thing we always have to watch with Southdowns as they get this older age. We want to watch that for breeding. I think she's, as we talk about some in this class, very easily in that heavier side, but I think a good quality ewe that just needs to make her way to the top of this class. They got a ewe in the second hole, follows as long as similarly as any in the class as we talk about that cleanliness about her front end, that broodiness about her, that depth, that size of rib. She gets just a little deeper as we view her from the side. For me, as we get her out here today, as compared to that first place ewe, that's where the difference is going to be out here today. But I think a really good, powerful ewe in her own right, standing on a really big bone. Our ewe here in third is easily the biggest framed ewe in the class. Some people would want to discount her for that. I think when you get just body style, she compares very easily to those 2 ewes ahead of her. I think she just gets, it's going to be off those rear legs for me today. She gets a little straighter and tighter in those rear wheels when we get her out there and move it, but an exceptionally good fronted ewe, a really long-bodied ewe, and a really good representative. Are you here in fourth is that type of ewe? There's really no big holes in this ewe, and that's what gets her up to this. She maybe doesn't grab you right away when you look at her. She's not super flashy, but as you pick through this ewe, there's really no major holes in this ewe either. She's really long. She's got some spring to that rib. She's given up some of that levelness at top and that cleanliness about her as compared to those ewes ahead of her, but a really nice quality ewe. Then we round out with a really smooth made ewe. She's just given up too much of that size as those ewes ahead of her for me today to get her up any higher, but a really powerfully made ewe with a lot of muscle. Good class all the way down through. Deserving a nice round of applause.
Now ready in the Southdown ring for February yearling ewes. That's our intermediate class. Those animals born in the month of February. For the
in this class of natural colored rams. So we've got 2 rams, both of them pretty decent sort of fleeced rams. That's not really the problem, is when you're starting breaking it apart in terms of structure, volume, and mass and size. The ram we've got here on top, a large outline kind of a ram, handles with a lot more rib in him, a lot more volume of body, just got a lot more meat down his top, handles with a lot of meat all the way through his hind saddle. Ram that you'd surely like to improve him off his front end, lay those shoulders in a little more smoothly, but a ram that's just got a little more chest floor, he's got a little more volume, a little more overall growth and durability to him than what we've got in this second ram. I like the overall pattern on this second ram. When you view him from the side, you get in front of him, he's a bit too narrow, you get your hands on him, there's just not enough volume to him. A ram that just doesn't have enough meat working for him end to end, but again, a very, very nice fleece. Look like that extension overall, just not enough of him to go ahead and get around the other ram today.
Now ready in the natural colored ring for our junior ram lambs, natural colored junior ram lambs into the ring. Placing on the senior ram lamb class, first place to entry 3, Belmar Farms, 1429, Cody Paulus, Castown, Ohio. Second place to entry 1, Riccone 105, Joker, Cara Riccone, Frenchtown, New Jersey.
This is a class where I hope the other 2 distinguished gentlemen in the ring don't need the mic right away, because this is a class we can have some fun talking about. There's a lot of nice Hampshire ewes in this class, considerably deeper than the last class. Lots to talk about in these top 5. These top 2 ewes here that head out this February ewe lamb class are flat really, really good. Let's look at these 2. This first ewe's got a tremendous amount of bone. Look at the size of her foot, but look at the way she tracks around the ring. She's consistent as the day is long, and look at that dynamic front end, but when you lay your hands on her, she comes back, opens up out over those blades into her rack, gets wider out over that hip and even wider and squarer out over that hip, and then she tracks that way. I get back and look at the profile. Those lines are parallel. She is flat a really cool Hampshire kind of ewe for this age division. We get into our second place ewe. Same kind of sheep, handles the same, tracks the same, just not quite as much of her. This ewe in second place percentages really, really well from that last rib back. You lay your hands on her, she won't disappoint you a bit. A ewe that's shown in a tad shorter fleece, a very attractive, sound as a dollar kind of Hampshire female. The ewe in third place, I love the profile on this ewe. If you follow the way I select sheep or have over the years for any length of time, you know I'm a sucker for a jacked up fronted, pretty fronted, and that is it right there. Tremendous amount of bone, really parallel in her lines. She is going to be a big one next year. I shudder to think how big she could be this time next year. But today, at this point in her development, I'd like to make her a little bit more three-dimensional. I'd like to make her a little wider. Don't be fooled by her hip. When you lay your hands on it, it is square. I just need to blow it apart a little bit. You in fourth place, pretty breed type, well presented, monster bone, Profile's really nice. When I set her in motion, that chest floor drops out of her. She just doesn't keep her chest up like some of these other youths in the class. Every so often when she gets tired, she starts to run downhill to that front end a little bit. When she's on, and she looks really good. You in 5th place caught my eye as soon as she walked in. You want to handle one with the top in her, handle this 5th place shoe. Really sticks it right there in that rack area. Consistent, really short fleece down that top. But you can see what I see. When she gets set up, she's just a little more restricted in that hip, a little more restricted in that hock, and tucked up in that flank than we'd consider ideal. Any other day, these shoes would run to the top of the line pretty quick, but this water's deep and fast. Congratulations, kids. Nice class.
Now ready on the Hampshire ring for fitted March, ewe lambs, and later. Placing on the Southdown early yearling ewe class, first to entry 72, Forsey E 14007, Morgan and Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Second to 68, Northern Star Livestock Service 13491, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Third place to entry number 87, Kelly Varick, Juneau, Wisconsin. 4 to 146, Ephraim Fowler, Salesville, Ohio. Fifth place to entry number 84, Caroline Kuhn, Manila, Indiana. Placing over on the fitted February ewe lamb class for the Hampshires, first place in that class to 67, Spoonster, 1504. Tinley Spoonster, Eola, Missouri. Second place to 58, Caskey, 5444. Christian Tift, Spirit Lake, Iowa. Third place to 55, Brady Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. 4 to 57, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. And 5 to 64, Jenna Sullivan.
once again, an extremely good class all the way down through. Her tardiness aside, this ewe just walked out into this class and won it very easily in my mind. When you talk about that complete type of sheep, this ewe is it in my mind. A ewe that starts right from the front. She's really extended and pretty up about that front end, how she ties into that shoulder. She comes back really long and level out over that top. She's carrying a lot of muscle. Then she's standing square, straight and true on all four legs. Just a really good example of a Southdown female in my mind. A really nice winner in this class. Then you come around and you figure where we're going to go to match up with her. I think this ewe in second. Maybe I didn't in the beginning have her this high in my mind. And that's because if I could, I need to tighten up the height on this ewe and it changes her entire look. But when you get her set there, standing right, and you look at her, she matches as much as any of that first place ewe. When we talk about a ewe with some spring to that rib, some muscle over that top, she's not carrying quite the amount of muscle, and once again, that eye appeal, that first place ewe, and that's where it comes down to, but an exceptionally good female in her own right. Once again, a little bigger framed ewe here in third, and you want to just think about her as that, and then you get looking though, but she's got a lot of depth to that side, she got a lot of rib shape to that, she just gets a little flatter in that rear muscle, gets a little straighter in those rear legs as compared to those ewes ahead of her, but I think an exceptionally good ewe. A ewe lamb here, or excuse me, a yearling ewe here in fourth. We like for that muscle. She's the hardest handling of our group up here. She's not shorter in her overall framework, which is fine in my mind. Where it comes down to, I just want to level her out right at that hip-loin junction, make her run out a little straighter and truer as compared to those ewes ahead of her, but a really good ewe in her own right. And we come down to two bigger kind of ewes. Ewes just get a little wastier in the front end as compared to the ewes ahead of her in my mind. Going with a ewe here in fifth, I think has got a touch more rib shape, a little better off those rear legs as compared to our ewe in sixth, but a really big muscled level topped ewe here in sixth. Good class all the way down through. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
The Hampshire March fitted ewe lamb class, a very tight pair here at the top of this class. Two ewes that as you study them on their profile, two ewes as you handle them are very, very similar. They're ewes that are sound, they're ewes that got some extension and youthfulness about them. They're ewes that are pretty good down their top line. What separates them is, I hope the ewe in first place, at least the way I analyze them, is a tad thicker out over that loin, carries that muscle down a little deeper into her leg. Ewe in second place, really, really pretty, very, very extended. Certainly sounder on her feet and on her front feet than what we have in the ewe in third. I like the ewe in third for the added muscle and thickness that she brings this lineup. She might be one of the thicker, heavier muscled ewes in this top group, but I just like to make her track a little more consistently off those front legs, let her nut come out of her shoulders a little easier today. Ewe in fourth place probably does that. A very trim-fronted, very feminine ewe. A ewe I'd like to tighten the height up and blow her apart at the hocks just a little bit today. Young man's ewe that rounds out this ewe is a very fine kind of Hampshire female, very well-presented, good-boned ewe, just not as much size and scale as we have in the ones above them. A nice class of March ewe lambs.
For the Hampshire show, we're now ready to show for champion and reserve champion ewe. Placing on the fitted Hampshire March and later born ewe lamb class, first place to entry 74, Mum 1563, Beau Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second place to entry 70, Krakow Rickow 5058, Brant Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third to entry 72, Beau Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. 4 to 77, Kelsey Swanger, Richmond, Kansas. And 5 to 73, Austin Etzler, South Salon, Ohio. Again, now ready to show for champion and reserve champion fitted ewe.
Very nice class of natural colored ram lambs. We've got a ram lamb out here on top, a ram that I really do like in terms of his straightness of design. He's got a little more width and thickness than some of these out here. Doesn't have quite the raw frame size, but I think he's plenty big enough. He's got as much bone as anything out here. He's got some extension throughout. He's as smooth moving as any ram taken as a whole. He's wide enough in his tracking at this point. There's just a little more to him than we've got several of these other rams out here. Combine that with a very nice handle to that fleece. It's very attractive. Probably that high, medium, low, fine area. Just a very attractive, very complete kind of a sheep that you can tie together pretty well. And he slides to the top end in this class pretty easily in my mind. Tighter placing as we come in here to second and third. I could really like the extension of this second ram lamb. He's a very exotic individual. He's going to get to be a big rat by the time he's done. You really have to appreciate all the extension that he's got throughout, like that long neck, like the way that ties in up through his front end. It lays in pretty neatly through his front shoulder. He's a little narrower in his base at this point, especially compared to that first ram lamb, but a very attractive, eye-catching individual. Combine that with a nice fleece on him, and there's enough sheep there at this point to where I can go ahead and use him in second. Ram in third, a ram that I surely considered up towards the top end of this class when I was going through on that first drag. I wanted to see him move. He doesn't move quite as well off his hind end as the two rams right above him. But a ram that he's got just a little more thickness. Again, he's got that very nice kind of a fleece on him. He's got some extension throughout. He's going to be a big ram. He's going to be a very useful kind of a ram and taken into a breeding program. I think he's probably sound enough at this point to where you can definitely, as long as you're careful in a breeding program, I think there's enough utility there to go ahead and use him. Combine that with a nice fleece, and again, a very good sheep. Fourth ram, another ram that fits that overall pattern, maybe just a touch taller at the point of his shoulder, doesn't handle with quite the thickness and depth of muscle that we've got in a couple of the other rams out here, but a ram that he's wide enough in his base. He moves fairly well. Again, maybe not quite as smooth in his overall movement as what you got in those top couple, but I think he's sound enough taken as the whole to go ahead and use him. So we go down the line, we've got some more pretty decent rams. Some of them just not quite as sound, not quite as complete as what we've got right on top.
It's been an outstanding fitted Hampshire female show here. I thought the Hampshire female show in the fitted division was very strong last year. I think it's better this year. I think it's deeper this year. As you heard me discuss these individuals in their respective classes, we talked about breed type, we talked about mass and bone, structural integrity on those feet and legs, hip structure, a lot of consistency in this lineup, very, very pleasing. If you listen to the reasons earlier, you also know that I really like those two February ewe lambs. You also know I really like these 2 yearling ewes. I think it gets very, very competitive. If they're staying for the open show, I wish them nothing but continued success to all these exhibitors as well as the ones that are back in a pen. We'll go out and select our champion and reserve champion fitted ewes. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Placing on the Southdown Intermediate Yearling U class, first place goes to entry 120, 4CE 14242, Preston and Morgan Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Second place to entry 99, AM 4159, Seth Michael, Plymouth, Indiana. Third place to entry number 121, Hannah Schultz, Fort Atkins, Wisconsin. Fourth to 95, Jaylee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. And 5 to entry number 122, Tyler Kiggins, Cicero, Indiana. Over on the Hampshire ring, our champion fitted ewe went to our first place fitted yearling ewe. Entry 26, Herrig, 0970, Jessica Alp, Edgerton, Wisconsin, the reserve champion ewe, to that ewe that stood second in the yearling ewe fitted class. Entry 25, Mad River Valley, Hampshire's 171, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Now ready to show for champion ewe. Now ready for Slick Shorn Ram Lambs, Slick Shorn Ram Lambs Senior Division, Senior Ram Lambs, Slick Shorn for the Hampshires in the ring. On the natural colors, we're showing for champion and reserve champion Ram. Your next class will be early yearling ewes, those born prior to February 1, so January 31 and earlier. Placing on the natural colored junior Ram Lamb class for the natural colored. First to entry 12, 2542 Snoopy, Mitch Schmidt, Centralia, Missouri. Second place to entry 8, Wolf Brothers, 1515, TJ Yazel, Paris, Kentucky. Third place to entry 6, Mitch Schmidt, Centralia, Missouri. 4 to entry 7, Kara Ricconi, Frenchtown, New Jersey. 5 to entry 11, Lindsay Shell, Midland, Ohio.
Without you.
It's okay. I didn't say anything yet. Okay.
Only one entry here in the Slick Shorn Hampshire Fall Ram Lamb class, but he's a ram certainly worthy of those honors. A massive buck, a buck with a really good bone, a buck with good breed type that tracks pretty well. Congratulations.
For the natural colored show, our champion Ram went to that junior Ram Lamb first place. Entry 12, 2542 Snoopy, Mitch Schmidt, Centralia, Missouri. The reserve was the second place Ram in that class. Entry 8, Wolf Brothers, 1515 TJ Yazel, Paris, Kentucky. Again, we're now ready for early yearling ewes on the natural colored ring. And we're ready for January Slick Shorn Ram Lambs for the Hampshires. Placing on the Slick Shorn Senior Ram Lambs for the Hampshires, first place goes to entry 78, Yates HCY WH523, Levi Weaver of West Fork, Arkansas. why it was highlighted. We'd gone through and highlighted.
The Slick Shorn January Ram Lamb class, pretty logical class winner by my estimation. He's probably one of the more complete sheep out here. We don't have to compromise as much in terms of putting pieces together in this particular individual. He's a sounder sheep. He's a sheep that's good in his lines, big bone, big rugged kind of buck, still got some muscle working around, but still some balance and attractiveness and good in his lines. From a ruggedness perspective, the one that follows him most closely is our ram in second. They look more alike from a bone and mass standpoint, a rib shape standpoint. The ram in second's not quite as good a heighted as what we have in our first place individual, and maybe just a notch coarser in a few places, but he's the most similar. The ram in third is probably one of the better rack sheep, definitely one of the firmer handling sheep, best touch sheep out here in the top part of this class. Just a little frailer in his makeup. Maybe gets just a tick out of balance through that front 1/3 as he overdrives just a little bit every once in a while. The ram in fourth, I like that. I'm not afraid of the size here. He's not that big. I think he's probably closer to where we need to be. But he's a ram that's just a little out of balance. I'd like to make his neck come out of his shoulders just a little bit differently. And I think we can get that kind of framework with just a tick more muscle. The ram in fourth has that more muscle relative to his frame. I like that about this sheep. I'd like to change his breed type a little bit today and make him balance out just a little bit better.
Very nice class of natural colored ewes. And the ewe I'm starting with, not necessarily the biggest frame, but she's plenty big enough. She's very straight. She handles with some thickness and some mass. She has some volume to her rib. She's got some bone. She's got a very nice fleece on her. She's definitely the longest, freest tracking ewe out here. Easiest in or movement of any of the ewes out here. Just a very functional, very sound, very complete kind of a ewe. I think just slides the class to the top of this class rather easily. Ewe in second is the ewe that most closely follows her in terms of that freedom and ease of movement, length of stride. She doesn't have quite the length of body, not quite the length of hind saddle, but she's got enough ribs. She's still got enough volume working for her. Again, nice sort of a fleece. I think she ties together pretty well and just, again, slides to the top end. I like the overall size and scale of this third ewe. She's just not quite as free and easy in her movement off those hind legs, but she is pretty wide in her base. She's got some spring to her rib. She's got a nice handling kind of a fleece. She's got that extension working for her. She's just a nice, complete kind of a ewe. She's just not quite as sound, not quite the total package that I felt once you get right up on the top of these high caliber ewes up in the top end. As we go down the line, we've got some more nice ewes. Ewes that just aren't quite as complete, not quite as thick, not quite as deep in their handle. Either that or just a little coarser in their overall makeup. Not quite the femininity that I had, what I preferred to find in these yearling ewes up on the top end.
Really nice yearling ewe to lead off this class. In my mind, a ewe that's really great about that front third. As you see her standing out here, she's really straight and true about those front legs. Carries up into a really good neck junction. Then she's really long body. She's showing me the most amount of rack shape as you get out here. There's a real pop up on that top, and then carries it back into a lot of muscle down into that lower part of the leg. She's standing really straight and true on all four legs. Just a nice ewe. She wants to break it a little bit over that top a little bit. Maybe not as smooth as some in the class out here as we view her from the side view, but I think that gets very particular on what overall is a very good ewe. As we get into second and third, it gets a little more hit and miss in my mind as we talk about these two ewes. I went back and forth as we see them. This is where I'm going to go with them today. I grant our ewe in second wants to break behind them shoulders a little bit, especially when you get her out on the move more than I would like. But she's one of the hardest handling ewes out here in the class, especially over the ribs. She's got a lot of muscle up over that loin and down into that leg. Just a really nice ewe in her own right to sit here in second. Our ewe here in third, really pretty in that front 2/3. For me, my change needs to come in them back 2/3. She's a little tighter in the flank as compared to those two ewes ahead of her. I'd like to put a little more roll down on the muzzle on her head for me today to get ahead of those two ewes ahead of her, but a really good, bold, sprung ewe in her own right. A really eye-appealing ewe to run out here into fourth. She is level in that makeup as we see her out here today. Doesn't quite have the length of loin or length of body those three ewes ahead of her, but when we talk about a very square made, very adequately put together ewe, a good representative here. A ewe here around out our top five, getting a little more condition over those ribs as compared to those ewes ahead of her. That's what's going to slow her down in my mind. When we talk about level top, long, wide-topped ewe, I think she needs and deserves to be in this top group very easily. Very good class all the way down through, very deep. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Show what we have, but when he gets one he likes, odds are I'll like it too. The Hampshire slick-sheared ram lamb class, a ram that I like as he starts to relax out here. He's got better on his feet and legs, so a nice combination of a little more frame with a little bit more smoothness. Tracks around the ring pretty well, just a logical place to start. Closer placing in second and third. I'm going to use the better heighted sheep here in second. A ram that's plenty explosively muscled. A ram that's nice about his neck angle. I'd like to blow him up a little bit from a frame perspective relative to two on either side of him. But the ram in third does do that. I like the fact that he's a little bit larger frame. I just like to tighten the height up on him today relative to the two we had ahead of him.
Placing on the Hampshire class of January Slickshorn Ram Lambs. First place went to entry number 86, Rupnow, 1079, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. Second to 83, Lazy 5, 2909, Abigail Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina. Third to 84, Holly Swearingen, Lawrence, Kansas. 4 to 80, Corbin and Clark and Coyle Campbell, Danville, Kentucky. 5 to entry 81, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Placing on the Slickshorn February Ram Lamb class for the Hampshires, first place to entry number 89, Kelly, 166, Allison Kelly, Goshen, Indiana. Second to 90, Flanders, VIP, 5174, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Third to 93, Abigail Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina. We are now ready to show for Slickshorn Champion Ram in Reserve in the Hampshire ring. Placing on the third and final class of yearling ewes for the South Downs, our late class, first to entry 124, Forsey E14 250, Morgan and Preston, Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Second place to entry 144, 4177, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Third to 135, Trent George, Niles, Michigan. 4 to 129, Mackenzie Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. And 5 to 141, Evan Yeast of Smithfield, Illinois. Again, we need natural colored late yearling ewes. Natural colored, late yearling ewes into the ring, please. I might use that gun on, but I really believe the lady that just took the papers might have got it. I just started there. Let's put it that way.
Class of natural colored ewes. We've got a very stout made kind of a ewe, big footed kind of a ewe, heavy bone. She's got a nice fleece on her. She's got a tremendous amount of spring to her ribs. She's got a lot of volume working for her from end to end. She's not as extended and feminine up to her front end as that second place ewe, but I think there's just a little too much sheep. Combine that with her long free stride, and she's the best tracking ewe out here. Ewe in second, the ewe that I really like that extension up through her front end. She's a ewe that is very attractive package, very straight and level in her design, very level in her hip, very square in her overall makeup. However, she's not as free and easy off those hind legs, not as easy in her movement. Tends to be more to reach in her stride, not as smooth overall as what I felt I had in that first individual. I like the overall volume of that third place ewe. Again, a nice sort of a fleece, good density to it, good character. Ewe that, again, she's not quite as free and easy in her movement. She's not quite as feminine and extended up through her front end as that second place ewe, but a ewe that, again, a stout, massive kind of ewe, has a lot of brood ewe potential. Nice ewe here in fourth, ewe that's presented a little shorter fleece than most, very fine fleeced kind of a sheep. Ewe that just doesn't have quite the overall mass working for when you get your hands on her, not quite as sound, not quite, again, quite as free, and not quite as long in her stride, not as free and easy in her movement as what I'd like, and like to also strengthen her a bit off her pasterns at this particular point today.
Placing on the natural colored early yearling ewes, first place went to entry number 21, Kenny 1402, Cody Morris, Lerna, Illinois. Second to entry number 18, Belmar Farm 1350, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Third to entry 19, Mitch Schmidt, Centralia, Missouri. 4 to entry number 22, Emily Anderson, Macon, Missouri. And 5 to 23, Keegan Lotze of Cloverdale, Indiana. In the late yearling ewe class, first place goes to entry number 34, Wolf 1408 Mercedes, shown by Chelsea Shell, Midland, Ohio. Second place to entry number 30, Wolf Brothers 1423, shown by TJ Yazel, Paris, Kentucky. Third place to entry 34, Cody Paulus, Castown, Ohio. 4 to 28, Jonathan Dunn, Brighton, Tennessee. And 5 to entry 26, Graham Jennings, Dyersburg, Tennessee. Now showing senior ewe lambs. Senior ewe lambs are currently in the ring. Following that class, we will have natural colored early junior ewe lambs. Those are animals born prior to, that means before, January 31 of 2015. Prior to January 31, 2015.
Once again, a really deep, for a breed that didn't normally have fall lambs, to not only have this many in a class, but to have this quality run all the way down through this class, very deep and very true. It's a commendation to the breeders in my mind. As we come out, a really big, powerful ewe to lead out this class, a ewe that hurts me a little bit. I want to put her on a little bigger bone, and then that changes the whole dynamic of this ewe. But I think when you talk about the overall body style, I think it's just the ewe that needs to win this class. She's the longest bodied, she's the levelest made, she's got a lot of muscle going right down into that lower part of that leg. Once again, if I could put her on a little bigger bone, take a little off those ribs, I think this is a much easier decision, but a very nice representative to lead off this class. I think our ewe here in second follows along similarly. When we talk about that length of body, that squareness of those legs, how she stands, she gets a little flatter just in the lower part of that leg as compared to that ewe ahead of her, but I think an exceptional ewe lamb in her own right. Ewe lamb here in third is that troublemaker kind of lamb. She's a little smaller package than those two ahead of you. Ahead of her today, but she's so complete and true. We need to get her up into to this top part of this class. She just gives up some of that overall length of body. I'd like to lighten up the color as we talk about breed versus those two ewes ahead of her in my mind to get up any higher in this class, but a really good ewe lamb in her own right. Really powerful ewe lamb here in fourth. Ewe lamb with a lot of spring to that rib. Of course, a lot of that is that cover that she's carrying. She's carrying a lot of it down to that chest floor over those ribs, and I'd like to set her just a little truer off those rear hocks as compared to those ewes ahead of her when we talk about overall length of body and muscle over that top, and a really good ewe lamb standing here in fourth. A really flashy front-ended ewe to round out our top five here today. A ewe we like for that depth of side. She's got some good rib shape, some muscling in there. She just needs to track off straighter and truer off those rear legs as compared to those ewes ahead of her to move up any higher in my mind today. But on her overall levelness, a really good ewe. Good group of class. Ewe lambs all the way down through. Give them a nice big round of applause.
Placing on the, sorry, Dave.
Okay, in this natural colored fall ewe lamb class, we've got a ewe lamb up here on top. Just excels the class in terms of length of top. She's got some spring to her rib. She's got a lot of volume. She's got some width down her top handles with some meat throughout. She's a ewe that's as feminine up through her front end. Got that extension working for her from end to end. Nice sort of a fleece on her. It's fine enough. It's very even in its handle and its character. Very nice in its handle. A ewe that I think just combines a lot of good things together. She's a very pretty profiling ewe. As is the case in most of these ewes in this class, she's not really quite as long in her stride and as free and easy in her movement as I might like to find, but I think there's just too much ewe here not to get her up on top of the class. Ewe in second, a ewe a little narrow in her base, but she's a very extended kind of very attractive individual, very youthful appearing, feminine up through that front end. I really like the style and balance she possesses. You view her from every angle, and she's just in a very attractive package. Just doesn't have the extreme length of body, that extra rib that this ewe up here on top has, but she's a very attractive package. I think she's got a lot of value in terms of a natural colored breeding program. Ewe in third, a ewe that I really like. It's one of those things from a visual standpoint. When you first walk up to her, you think she's going to end up right up here on the top end of this class. She is going to end up here pretty well, but she just doesn't have quite enough to her. She's not quite as straight and strong down her top as what I think these first couple of ewes are, but a ewe that she's highly fitted. She's very attractive. They've done a very nice job presenting her at this point. She, again, not quite as long in her stride, not quite necessarily as much overall volume as what I've got right up on top. Next two ewes in class, it's kind of a pick-em between the two. I'm going to opt to use a little extra femininity of this spotted ewe, a ewe that's she's a very nice, well-balanced, complete kind of a package. She handles pretty well. There's not any real holes you can throw at her. There's just not quite enough to her. She's not quite flashy enough, not quite good enough to get right up on top, but a ewe that you can surely take home and work with. The ewe in fifth, ewe maybe just not as feminine as what I would prefer to find in ewes of this age, but a ewe that still, I think there's enough overall value and utility. Take her out in a breeding program, she should be able to work.
Here you go, sir.
If you like Hampshires, you're going to like this class of Slickshorn yearling ewes. The quality runs well down deep into this class. It's certainly not a sheep in this class that the exhibitor should be ashamed of. I think as we start to get critical of them and we really have to pick apart some high quality ewes, it's some of the little things that certainly make it a challenge. I like these top two ewes to sort themselves to the part. The first ewe that walked in the ring, I think the old cliche is she had me from hello. And when she walked in the ring and that chest floor stayed up, that neck angled the way it was, she tracked the way she did, as smooth and as fluidly around the ring. Yet you put that with a top line and a hip with some power and balance and femininity. When we're talking about Hampshire sheep, I think she fits the bill really nicely. I like her. We can say a lot of the same things about the second place ewe. I think that the first place ewe is probably a bit more consistent in her underline. I think the second place ewe may have a tad bit more explosiveness at the top of her hip. Very close placing in my mind. I like these two ewes together. I like them at the top of the class, and we can discuss it from there. I like the two ewes in third and fourth quite a bit also. They're slightly different statured than the two ewes at the top of the class. I'm not sure that we could build one from a design standpoint a whole lot more better than the ewe in third place from a balance and width and dimension perspective. Soundness, she's really good. But I think we can take that same kind of package and make it just a notch bigger, and I think we nearly have that in the two ewes we had ahead of her. I like this ewe in third quite a bit. I'd just like to make her just a notch bigger frame score. I don't want to get too much smaller. Similar story in our third place ewe. She's the big, stout, rugged boned ewe. She's a hamp. You don't have to look at the stall card to see what breed she is. She's made like one. She's built like one. But I think at this point in her development, she's getting a little heavier. It takes away. She drops that front just a little bit. You could take the weight off her. I'm not sure it's going to make her look any better. That's just the way she's made. She looks good. I like her in this top group. I switched these two here at the last. The big ewe, probably one of the larger framed in this top five, is the ewe I have in fifth. I think she's a notch better through her chest floor. She's an impressive ewe from a bone work perspective. Not as expressively muscled as several, but pure dimension, she's got it. Structure, she's got it. I love the extra hip that we've got in our sixth place ewe, a ewe that's got a notch more expression of muscle, but that chest floor just isn't as ideal on her as it is a couple of the ones we have immediately ahead of her below her. But again, a very good class of Slickshorn Hampshire yearling ewes.
Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the South Downs. First place to entry 152, Forsey E 14370, Morgan and Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Second place to 171, Wilworth 543, Dathan Smearcheck, Richalt, Wisconsin. Third to 147, Morgan and Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. 4 to 173, Courtney Lobdell, Darlington, Wisconsin. And 5 to 154, Adriana Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota.
As we come off our senior champion in our Southdown, used 8 females in my mind were exemplify so many of the good things in the Southdown breed. I think they're broody type of ewes. Their ewes are going to continue to go out and produce as these exhibitors move forward and get these ewes bred and have lambs. I think they still have some eye appeal as we talk about the show ring out here today. They're standing straight and true on all four corners. They got a lot of muscle to them as well. I think you could use any of the two out here, and I wouldn't probably argue with you too much. I think we've worked through a good set of ewes already. We're going to move into a bunch more ewe lambs. Is really high quality as well. Let's give all these exhibitors a really nice round of applause. Brought these big females out here today. I had one ewe in my mind that was going to lead this out. I got a little closer as we talk about for our reserve. But with that, I will go out and select our senior champion and reserve senior champion.
Placing on the natural colored class of senior ewe lambs, first went to entry 31, Ricconi 104, Kalua, Kara Ricconi of Frenchtown, New Jersey. Second place to 39, DDF, Chelsea Bellew, State College, Pennsylvania. Third to 36, Thomas Vandeventer of Camargo, Illinois. 4 to 33, Mitch Schmidt, Centralia, Missouri. And 5 to 32, Lindsay Shell, Midland, Ohio. For the South Downs, we're now ready to go into our junior portion of the show. We need early January ewe lambs. Those are born January 1 through and including January 14. Our senior champion, Southdown ewe, went to our intermediate class of yearling ewe class winner, 4CE 14242, Morgan and Preston, 4C Owenton, Kentucky. The reserve went to our second in that class, A&M 14159, Seth Michael, Plymouth, Indiana. Placing on the Hampshire Slickshorn yearling ewes, first to entry 112, Hayes HB 1417, Holly Swearingen, Lawrence, Kansas. Second to 117, Schroyer 159, Ava Schroyer, DeGraff, Ohio. Third place to 100, Jada Schroyer, DeGraff, Ohio. Fourth place to entry 105, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. And fifth place to entry number 110, Isaac Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana.
In the Hampshire Slick-Sheared Senior Ewe Lamb class, got a rather logical class winner by my estimation. It's a ewe that's really long-sided, a big topped ewe with a lot of lower leg on her. Maybe it doesn't stride out as ideal as you would like, but within this class, she certainly is as good as any out here. The ewe in second, a little bit smaller package, but as you study her design, she's very similar to our class winner from a balance perspective. She might even track just a notch better, but as you analyze her from front to rear, she gets progressively wider. She's got some femininity and future about her that we like. A larger framed ewe is the ewe in third, a long-sided ewe. We like that extra dimensional length that she brings us. She'll probably tip the scales as the pounds-heavy ewe in this class. I'd like to pick her up on those rear pasterns just a notch relative to some of our class, the ewes right ahead of her. The ewe we have in fourth place is a ewe that is a good balanced ewe, a good bone ewe, a better footed ewe than the ewe ahead of her. Not as much overall length aside, not as much total package here in this more mature female class. The ewe we have in third place is a ewe that's got a tremendous amount of bone, a ewe that I like for her expression and muscle, just doesn't tie together quite as neatly down the top line as one we have right ahead of her. A big wide flat hip ewe rounds out this class, just not quite as feminine through that front 1/3 as the ones we have right ahead of her. You saw the pirouette?
Placing on the class of Hampshire Slickshorn Senior Ewe Lambs, first to entry number 124, Schroyer, 245 Pink, Ava Schroyer, DeGraff, Ohio. Second to 126, Poe, 509115, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Third to entry 122, Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 4 to 127, Morgan Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. And 5 to 128, Hannah Deno of Danville, Indiana.
Very nice class of natural colored ewe lambs out here, and trying to sort through it. There are several things out here that as I go through and handle, things that I really appreciate, things that you might like to change a little bit, but by and large, just a very good set of sheep top to bottom. The ewe lamb I'm starting with is the ewe that probably has as much balance. She's as complete. She stands as square as anything out here. She's got femininity. She's got extension up through her front end. Throw a nice fleece on her, and I think she's just a good, solid, sound kind of a ewe that we can go ahead and use up here on the top end of this class and really appreciate. Ewe in second, definitely one of the finest fleeced ewes out here. She's presented a little shorter fleece than many of the others. It's enough to evaluate. That's not really a problem. It has tremendous density to it. She's got some extension as well. She handles with a lot of thickness, a lot more meat than you might expect. She's just not as feminine, not as smooth up through that front end. The shoulders don't lay in quite as neatly as this first place ewe. Maybe not quite as square out of her hip, but you're still just a very high quality individual that ties together very well. As I go to that third ewe, again, a big top kind of ewe, handles pretty well, doesn't move quite as well off her hind end as what I felt I had right up on top, but a ewe that, again, she's sound enough, she's wide enough in her base, there's enough sheep there, throw a pretty decent fleece. It's not as even as what I found right up above her, but I think it's plenty good enough to go ahead and consider her in the top end. Next ewe, another higher volume kind of a ewe. She's a little softer topped once you handle down that top. Not quite as straight and strong right behind those shoulders as what I had up a little higher, but a ewe that there's a high volume ewe there. She's got a lot of growing yet to do, but I think she's got all the parts and pieces she needs to go ahead and do that. Next ewe in class, number 5. You've got a ewe that is an extremely attractive package. Has a nice fleece to her. She's got a lot of. She ties together very nicely. Her biggest problem is once you get your hands on her, there's just not enough meat strapped over that frame to more at this point in my mind moving her higher. But I surely like the pattern, the style, and balance she's got. There's just not quite enough to her for me today. You have to appreciate the length of body on that 6th place ewe. She's just a little plainer overall, not quite. She's got extension. She's not a bad ewe. She's a ewe that you'd really like to see a lot of places over the course of the summer. She just happened to draw into a very tough class today. In this class of natural colored ewe lambs, we've got a ewe lamb up here. She's definitely interesting. She's the most exotic thing out here. She's definitely the most extended ewe from end to end. Very feminine, very long neck, very up-headed. She is as long and straight down her top as many of the rest of them out here. She is as good in her stride as anything out here. Combine that with a good fleece, you're gonna have to definitely consider her one way or the other. Some things I'd like to change about her. I'd like to give her a little more rib and volume, and like to put a little more meat in her. But I think there's just enough sheep there. She's sound enough, complete enough. You just got to go ahead and use her in this youthful class. So we go to this second ewe lamb. A ewe lamb that's got a lot of balance working for her. Again, a very nice sort of a fleece. She's got just a little more thickness working for her from end to end. Just doesn't have that extension throughout, and not quite the eye-catching appeal. As we go down the line, we've got some more nice ewe lambs. I can't really shoot a lot of holes in any of them. They don't excel anybody else in terms of being more complete, more just better in any one particular aspect to where that's going to stick out in my mind to where they need to be moved up substantially. But good, solid kind of ewes, I think, as you go ahead and feed them, develop them on, they've got a lot of brood ewe potential as we go later down the line.
Placing on our two classes of natural colored junior ewe lambs. For the early class, first place went to entry number 44, Dewdrop Farm 5-30, Chelsea Bellew, State College, Pennsylvania. Second to 41, KF Acres 1504, Jonathan Dunn, Brighton, Tennessee. Third place to entry 47, Chelsea Shell, Midland, Ohio. 4 to 42, Cody Paulus, Castown, Ohio. And 5 to 46, Cara Ricconi, Frenchtown, New Jersey. In our late class of junior ewe lambs, placing on it, first place goes to entry number 56, Corzat 1563, Madison Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Second to 57, Dewdrop Farm 5-54, Chelsea Bellew, State College, Pennsylvania. Third place to entry 51, Cameron Paulus, West Milton, Ohio. 4 to 50, Sydney Lotzi of Cloverdale, Indiana. 5 to entry 52, Lindsay Shell, Midland, Ohio.
Well, if you were expecting the quality to dip when we got into the spring ewe lambs, I would have told you you were wrong, and this class proves it. The other thing I'd tell you, if you look at these top three and think I placed them by size, that's not what did it. But any stretch of the imagination. But I think each of these three ewe lambs have a lot of great things about them. There's one or two things I want to change about each one of them, and that's what took so long in my mind as we go through them. But this is the way I see them today. A really tall fronted ewe to lead off this class. She's really extended about that front end. She lays in the best about that front shoulder as any of these three ewe lambs. She's really long about that body. She's probably the deepest as we view her from the side. You want to discount that because of her height of frame, but I think actually when you get analyzing her, she is the deepest about that. She's really level about that rump as she comes out. She gets a little flatter in the center part of that leg, and I'll grant that, but as we get down to that leg, I think she's standing on the biggest foot and standing the most correct on those rear legs, and that's what's going to get her to the top of the class, in my mind, as we see her today. Are you here in second? Another really long-bodied, really muscular ewe lamb, I'll grant. It's got more bulge right in the center part of that leg as we get her out here today. I just want to put a little more set into those rear hocks for me today to get her ahead of that first place ewe, but an exceptional ewe lamb in her own right. This really pretty pictured ewe lamb here in third. A ewe lamb you appreciate for her overall smoothness, how pretty and she lays into that front end. For me, it gets down to that overall length of side, and then when you get your hands on her, she is the shortest loin to these three ewe lambs, and that's what it's going to come down to. But I think when you talk about that style and eye appeal, this ewe's got it by the bucket load. The real bigger frame ewe here in four, we just didn't put it together as smooth as those three ewes ahead of her in my mind. She wants to get a little coarser about her front end work, wants to get a little rougher over her top, but I think overall just a really good handling ewe, very justifiable to be up in the top part of this class. Same thing with our fifth place ewe lamb, a really big ribbed ewe, a ewe lamb that's got some handle when you get to her. Just as we get her on the side view, she wants to get a little rougher up over that top, not quite the length of body of those ewe lambs ahead of her, but a high quality ewe lamb, high quality group of ewe lambs all the way down through. Let's give them all a really big round of applause.
Been pleased with the quality of the natural colored ewes. We've gone through these classes. I've got an outstanding group of ewes up here on this top end, ewes that I think really high quality individuals, good fleeces on any of them. Take your pick. There's some that are just a little more eye-catching than others, but I think for the most part they're all very usable, very functional. Feet and legs and structure, for the most part, they're up on their toes fairly well. They're ewes that maybe haven't moved quite as well, but then for the most part in this breed, I haven't seen as many ewes that moved just as free and easy as you might like to find overall, but good enough, plenty good enough to go ahead and utilize in a breeding program. Trying to come down, trying to pick one ewe for your champion, it actually gets quite close. I've got several outstanding individuals, and I think once you get into these ewe lambs, I think you've got a lot of outstanding individuals. They've got not only a lot of potential, but I think they've also got a lot of the parts and pieces to work today. Trying to sort, again, I think those are the three really standout individuals in my own mind, and trying to sort through them, trying to come up with one individual at this point. A ewe that I think has enough to her at this point. She's got a little bone. She's got an exceptionally nice fleece. She's long-bodied. She ties together pretty well. Really describes any of them to a great extent, but I think the ewe that most fits into that program at this point will be the fall ewe lamb. She'll be your champion today. Coming back for reserve, you've got a late ewe lamb that's a beautiful extended package. I don't really feel like there's enough to her, but I think there's enough sheep there overall, and she's a solid enough individual. You have to like her. You look at the early ewe lamb, and there's a ewe lamb that's a little more there. She has an exceptional fleece. It's finer all the way through. It's got good handle to it, tremendous character. Ewe lamb that's got just a little more thickness. I think maybe she's a little farther along in her development. She'll never be as big a ewe as that young ewe, but I think in terms of soundness, squareness, and the way she ties together today, she'll be your reserve. And I still like that late ewe lamb. I think you watch her next year, you're gonna definitely see a great ewe. Three great sheep. Going to use them this way today.
champion natural colored U goes to our first place in the senior ewe lamb class. Entry 31, Ricconi, 104, Kahlua. Kara Ricconi of Frenchtown, New Jersey. The reserve goes to the first place out of the early junior ewe lamb class. Entry 44, Dewdrop Farm 5-30, Chelsea Bilyeu, State College, Pennsylvania. Again, we need to show for best fleece of the natural colored show before we move on to Corriedales. Southdown early January ewe lambs. The placings are first to 185, Langer 15XK, Jenna Langer of DeForest, Wisconsin. Second to 198, Forsey E1530, Morgan and Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Third to 182, Jaylee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Fourth place to entry number 189, Kelly Varick, Juneau, Wisconsin. And 5 to 191, Carson Nettle of Greenfield, Illinois.
Certainly a fun class of Hampshire January ewe lambs. I think several real outstanding ewes out here. I think several ewes that we sent back to the pens that certainly deserve to be out here and get their due diligence because it's a very deep, a very large class. I like several of the ewes out here in the top 5. Some of them we found on the first go, some of them we didn't. But I think as they're ewes that have some growth to them. They're ewes that have some design and muscle size and stature to them. Ewes that are good in their breed type. I think these two ewes, or 3 or 4 ewes at the top of the class, sorted out rather easily for most of us. It's just where you want to put your priorities. Outstanding ewe here to head that class. When she strides around, she holds herself together really, really well. Really, really nice on those feet and legs. A tremendous amount of bone. Hard to get that size of bone and footwork, and yet that kind of youthfulness and angularity through her front end. That's where she kind of has an advantage over the other two ewes right behind her, is that neck sits right up on the top of her shoulders. This is a ewe class. It's okay that they look like females, and she's really good through that front 1/3. I like the way she does that, yet explodes back with enough width and dimension for me. You in second place, bigger topped ewe, a ewe with more expression of muscle through that lower 1/3. I love that about this ewe. A ewe that maybe from time to time when we set her in motion gets a notch deeper through that chest, a little bolder through that shoulder. She's still good. If this was a weather show, I'd probably flip these two, but it's a female show and I want them to look that way. The ewe in third place, longest sided ewe of the top 3. Love that extra dimensional length she brings this picture, but with that she gets a notch rougher down her top. She's a notch further along in her condition than either of the two ewes above her, but in terms of length aside, skeletal extension, both grown and bone and growth, she fits the bill very well. We get into our fourth place ewe, a ewe that's very extended, probably has as much future of any of the ewes we have out here, a very good footed ewe. Not quite as flashy about her type as some of the ewes we have right above her, and she, like I, would probably like to take that neck and set it up on top of her shoulders a little more and have her not quite so ewe-necked. Alongside a ewe here in fifth, a ewe with a tremendous amount of bone, really straight in her lines, not near as explosive in her muscle design and volume as the ones we have right above her, a little more old school from that perspective, but I really like that design, that skeleton, so I need to work this ewe up in a female show to recognize that quality and soundness and growth we have, even though she's not as heavy as muscled as the ewes on either side of her. Ewe that runs out this fine top line up here is a ewe that's a little more conventional through that front 1/3, but a ewe that's longer sided with a ton of muscle down deep in that stifle. Nice class of females. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
For the natural colored show, our best fleeced animal in the show went to entry number 4, entry 41. 41 came out of our U classes. It's KF Acres 15-4. Out of the early ewe lamb class, Jonathan Dunn of Brighton, Tennessee. Results from the January class of Slickshorn, Hampshire ewe lambs. First to entry 148 Flanders VIP 5061 Joel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Second place to 141 Slack 5275 Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Third to entry 140 Jordan Leininger. Fourth place to entry number 154 Holly Swearingen, Lawrence, Kansas. And 5 to 132 Corbin Coyle and Clark Campbell of Danville, Kentucky.
In this class of Cordell Senior Ram Lambs, we've got the big stout made show sheep up here on top. He's very long topped. He's got a lot of width and dimension. He's got enough spring to his rib. A ram that's adequate in his breed character. He's long enough in his stride. There's just a lot of good things you can say about him. He's a little plain fleeced, but I think it falls within those breed standards at this point, and I think it's one of those things that I think taken as a whole, you can't ignore this sheep. Go to the ram in second. A ram is definitely a little rounder in her structure. A ram is just never going to be quite as big, but in terms of a pure Cordell style fleece, the old style Cordell fleece, it's definitely the more definitive kind of a fleece. The really bold character to it, just a very attractive individual from that standpoint. However, just not enough sheep to go ahead and get around this big buck and top. The ram we've got in third, again, a big rib kind of a sheep, just not quite as sound, not quite as free and easy. His movement is what I had right up on the two rams above him.
Class here, late January ewe lambs in the South Downs, maybe just placed together a little easier than our last one. Not that the quality was any less, it's just the way the parts and pieces fell together. Two really exceptional ewe lambs in my mind to come to the top of this class. I had this ewe lamb winning this class pretty early on in my mind, and then our ewe lamb here in second just kept working her way up and working her way up in my mind, and then it just came down to just a few little points. I think as you talk about two ewe lambs that are really good about their front end, really stylish in their overall makeup. They got a lot of length to body to them. They're standing on good feet and legs. I think all those things are comparable in these two ewe lambs. Comes down to, I think the ewe lamb in first just a little leveler in her overall makeup over right behind them shoulders and all the way back through. I'll grant she's not as deep through the twist as we view her from behind, but I think that levelness. But then when you get your hands on her, she's longer in percentage from that 13th rib back, just a notch longer in that overall loin as compared to our second place lamb. Taking another away from our second place ewe lamb, I think really powerful, especially in that back third as we talk about muscling over that rump and down into that leg. Like I said, if we could just strengthen her up right behind them shoulders, give her that notch more length of loin, I think she wins this class. But two exceptional ewe lambs in their own right. Ewe lamb here in third follows along very similarly as we talk about ewe lamb with some spring to that rib, some depth to that side as we see her out here today. She wants to break a little bit at that hip, not laying in quite as smooth as those two ewe lambs ahead of her, but a really good ewe lamb all the way around. Really level made you here in fourth, a ewe lamb you like as you see her standing here today. My problem with this ewe lamb is when we get her out on the move. She wants to walk up underneath herself, get a little roachy as she gets out on the move, but I think just an exceptional ewe lamb. Once again, as you see her standing here, she's really level and true in her overall makeup. Kind of a broodier type ewe to round out our top group. She's a good handling ewe as we talk about her overall muscle. She's just carrying a little bit too much of that white muscle over those ribs and down to the bottom part of that chest as compared to those ewes ahead of her. But I think for her overall broodiness and stoutness, gets up into this top group very nicely. Really good group all the way down through. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
In the Cordell ring, we're ready for junior ram lambs. On the South Downs, we're ready for early February ewe lambs. Placing on the late January ewe lambs for the South Downs, first went to entry 205, Forsey E1556, Morgan and Preston, Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Second to 213, 5026, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Third to entry number 208, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. 4 to entry 216, Jade Cantrell, Winchester, Kentucky. And 5 to entry 212, Casey Lobdell, Darlington, Wisconsin. Over on the Cordell ring, placing on the senior ram lambs, first to entry number 1, Dewdrop Farm 4-94, Jordan Vineyard, Blue Rock, Ohio. Second to entry 4, Thornton. 12, Abigail Thornton of Amanda, Ohio. And third to entry 3, Jordan Vineyard, Blue Rock, Ohio.
In this set of Cordell Ram lambs, I've got a ram up here on top that is just, he's a very sound individual. He stands very square. He's wider in his base. He's got a little more to him in terms of spring to his rib, depth, his body. He's got, just handles pretty well. He's got a very, very nice Cordell type fleece on him. It's got tremendous density, nice character to it. Just a good handling kind of a fleece. He's good headed. He's darker about his points. He just ties together very well and being a very complete kind of a ram. I do like that both the second and the third place rams in terms of being longer bodied. They're definitely longer topped. They're not necessarily any square. They're not necessarily any better topped. They don't have quite as much meat. They don't have quite the width and depth of the loin that I felt I had in that first individual. But again, they're long bodied. They're pretty sound. They're fairly long in their stride. They're pretty good in their overall structure and the way they tie together. I prefer that second ram, the way his neck shoulder junction is, the way those front shoulders lay on as compared to the third ram, but two very similar in their type and kind and slide into that second, third hole very easily. Fourth ram, another little more extended kind of a ram, a little more refined at this point in his overall makeup. But again, I think a ram that as you take him and go ahead and put some extra days on feed in him, he's going to go ahead and fill in and grow and develop. I think there's going to be a lot of pleasing points about this sheep as he goes on later down the line. As we go down the line, we've got some more, we've got a little more variability as far as when I look at the fleece over the side as compared to what I preferred to find up on the top end.
This class of February Hampshire ewe lambs is much different than the class of Januaries that we saw earlier. And if you try to place them using, they're just not the same set of sheep. They're not going to fall together the same way. This set of sheep is much more clubby oriented, much more conventional than the set of Januaries that we saw. And surprisingly, there's a lot more condition in this February class than there was in the January class. Makes it a little bit challenging. That's not what you come into a February class and expect to see. I like the ewe we're starting the class with. Really well balanced, very good in her lines. Tremendous amount of bone, yet some femininity and balance. She's plenty mature enough for this class. She's got some cover on her. Some of those things concern me just a little bit, but as you look at her from a body composition perspective and design, she fits the class real nicely. Smaller package, definitely a clubbier look here in our second place individual, but she just smokes a lot of this class on feet and legs and the way she picks them up and puts them down. One of the trimmer handling of the top 5 by a lot. And that works to her advantage in this class. The only thing that hurts her is she's a little shorter coupled than some of the ones on either side. And if we could just get that hip-loin junction to do what you and I would like it to do, we could maybe go one place higher. The ewe in third place is longer than the ewe in second. She does tie together a little bit better. A beautifully designed ewe from a rib shape perspective. Again, very solid on those feet and legs. Maybe a tad further along in her maturity pattern, a tad flatter in her muscle shape than some of the ewes on either side of her. Too good in her structure, too good in her lines to do anything but get out of this top 5. You saw I had this ewe that I have in fourth at the top of the class. I like this ewe, her bone. I like her rib shape a bunch. I like that top that she blows back with. But as the class wore on, those pasterns started getting a little longer. They started getting a little softer, and so she pushed herself out of that top pair for that reason. We get into the ewe in fifth, a more extended ewe, a ewe that's probably a little bit better on her pasterns, a ewe that I'd like to change the way her neck comes out of her shoulder just a little bit and make her a little bit easier for that young lady to show. Nice class.
Now showing in the Cordell ring for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram. Placing on the class of Cordell Junior Ram Lambs, first place to entry 8, Fraze 502, Thomas Fraze, New Salem, North Dakota. Second to entry 9, Peters 1509, Colin Peters, Versailles, Ohio. Third to entry 6, Colin Peters. 4 to entry 7, Ellen Peters, Versailles, Ohio. And 5 to entry 10, Thomas Fraze of New Salem, North Dakota. For the South Downs, for the Hampshires, we now are showing need to have Slickshorn March ewe lambs into the ring. Hampshire Slickshorn March ewe lambs for the Hampshires into the ring, please. knew that was coming. For the Quarterdale show, our grand champion ram was our first place in the junior ram lamb class. Entry 8, Fraze 502, Thomas Fraze of New Salem, North Dakota. Reserve went to our second place in that junior ram lamb class. Entry number 9, Peters 1509, Colin Peters, Versailles, Ohio. For the Quarterdales, we're now ready to move on to our Yearling U class. Yearling U's for the Quarterdales. placing on the Slickshorn February Hampshire ewe lamb class, first to entry 168. Pleasure Point Farm 520, TJ Yazel, Paris, Kentucky. Second place to entry 171, Swearingen, SS 1516, Holly Swearingen, Lawrence, Kansas. Third place to entry 179, Seth Michael, Plymouth, Indiana. 4 to entry number 174, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. And 5 to entry 167, Jason Walensky, New Glarus, Wisconsin.
truly impressive class of February ewe lambs out here in our South Down ring. Our first place ewe lamb is one of those type ewe lambs. I found her when she turned on the walk, and you got out there, and I just kept looking for that sheep to beat her, and I didn't find one in here in this class. I think she's that really total package ewe. She's really good about that front end. She's really long and level about that body. She's the widest over the loin. She's one of the deepest as you view her from behind down through that twist, standing very straight and true. Just a really impressive female in my mind, and I'm really happy with starting this ewe lamb in this class. I think our ewe lamb here in second follows along as similarly as any in this class to our first place ewe. She's carrying just a touch more condition over those ribs. Isn't quite as bold right in the center part of that leg as our first place ewe, but very particular on what is an exceptional ewe lamb in her own right. Ewe lamb here in third is one of those really complete type of ewes, a ewe that's standing really straight and true on all four corners as we get her out here today. She's really level. She shortens up just a touch in that loin, a little tighter up in that flank as compared to those two ewes ahead of her. But I think in the overall quality, just a really good, solid ewe lamb. Really like this ewe lamb a lot. I think this ewe lamb here in fourth is really that big fronted ewe, that really stylish up through her front end. What it's going to come down to, she gets just a narrower right out the top, right at the top of that dock, right as she comes out at the end, not carrying quite the muscle all the way down through that top as those three ewes ahead of her. But we talk about a ewe with some great rib shape and depth aside. I really like this ewe lamb. Ewe lamb here in fifth, I thought maybe at times to move her up just a touch. Once again, she's carrying a little more condition, getting a little bolder right at the bottom part of that shoulder as compared to some of the ewes ahead of her. But we like the overall smoothness of this ewe lamb. Understand, this is an extremely deep class all the way down through, knowing full well that there's lambs down the line that have done good for these exhibitors all summer long. Let's give them a huge round of applause. Brought out a great set of females in this class.
Placing on the early class of February ewe lambs for the South Downs. First place to entry 248, Leininger 5016, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second to entry 249, Forsey E 15100, Morgan and Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Third place to 5065, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 4 to 235, Kaylin Smearcheck, Richalt, Wisconsin. And 5 to 253, Forsey E 15098, Morgan and Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky.
in a very good class of Cordell yearling ewes. We have 3 that I think fall into that exceptional category. I think these are ewes that I'm sure are quite capable of being competitive anywhere, anytime. Each of them have some particular characteristics that you really like to see. Each one has a few little things you might like to change, but boy, I mean, it's just a good set of ewes. We've got a very good fleece ewe up here on top. She's got a little more rib. She tends to be a little wider tracking. She's long and free in her stride. She's feminine enough up through her front end. She is probably the most feminine of the 3. But I think she just ties together extremely well. She's very well balanced kind of a ewe, moves out well. She's dark enough about her points. I think there's just not a whole lot of problems you can see in this ewe. She's got that long hip structure. She's got a lot of muscle carrying throughout and carries that all the way through, just ties together nicely. The ewe in second is a ewe that on the first pass through is a ewe that just catches my eye, and you want to grab her and run. This is a great sheep. She just doesn't move out with enough width of base out behind off her hind legs at this point, but I sure like the extension. She just doesn't have quite as much to her when you get your hands on her. Doesn't have that little extra length of body we've got in that first ewe, but another just truly exceptional, outstanding kind of a ewe that it wouldn't surprise me later on in the week if somebody wouldn't grab her and run to the top as well. The ewe in third, another solid, very good individual. She handles extremely well in terms of her overall length of body, the overall mass that she's got, the muscle she possesses. She has an exceptionally nice fleece on her. She just doesn't move quite as smoothly at this point, has a tendency to want to fight a little more, makes her just a touch harder to evaluate. But I think there's still a plenty good enough sheep there. This is an awfully good ewe. I think I'm sure she's been very competitive over the summer. I'm sure she will continue to be. Ewe that, again, I think tremendous character, breed character, nice enough fleece on her, just sort of a no real problems. Nothing you can really do to throw her away. But again, I think you've got 3 exceptional ewes. This is the way I'm going to opt to use them today.
For the Cordales, we're just finishing up the yearling ewes, so we need senior ewe lamb. Cordale senior ewe lambs to the ring, please.
Another very good class of Hampshire ewes as we finish out our single classes with the March Ewe Lamb class. A lot of different ways a fellow could go in this class, and I wouldn't argue with you a bit. I think that these 5 ewes are going to sort themselves to the top in a lot of people's mind, and they should. The ewe that I started the class with, really good-footed ewe, really true ewe in her design and in her makeup. She's a ewe that's got a lot of bone with a lot of short pastern on her, a ewe that's really parallel in her lines. It's really straight and strong down her top, a lot of natural expression of muscle down her top. I really like the way her neck sits right up on top of her shoulders. A lot of quality in the structure and design of this female. Ewe in second, a little smaller frame, a ewe that's more expressively muscled, a ewe that's really heavy muscled when you get around behind her. A lot of flair to the outside stifle, a lot of depth to the center portion of her leg. I like those things about her. As freaky muscled as she is, she's really pencil necked, and that's kind of an unusual combination. She's smooth shouldered, not as smooth shouldered as the ewe we have right ahead of her, but 2 very high quality ewes. A ewe that really caught my eye when she first walked in the ring and has caught my eye all morning in this class is the ewe in third. A ewe that's probably one of the larger skeleton ewes, one of the more mature ewes, massive ewes in this class. She's not carrying as much cover as you think. She's just got a lot of mass and volume to her, and for that kind of mass and volume, she sure holds herself together very, very nicely. A ewe that maybe has a tick more cover than the ewes on either side of her, but her top hasn't had a bad day since she's been out here. Just maybe a tick deeper through her chest floor as the class starts to wear on. Similar story in our 4th place ewe, a very long-bodied ewe, big-boned ewe, like the character on this ewe, a dead level down her top, but she wants to run downhill to that underline through her chest floor just a little bit more than I'd like. Kind of a different cat here in 5th hole. She looks really young, really freaky fronted. Again, really dynamite rib shape, really expressive muscled as you get around behind her. But for her frame, I'd like to give her a little bit more depth when you view her from the side. She's pretty tubey. I think she could go on and get that, but right today I'd like to give her just a skosh more. Nice class.
Now ready for Hampshire Slickshorn Champion and Reserve. So we need the Slickshorn Champion and Reserve class. That'll be those yearlings and ewe lambs, first and seconds from the Slickshorn division, back in the ring at this time. That will then be followed by the overall grand champion ewe, using both the champion fitted and reserve, showing against the Slick Shorn champion and reserve for overall grand and reserve grand champion ewe. And then we'll do the same with the rams. Following that selection with the rams, then we'll do our best mixed pair and then the best young flock.
Maybe they got enough complaints that there wasn't fruit in it that they added it.
That's all right. I ate it. The last 2 years I ate it. It didn't go to waste. No. In my desk drawer, I threw it away. The mustard had enough vinegar in it that it got me. I was like, oh. No, I didn't. ORF. That's what you get for sure. That's the humor for it. Placing on the Cordale Yearling U class, first place went to entry 20, ORF 1441, Thomas Fraze of New Salem, North Dakota. Second place to entry 13, Fraze 403, Thomas Fraze. Third to entry 17, Colin Peters, Versailles, Ohio. 4 to 12, Rachel Painter, Avella, Pennsylvania. And 5 to entry 23, Thomas Wallace, Casstown, Ohio.
Certainly had a good time sorting through the slick-sheared Hampshire sheep here this morning. The females didn't disappoint me. It's an outstanding set of ewes. I think it gets very close for champion and reserve champion slick-sheared ewes. Got two powerful yearling ewes that are very good in their structure, very functional in their design. I think there's several ewe lambs out here. I think it's the February ewe lambs I like quite a bit too. I like both them, and that's just wanting to acknowledge 4 out of an outstanding lineup. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause. We'll go out and select your champion and reserve champion slick-sheared ewes.
In this class of Cordales, we've got 3 ewes up here, just as good combination fleeces. They've got they're sound. They're not necessarily the biggest ewes out here, but they're as straight and they're as level and they're as correct in their overall makeup and their movement as anything we've got out here. The ewe I'm starting out with, I think, just sort of leads that pack. She's got enough extension throughout. She's not necessarily ever going to be a great big ewe, but I think she's going to be sound enough and complete enough to go ahead and use. Ewe in second follows her, that most likely in that overall type and kind. She's again got a little more extension throughout, maybe not quite as long in her stride as this first place ewe, but I think the one that's most closely follows her in terms of type. Third ewe, a little, again, maybe just a touch more earlier maturing her overall pattern, but I think a little coarser up through her front end, but a ewe that again's got some thickness and mass throughout. Throw that nice fleece on her and just moves her to the top half of the class.
Now ready for Cordale January ewe lambs. Cordale January ewe lambs. For the Hampshires, we just finished selecting our champion and reserve champion slick-shorn ewe. Now we're ready to show overall grand champion ewe. Our champion ewe went to our first place yearling ewe, Hayes, HB 1447, Holly Swearingen, Lawrence, Kansas. The reserve went to our second place yearling ewe, Schroyer 159, Ava Schroyer, DeGraff, Ohio.
As we look at the 4 outstanding Hampshire ewes out here that we have to consider for our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Hampshire ewes for your National Junior Show, and in sheep shows like in life, people tend to focus on the differences and not the commonalities that we have out here. And in this class, there's a lot more commonalities than there are differences. If you study them from a structure and design standpoint, they're good on their feet and legs. They track wide. They look like Hampshires. Yes, they're presented differently. Yes, there are some differences in frame size. But if you look at what they have in common, they've got a lot more going for them that are the same than they do that are different. And I think those are the things that will continue to allow this breed to go forward successfully. I hope they continue to do that. Tough call in trying to separate these 4. I'm struggling with my mind. I'm sure you're wondering what I'm going to do. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. We'll go out and find a Grand and Reserve ewe. Let's give these exhibitors these top Hampshire ewes a real nice round of applause.
Placing on the Cordale Senior ewe lamb class, first place to entry number 27, Wolf 040, Rachel Painter of Avella, Pennsylvania. Second to 29, Wolf 041, Caitlin Stillion of Lore City, Ohio. Third to 31, Cody Morris, Lerna, Illinois. 4 to 32, Thomas Fraze, New Salem, North Dakota. And 5 to 33, Lee Beth Faulkner, Union City, Tennessee. For the Hampshires, our champion ewe goes to our champion Slick Shorn ewe, which came out of the yearling ewe class. So grand champion ewe was our Slick Shorn champion ewe. Yearling ewe, entry number 112, Hayes, HB 1447, Holly Swearingen, Lawrence, Kansas. Our reserve grand champion ewe was our champion from the fitted yearling ewe class, our champion overall ewe in the fitted division, entry number 26, Herrig 0970, Jessica Alf, Edgerton, Wisconsin. Now ready to show for grand champion Ram. So we need the fitted champion in reserve along with the Slick Shorn champion in reserve in the ring at this time to show for overall grand champion Hampshire Ram and reserve.
as we move into this next class of Southtown ULAMs, the quality hasn't dropped off one bit. I think we really, especially in our top 5 up here, and then even the top 10, 15, all the way down through this class, some high quality females. Two that move right up to the top part of the class in my mind. I'm starting with the ULAM. I think is just the most complete in her overall makeup. I think she's standing on a really big foot. She walks out really good. She's level about that top. She's really pretty about that front end, and she's still got some youthfulness to her. I think, especially when you get handling on her. I think she's a ewe that's going to go out and continue to have a really bright future as she moves forward. Just a really nice female to start this class. You know, ULAM in second follows along very similarly in that makeup. Had this ULAM winning this class probably in the back of my mind for quite a while. She gets just a little coarser about her condition, a little coarser about that shoulder as compared to that first place ewe. But an overall really, really good rip out here in second place. ULAM in third is that interesting ULAM. She doesn't quite grab your eye immediately, but then as you continue to look at her, you just keep saying there's nothing really wrong with this ewe. She's really long, she's really level, she's good about those feet and legs. She doesn't maybe just tie together in that bottom part of her chest like those two ewes ahead of her. Not quite the amount of muscle right over that top as those two ewes ahead of her, but I think an overall really high quality ULAM. Really happy to have her sit right here in third. A really kind of eye-appealing ewe here in fourth. Maybe a notch longer about that front end as we get her. You really appreciate her up in that front third. For me, the difficulty becomes when we get her out there on the walk. She really wants to be short-strided as she gets out there on the move. Wants to get a little coarser over that loin junction for me today as compared to those three ewes ahead of her, but are super really high-quality ULAM in her own right. As we round out our top 5 here, once again, a really green-appearing ULAM, a ULAM that's just getting outpowered today by those ewes ahead of her, but I think a ULAM that's going to have a really bright future. I think she has some real grow opportunities in her. We really like her for her levelness and design. Just need to put a touch more muscle in her as it relates to those ewes ahead of her. Once again, a really deep, really good class all the way through. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
In this class of Cordell ULAMs, we've got just a beautiful ULAM up here on top. She's very straight about her lines, handles very well down her top. Has got just a very nice fleece on her. It's very even as you go across the side. She's got good breed character about her. I think she just ties together pretty well. She's one of those that you want to get towards the top end. The ULAM in second is the ewe that is the most like her in terms of her overall design. Doesn't have quite the thickness and width about her. Doesn't move out with quite the width of base. Is just a touch narrower through her chest at this particular point in time. But I think as she goes ahead and grows and develops, she's got a lot of parts and pieces that you can surely appreciate to tie into a good big kind of a ewe that should make a very good representative for the Cordell breed. You go into that third and fourth, fifth slot. We've got some ewes here that. The third ewe, a ewe that's a little coarser in her makeup. Shoulders don't lay in quite so nicely. She's very nice-headed, very attractive individual. Not quite as even a fleece as what I felt I had on the two ewes right above her, but a ewe that I think, again, taken as a whole, just a pretty high-quality individual that you can surely work in a breeding program. The ewe in fourth, the ewe that follows that overall type and kind of that top end, she just doesn't have quite the evenness of fleece as you get as compared to like the top ewe, the top two ewes at this point. A little more variable that way, but she's got some rib in her. She's got some body and some bone. I think she's going to make you another pretty good kind of a ewe. Ewe in fifth, a little smaller version of these ewes, maybe just a bit more youthful at this particular point in time, but a ewe that, again, she's got some extension. She's going to tie together pretty well, and she has a lot of potential to make a pretty good kind of a brood ewe.
At this time, we need
class of early March ULAMs for the Southdowns. Those are born March 1, 2, or 3. Early March ULAMs for the Southdowns to the ring, please. We're ready for Cordell February ULAMs. Smear check, S-M-E-R-C-H-E-K.
Placing on the Cordell Senior ULAM class, first to 27, Wolf 040, Rachel Painter of Villa, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry number 29, Wolf 041, Caitlin Stillion, Lower City, Ohio. Third to 31, Cody Morris, Lerna, Illinois. 4 to 32, Thomas Fraze, New Salem, North Dakota. 5 to 33, Lee Beth Faulkner, Union City, Tennessee. Placing on the January class of Cordell Ewe Lambs, first place goes to entry 37, Phrase 501, Thomas Phrase, New Salem, North Dakota. Second place to 35, LRF 1505, Ellen Peters, Versailles, Ohio. 3 to 34, Cody Morris, Lerna, Illinois. 4 to 40, Thomas Phrase, New Salem, North Dakota. And 5 to 38, Abigail Thornton, Amanda, Ohio.
Certainly had a nice Hampshire Ram show here earlier today, and looking through the fitted rams and the slick-sheared rams. Certainly a little more differences in this lineup than what we saw on the female side of things. Criteria, while they are the same, just a few more differences in terms of structure and design, so forth, within this lineup. Certainly been a fun opportunity. Again, let's put our hands together one more time and give them a nice round of applause.
Fitted. Show me. For our Hampshire show, our overall grand champion ram went to our champion fitted ram out of the February and later class. Entry number 20, Charland Farms, 15-38, Katie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. The reserve was our reserve champion fitted. Came out of the fitted January class. Entry 6, Livermore, 566, Jennifer Livermore, Media, Illinois. Now ready in the Hampshire ring to show best mixed pair. Again, you have to have a ram and ewe in that pair. They can, one be slick, one be fitted. It doesn't matter. They can be lambs. They can be yearlings on the ewes. It does not matter, but it's best mixed sex pair. Placing on the Southdown class of late February ewe lambs. First to entry 288, Forsey, E, 15150, Morgan and Preston, Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Second to 274, KDK, 1516, Kelsey Smearcheck, Rochalt, Wisconsin. Third place to entry number 272, Carson Lobdell, Darlington, Wisconsin. 4 to 269, Morgan and Preston, Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. And 5 to entry 286, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Now ready for Hampshire Breeder Young Flock, a traveling trophy. Again, the young flock consists of one ram, one yearling ewe, and one ewe lamb. They all have to be owned by the junior member.
Otis, Connecticut. Is that right?
Winner of the mixed pair for the Hampshires is Jenna Sullivan of Modus, Connecticut. Now ready again for that Breeder Young Flock class.
In this class of Cordell Late ewe lambs, we've got a ewe lamb up here that I think, again, she's just that good combination kind of a ewe lamb. Handles with some length at top. She's got a nice fleece on her. She's got good breed character. She's got some extension throughout. I think she ties together pretty well and a good place to start. The ewe lamb in second is the ewe lamb that most closely follows her. She's not quite as even in the fleece front to rear as what I think I've got on that first individual, but I think it's adequate at this point. A ewe that dark enough in her points, and she just ties together again. She's just a nice kind of a sheep. She's got enough thickness, enough mass. She's youthful and feminine enough at this point. At this point in her development, she's sound enough to where you just got to run her towards that top end. The ewe in third, a little coarser in her makeup, a little earlier maturing, a little rounder in her structure, but a nice fleeced ewe. A ewe that's got good density to it. It seems to be very even as you go across the side. As we go down the line, we've got some more nice ewe lambs. There's some ewe lambs with tremendous pattern. There's a little more variability in the fleeces than what I would prefer to find at this particular point in time. I think share these fleeces off, come back and reevaluate them next spring, and I think they'll probably look a lot better than they do right now. They've been worked, and it's just not they're not handling correctly. They just aren't as even as you go across the side as what I had on the top end.
placing on the Cordell class of February ewe lambs. First place goes to entry 43, Peters, 1516, Colin Peters, Versailles, Kentucky, Ohio. Second to entry 42, Craig, 1525, Colin Peters, Versailles, Ohio. Third to 44, Caitlin Wallace of Casstown, Ohio. 4 to 50, Caitlin Stillion, Lore City, Ohio. And 5 to 49, Ellen Peters, Versailles, Ohio.
Ladies and gentlemen, while we're selecting the Cordell Champion ewe, I want to make an announcement and say that this past week we lost a good friend and a longtime member of the Cordell family. Ruth Hartman from Pennsylvania passed away this past week. Will certainly be missed in the Cordell family. We ask that you go by the Cordell booth. There will be a book over there, and if you take a moment to write a note on behalf of Ruth and the family, they would certainly appreciate it. We're assembling that, and that's over at the Cordell booth. Thank you very much.
We've had a fine set of females out here for the Cordell show. I really appreciate the quality we've had. Just nice set of ewes top to bottom. However, I think when you get right down to it, there was one class that the top end really just stuck out, and that set of yearling ewes, the top end in that was just exceptional. I realize they're not perfect. They've got little things you'd like to change, but boy, that was a tremendous top end. I don't usually see that many good ewes all thrown together that you could grab and run any different direction you wanted to. And again, we got 2 of those back out here. I'm going to use those for champion reserve today.
Best block. But no, I meant the ham block. For the Cordell show, our champion ewe was our first place yearling ewe, ORF 1441, Thomas Freeze, New Salem, North Dakota. He also had the reserve champion ewe on the second place yearling ewe, Phrase 403. Now ready to show best headed Cordell Then we'll do best fleece, and then state flock for the Cordales.
You don't know who won the flock?
Winner of the Hampshire Young Flock Award goes to Jenna Sullivan of Modus, Connecticut. That does conclude our Hampshire show. We're ready to move into our Pole Dorset show.
Oh, that's right. After Tracy gets the ribbons laid out, goes and takes a pee, then we'll start. I'm getting ready. Fitted ball. I did warn him that we were finishing up the ham, so they have.
When you figure this entire class of March ewe lambs is actually the first 3 days, it really tells you the quality that's being born at the same time all across the country in the South Downs out here. A really good deep class. Two really exceptional ewe lambs to come up to the top part of this class. Their ewe lambs are really extended about that front end. They're really long in their overall body type. They got quite a bit of muscle in them. I think I really appreciate about these two ewe lambs, while they have some condition over their ribs, I think it's in a good pattern and in a good stage in their life. I think their ewe lambs is going to continue to grow. We're going to talk about the elephant in the room. I think both these two ewe lambs in my mind are too dark in their coloring points. So when you talk about that, I think it's a wash in that aspect. We talk about it, we move on. I think just there's too many good parts for these ewe lambs not to start this class. For ewe lamb in first, she just got a touch more expression in that muscle right over that rack. Wants to stand out straighter and truer and wider in that base off those rear legs, and that's what's going to get her to the top part of this class. A really good ewe lamb in her own right. Once again, our ewe lamb here in second. Follows along very similar there in her overall makeup. She wants to hock in just a touch, wants to walk just a slight bit more base narrow than that first place ewe, but in a really, really good ewe. Really long-bodied, really level-made broody type of ewe here in third. Ewe's just carrying that touch more condition than I think she needs to today as compared to those ewes ahead of her. But when we talk about that overall length of body and levelness in her overall design, a very high-quality ewe lamb. Rounding out here in our ewe lamb in fourth, I think follows along very similarly. Not quite as long in that overall design from nose to tail as we view her from the side as those ewes ahead of her for me today, but I think a ewe with a lot of depth, the side, and rib shape to her for a nice ewe lamb. And then as we round out the class, a ewe lamb that just gives up a little bit of that power of those ewe lambs ahead of her in my mind to move up any higher, wants to get a little coarser in the bottom part of that shoulder. But when we talk about a really stylish ewe lamb, that's this ewe lamb here in fifth. Once again, a really deep, really good class all the way down through. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
South Downs, we now need to go to late March ewe lambs. Late March and after ewe lambs for the South Downs. Support March 4 and after.
placing on the early class of March Southdown Ewe Lambs. First place goes to entry 303 4CE 15180, Morgan and Preston 4C, Owenton, Kentucky. Second place to entry 320 Leininger 5053, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Third place to entry 314 Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. 4 to 308 Riker Beckmeyer, Atwood, Illinois. And 5 to entry 352 Cade Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois.
That was all over the place.
Yes, about 20 minutes. This is Todd. Yeah. During this race, during ring 3, 4 will have the quarter shifts. Yes, ma'am.
Polled Dorset exhibitors, polled Dorset exhibitors. We want to remind you that the owner of the animal must be at the head of the animals. The owner must be at the head of the animal. Assistance can be given, but not at the head of the animal, according to Polled Dorset rules. We're now showing Cordale, best-headed individual. Best-headed individual, Cordale.
What about the fleece?
Best fleece for the Cordale show went to entry number 29, Wolf 041, shown by Caitlin Stilling of Lore City, Ohio. For the Coradale best headed individual is a yearling ewe, entry number 15, Cherry Farm 0565, Grant Hunter of Attica, Tennessee. Now showing state flock for the Coradales, and after that we go into senior ram lambs for the Columbias. Is there any?
A nice group of rams to start our Paul Dorsett show here this afternoon. I like the ram that we're using to win the class. Far and away the most complete individual in the class as you combine structural integrity, the way he tracks around the ring on his feet and legs. He's one of the two straighter top rams in the class. Combine that with nice breed character and handles with a notch more muscle. I'm very comfortable with him in first place today. A very large frame, very extended ram in second. For that type of ram, he's an awfully good headed sheep. That's kind of unique in those characteristics. He too is one of the two straighter top rams in the class. Maybe doesn't handle with quite as much muscle through the lower leg as we have in our class winner. Maybe not quite as consistent off those rear wheels as is our class winner. The ram in third place, maybe not quite as dynamic in his overall makeup as what we have in our first two individuals, but he's so good out over that dock and hip set, so much wider and square out over that dock set that I need to work him into that top groups because that's a unique piece within this class. Similar story in fourth place, but a much smaller package. Again, a ram that's probably straighter down his top than several of the individuals that we've had out here in this class. Maybe carrying a notch more cover, maybe a notch more restricted off those rear wheels. A big bear in fifth hole. I like the dimension of size and bone that he brings us. I just like to tighten him up down his top line a little bit and clean him up in his throat latch a little bit today.
Placing on the fitted fall ram lambs for the Paul Dorsett show. First to entry number 3, Reynolds Stock Farm 1503, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry 6, Pine Ridge Dorsets 15022, also Olivia Wagner. Third place to entry 7, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Fourth to entry 8, Chloe Perlee of Kirkland, Indiana. And 5 to entry number 5, Evan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Again, now ready for Paul Dorsett Winter Ram Lambs.
Okay, you're going to announce this one.
State flock for the Coradales. Our winner was North Dakota. Now ready to bring in those Columbias.
Just want to commend the Southdown breeders once again for bringing out a really great set. We rounded out with this last class, a March and later ewe lambs out here, really deep, really good all the way down through. Start with a really easy class winner in my mind. This ewe won it a long time ago when we talk about that look and that eye appeal up through that front end, how she ties that all together, that overall length of body. She's got so much muscle over that top and from that rack and down into that lower part of that leg, and then just standing on a really good big foot, moving around really nice. A nice ewe lamb to start this class with. I think our ewe lamb in second follows along as similarly as any as I could find in the class. We talk about that cleanliness about her front end, that length and levelness of her side. Grant, I'd like to drop this ewe down just a touch. She gets a little shallower in her overall makeup as it relates to that first place ewe, but a really, really good ewe in her own right. Our ewe lamb here in third is a ewe lamb that I like for a lot of those same reasons as it talks about those first two ewe lambs. She gets a little deeper and coarser right through that chest floor, and that's what it's going to come down to on a really good ewe lamb, standing on a lot of bone now as we see her out here today. Goes very similarly for our fourth place ewe. She's really level about that top, maybe even a notch leveler in her overall makeup versus that ewe ahead of her. She just gets coarser in her design as we see her from the front end. Doesn't tie that package together as well, but we like this depth of side and the muscling that we feel about this ewe. We round out our top five, a really complete ewe lamb here in fifth, a ewe lamb that we like for the muscle that she has for her size. She's just putting it together in too small a package overall for me out here today. Maybe she'll go out and grow some more, but I think when we talk about that levelness in her overall makeup and the handling of the muscle, she needs to be up in this top group of a really deep, really good class. Once again, let's give all these exhibitors a really nice round of applause.
Now ready to show for junior champion and reserve junior champion, Southdown U.
To start off our Columbia classes, we've got a big stout made kind of a ram up here on top. Good heavy bone kind of a ram, big ribbed. He's got just a little more to him in terms of meat, muscle, and overall mass working for him end to end. He's not the super extended ram, but I think he was definitely one of the longest topped, one of the longest hind saddled. Combine that with the thickness and depth of muscle he's got, and I think there's just a little more sheep there. Pretty decent fleece on him, pretty even, just a pretty nice sheep all the way around. You come into that second ram. I really like the pattern of this ram. I like the extension up through his front end. It lays in very nicely up through his front shoulder. Ram, and again, has some thickness, has some width over down his top, has some length back through his hind saddle. Just doesn't move out quite as free and easy off those hind legs today. Again, a nice sort of a fleece on him, ties together pretty well otherwise. We've got another stouter made kind of a ram here in third, big ribbed. He's got some chest floor to him. He's got some overall mass working for him from end to end. He's not quite as heavy in that bone structure at this point. But again, he does have that extra length that you'd like to find, especially back through that hind saddle. Not as even a fleece as what I felt I had right up on top of the class. Two more pretty decent kind of rams, just not quite as free and easy moving and sound as what I felt I had in towards the top end.
Now ready for Columbia Junior Ram Lamb. We do want to give out and award the Pot of Gold Futurity trophies and rosettes for the yearling ewes for the South Downs. In 10th place, we had Holden Lovelace with a Rinker ewe. In 9th, John David Crowder with an Oldenburg ewe. In 8th, Lindsey Watson with an A&M Ranch ewe. 7th place, Haley Kessinger with a Maple Line ewe. In 6th, we had Connor Sewell with a Bedell ewe. 5, Mackenzie Paget with an Oldenburg ewe. 4th was Lydia Wilson with a Forsey ewe. Third place, Ephraim Fowler with a Wilworth ewe. Second, Caroline Kuhn with a Forsey ewe. And our winner of the Futurity for yearling ewes is Trent George, also with a Forsey ewe. So we'd like those participants in the top 10 of the yearling ewe program for Futurity for South Downs to come up to the ring where they'd like to get a group picture of you getting your awards.
In this next class of Dorset Buck Lambs, we've got several real nice individuals to consider. I think you could sort these a couple different ways and feel pretty confident. I like the completeness of the parts we've got in this first place individual. I like the way his lines are parallel. He tracks around the ring really, really good on those feet and legs, very, very consistently. I think he's as solid down his top line as we have. Very nice neck angle on this sheep, and a nice breed type on this sheep. I think he's a very complete individual, and it's hard to find him, with as few holes as what he has. The ram in second, certainly a larger framed ewe, a ram that's going to tip the scales a bit heavier. I like that about this sheep. He handles with a lot of body mass and not a lot of condition on him. Again, a rugged, structured kind of sheep. Maybe just not always as consistent down his top line as the class winner. Ram in third place, a very youthful appearing sheep, or a sheep that handles very green down his top. I'd like to give him just a handle with a little bit more mass and muscle down that top. Really, really cool front end, really, really cool breed type on this sheep. The ram that rounds out this top four, a very massive buck, one of the heavier muscled bucks of the top four. A ram that handles himself around the ring pretty well on his feet and legs. Maybe make him a notch stronger down that top line today and a little smoother through that front end, but a real nice class.
Placing on the Columbia Senior Ram Lamb class, first place went to entry 3, Troxel, 1426, Seth Hildenbrandt Bach, Plainfield, Wisconsin. Second to entry 1, Highway C210, Alec Balmer of Minduro, Wisconsin. Third to entry 4, Megan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. 4 to entry 5, Autumn Gregg, Fayette, Arkansas. And 5 to entry 2, Will Nelson, Canton, Illinois. Placing on the Pole Dorset fitted Winter Ram Lamb class, first to entry 10, McDaniel, 1525, Thomas Vandeventer of Camargo, Illinois. Second to entry 9, Quarter Mile Farms, 625, Ty Hodel, Mora, Illinois. Third to entry 14, Luke Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 4 to 12, Evan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. And 5 to entry 11, Celine Sicard of Colchester, Connecticut. Placing on the late March Lamb class for the South Downs. First to entry 329, Forsey E 15193, Morgan and Preston Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky. Second to entry 351, 5142, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Third place to entry 354, KDK 1523, Kelsey Smearcheck, Richalt, Wisconsin. Fourth place to entry 326, Caroline Kuhn, Manila, Indiana. And 5 to entry number 338, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. We'll go back to the futurity program announcements for the South Downs in just a moment after Matt finishes up his discussion.
As we get these 12 ewe-lambs out here for our junior champion, I think we can talk about consistency a little bit. You can love or hate what I did today, and I can understand that depending on where you were and where you stood around the ring. But I think as you look at these 12 ewe-lambs, I see a lot of the same similarities throughout this entire group. Things that I look for in sheep. I think they're good in their structure. They're good in their breed character. They're ewes that got a lot of length of body. I always think that's important. That levelness in their makeup, that muscle that they need to carry. I think they have to have a certain amount of femininity about them in their overall makeup, but I think we need to always be looking to the future, especially as we're talking about junior ewe-lambs that we want to continue to go out and grow as they move forward and then be ready to start being production for these individuals moving forward. I think it gets very tight out here. You've seen me walking back and forth. There's several of these ewe-lambs that I really, really like. I think that's a commendation to the exhibitors out here. Let's give them all a really, really big round of applause. I'll go out and select your junior champion and your junior champion reserve.
In this Columbia Ram Lamb class, we have Columbia Ram Lamb up here on top. Just got a lot more thickness and mass to him. Got a very nice fleece on him. Handles with more rib, more depth of body, more overall mass working from end to end. It's got just a little more bone. I really like the extension of this second place ram. Again, very nicely made, tightly made up through his front shoulder. Ram, but I think you have to appreciate the overall length. He's just not near filled out enough yet. Doesn't have near the depth of muscle down his top. Doesn't carry back with near as much through all portions of his leg is what I feel I've got in his first ram. That being said, I think give him another year. You look at him, he's going to be a big one. So there's going to be a lot of things that you can utilize out of this ram as a breeding piece. The ram in third, a little rounder in his structure, a little more conventional up through his front end, but still fairly smooth in his overall design. Got some length and muscle to him. Got some length down his top. Not quite as sound and free and easy off those hind legs as what I felt I had on that top ram. Not the extension of the second ram. Sort of slides into that third hole. Fourth ram, another pretty decent sort of ram. Again, just not quite as free and easy in his movement. A little finer in his overall makeup.
Thank you. 3 entries here in the Dorset Spring Ram Lamb class, and I think there's some significant differences in these. I like the Ram to start the class with. It shows me he's just a little truer through that hock area, a little more extended. I like his neck set a little better. Ram in second. I do like the bone of this Ram better. I like the way he has a bigger foot, a little bit more cannon bone there. I like his breed type or his head shape at any rate a little bit better. Like to loosen him up in that hock structure a little bit today. Now that he's relaxed and he continues to look better as he stands out here. Ram in third, giving up a little bit in terms of size and stature, but he's as straight down his top as anything we have in the class.
For the South Downs, our junior champion went to our class winner of the late March class, 4C, 15-193, entry 329, Morgan and Preston, 4C, Owenton, Kentucky. The reserve junior went to our early February ULAM class winner, Leininger, 5016, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. We're now selecting Grand Champion U for the South Downs. For the Pole Dorsets, we're ready with class number 4, selection of our Grand Champion fitted Ram. For the Columbias, we're also ready for Champion Ram for the Columbia show.
As we finish up our Southdown show, I think just four really, truly impressive females out here today. In my mind, really great examples of the Southdown breed. I want to commend all the exhibitors today. They brought out a great set of sheep all the way down through. They were courteous and quick moving to the ring. We put a lot of sheep through this ring today, but I think we did it in a really good fashion. That's accommodation to them and all the staff and families working in the back. Understand that as a judge and as many we had today, that I appreciate that and moving through. Once again, we talk about it all the time. You can flip these 4 around pretty easily and go several different ways. I wouldn't argue with you very hard. For me, I'm going to do something a little different than I normally do in here, but I think all the reasons are justified when you talk about the sheep that I just think really exemplifies everything that's truly great about the Southdown breed. Let's give all these exhibitors a really great round of applause. We'll go out and select our champion reserve.
Grand Champion U for the Southdown show went to our junior champion, first in the late March ULAM class, entry number 329, 4C, 15-193, Morgan and Preston, 4C, Owenton, Kentucky. The reserve goes to our senior champion, first in the intermediate February yearling U class, entry 120, 4C, E14242, Morgan and Preston, 4C, Owenton, Kentucky. Placing on the fitted spring Ram Lamb class for the Pole Dorsets, first to entry 19, Purple Ribbon Farm, 1557, Thomas Vandeventer, Camargo, Illinois. Second to entry 18, Purple Ribbon Farm, 1554, also Thomas Vandeventer. Third to entry 20, Rebecca Helton, Macon, Missouri. Placing on the Columbia Junior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 6, Troxel, 1503, Elizabeth Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Second to entry 7, Highway C 215, Alec Balmer, Minduro, Wisconsin. Third to entry 34, Keegan Lancey of Cloverdale, Indiana. And 4 to entry 9, McCoy Thiessen, Sauk Center, Minnesota. Now to finish up our fall ewe lambs for the Southdown Futurity in 10th place, Garrett Schreiner with KDK Southdowns.
Chevrolets are in 4.
Cody Washogle with a Williams U. Ashlyn Mull with a Forsey U is in 8. 7, Kaylee Harrison with a Forsey U. In 6, Clay Allison with an MB Genetics U. 5th place, Dylan Klug with a Pleasant Springs Southdowns U. 4th place, Holden Lovelace with a Rinker U. 3rd place, Bailey Wade with a Reed U. 2nd place went to Lydia Wilson with a Forsey U. And first to Robert Casey with an MB Genetics U. For the Columbia, our champion Ram went to the first place senior Ram Lamb, entry number 3, Troxel 1426, Seth Bach Hildenbrandt, Plainfield, Wisconsin. The reserve to our class winner in the junior Ram Lamb class, Troxel 1503, Elizabeth Thiessen, Alden, Illinois.
Ready for yearling ewes.
Now ready for yearling ewes for the Columbias.
Nice set of rams out here to select from and picking our champion fitted ram here at the junior show. Again, some nice rams, some rams that certainly have more than adequate growth for their age. Just some differences in soundness, straightness at top, hip, things like that. And as we try to find the ones that put the most pieces together, several of these do that to a real high degree. I think there's one that kind of sets himself apart. It's a little bit close for reserve. Let's give all these kids a nice round of applause. We'll go out and select our champions.
Yeah, I went down and told him, yeah, we're ready. Dorset champion.
For our Dorset show, our champion Ram goes to the first place out of the fitted winner Ram Lamb class. Entry number 10, McDaniel 1525, shown by Thomas Vandeventer of Camargo, Illinois. Reserve grand champion was our fitted fall Ram Lamb, Pine Ridge, Dorset's 15007, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania, entry number 3. Now ready for Slick Shorn, fall Ram Lambs for the Pole Dorsets. Finishing up our futurity results for the Southdown show, the spring ewe lambs are in 10th place was Drew George with a Forsey ewe. In 9th, Caroline Kuhn with a Forsey ewe. In 8th, Lindsay Watson with a Kuhn ewe. 7th place was Emily Bright with a hired hand ewe. 6th place, Andy Belt with a Beckman ewe. 5th, Garrett Schreiner with a Bowman ewe. 4th, Carson Lobdell with a Bowman ewe. 3rd place, Jessica Leary with a Beetle ewe. 2nd, Lydia Wilson with a Forsey ewe. And our national winner in the ewe lamb portion of the futurity for Southdowns, Lexi Grace with a Scramblin' ewe. As soon as the stewards get the ring reset and divided into 4 rings instead of the 3 we have operated with, we will begin both our Katahdin show and our Border Cheviot show. Katahdins will be showing in ring number 3 with Fall Ram Lambs as your first class, and Border Cheviots will be showing in ring 4 with Senior Ram Lambs as your first class. Columbia exhibitors, we have yearling ewes in the ring right now. Your next class will be Senior Ewe Lambs. And our Polled Dorset ring currently has Slick Shorn Fall Ram Lambs. Your next class will be Slick Shorn Winter/Spring Ram Lambs.
In the slick shear division of the Dorset show, we've got a extremely heavy muscled ram, an extremely thick made ram to start the class with. He's really wide through that center portion of his body, big top sheep, carries that expression well down deep into his leg. A little bit trimmer fronted ram, but a similar kind of package in our second place ram. A ram that's certainly very clean in his lines, very elevated, a nice kind of sheep. Ram in third, certainly the largest frame ram. I appreciate that extra dimension. I think we can make him a notch larger. I just like to clean him up on his feet and legs just a little bit and give him a little bit more muscle relative to his frame.
Placing on the Pole Dorset Slickshorn Fall Ram Lamb class. First to entry 23, Smith 1431. Elliott Smith, Emporia, Kansas. Second to 22, Myers 8777. Tyler Myers, Rushvania, Ohio. And third to entry 21, Marisol Lee of Covington, Tennessee.
Suffolk Junior Association are selling t-shirts and sweatshirts at their booth if you'd like to help out that association.
Challenging class of Dorset Slick-sheared winter and spring ram lambs. I think as we evaluate these individuals, we've got several different peats and parts. It's a matter of where you want to put your emphasis today. And I think as we evaluate growth and soundness, I think this first ram does so rather handily in terms of heading to the top of this class. He is one of the better down his top. He's more parallel in his lines, more nearly consistent on his feet and legs, got some muscle about him, just kind of puts more good pieces together in a little growthier package. We get into second place lamb. He is one of the pounds heavier rams in the class. May have a bit more expression of muscle when you get around behind him. I kind of like that. Maybe a tick deeper through his chest floor than our class winner. I do like the way he runs uphill. We drop down to quite a bit smaller package into third place, but I like the way this ram balances out together. I can find this ram having some usefulness in different segments of our industry, more so than several of the others below him. We get into the next ram, a taller, more extreme ram, a very angular ram, a lamb we need to put some more lead in his britches to get him up the line a little further today. Next ram, again, a real smooth-hided ram, but a ram that doesn't balance out quite as well for us today.
Now ready to show Pole Dorset Champion Slick Ram. Slickshorn Champion Ram for the Pole Dorsets is your next class. Following the selection of our Slickshorn Champion in Reserve, we will show for overall Grand Champion Ram for the Pole Dorsets. So please have that fitted Champion in Reserve up ringside and ready now. Not later.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
In this Columbia yearling ewe class, I've got several things to try to sort through. The ewe I'm starting with is probably that best combination ewe. She's got some style and flash. She's got an awful lot of thickness and mass. She's got a lot of rib in her. She's a ewe that's got just a little more size and scale working for her. She's got enough bone. She's got a very nice fleece on her. It's very even, good density to it, good the way it handles. A ewe that I think just kind of slides the top end. You can't ignore her. Ewe in second, a ewe a little smaller in her stature, a little shorter at the point of her shoulder. You get your hands on her though, and she's all there. She's a big rib, deep-bodied kind of a ewe. She's one of the longest, widest hipped ewes out here. She does have a nice fleece on her. She's pretty good in terms of her overall movement, just like that first place ewe. She ties together very well. She's the kind of ewe that she may not always be up there at the top end of a show, but you can take her out and kick her out there and let her go to work for you, and she's the kind that'll probably be able to make you some money over time because she's going to be a solid sound kind of a ewe. We come to that third ewe, a ewe that's again just showing a little more extension throughout, a little harsher fleece at this point than what I felt I had in the way it handles compared to the two ewes above her, but a ewe that has an awful lot of length. She's got a lot of meat in her. She moves out very well. She's got that extension up through her front end. Maybe not the most super feminine ewe, but I think she's feminine enough to go ahead and warrant running her towards the top end of this class. Got another good big-bodied kind of a ewe here in fourth, a ewe that's got a lot of base and substance to her. She's got a lot of spring and depth to her rib. There's handles with an awful lot of volume throughout. Nice sort of fleece on her, sort of falls into this to the bottom end of this top four. We come to the fifth ewe, an extremely large frame kind of a ewe that's just not quite as sound in her movement, not up on her toes quite as well, not free and easy in her stride is what I felt I had in some of the ewes right up on the top end of the class. It's going to hurt her here just a little bit today, but I can sure appreciate the size, scale, and growth that she's got. She's going to be another one of those pounds heavy kind of sheep.
Gary, do you have yearling ewes done? Now ready for Columbia Senior Ewe Lambs. Columbia Senior Ewe Lambs to the ring. Is that the only thing?
That'd be good. Placing on the Pole Dorset Slickshorn Winter Spring Ram Lamb class, first went to entry 25, Smith 1506, Allison Smith, Emporia, Kansas. Second to 2-6, Smith 1508, Elliott Smith, Emporia, Kansas. Third to 28, Haley Webb, Rogersville, Tennessee. 4 to 29, Chad Lawyer, Carlock, Illinois. And 5 to 27, Tyler Myers, Rushvania, Ohio. Our overall champion for the Dorset show for Pole Dorsets was the fitted Winter Ram Lamb. Entry 10, McDaniel 1525, Thomas Vandeventer of Camargo, Illinois. The reserve went to the reserve fitted Fall Ram Lamb, shown by Pine Ridge Dorsets 15007, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania.
As we start our Katahdin show here today, two really big, powerful rams in my mind to come out here in today's class. I'm starting with a ram just a notch longer in his overall body design. He's leveler out over that top. He's really good when you get down in that lower part of that leg, the amount of muscle he's carrying. Once again, a really good ram here sitting in second. A lot of rib shape to this ram. Just level him a little bit. Want to walk him a little wider off the rear end, but two really good rams to start off our Katahdin show.
Now ready for Katahdin January Ram Lambs. Katahdin January Ram Lambs to the ring, please.
here on the Cheviot side, two really nice rams to evaluate. Really like the length of spine the ram that's going to win the class with. Extremely long from that last rib back, and that's really where he really excels over the ram that's going to be in second. He's not quite as nicely presented as the ram that we have in second, but when you start to analyze him off of that foot and into that bone, and the way he moves that off of those rear legs, he's a lot more square, true, and he's stride as he gets away from you. I really appreciate that about him. Then you get up on top of him, and he's a lot thicker and has more dimension of muscle and shape in the center portion of that rib, and you get back out to that hip. He again has carrying more muscle shape and dimension into the center portion of that leg, and especially into the twist. I like the ram in second for his eye appeal. Really a pretty sheep off to the side. I love the head about him. I think for me he's a little nicer headed than the ram that's going to win the class. But when you get up on top, he's really green in his makeup. He's really shallow, a little bit too shallow for me in that loin area. I like to give this ram some more pounds when we're starting to analyze muscle and mass in his top, and especially down to that center portion of that leg. And then once you get him and set him in motion, he is the widest base, but with that, he wants to roll just a little bit for me today. But really a pretty sheep off the side. There's some good pieces in the ram in second. Nice class of Cheviot bucks.
We now need Border Cheviot intermediate ram lambs into the ring. We need Katahdin January ram lambs into the ring. Placing on the Columbia yearling U class, first to entry 13, Highway C197, Alec Balmer, Minduro, Wisconsin. Second to 17, Mackenzie 84, Lucy, Lily Craigo of KC, Wyoming. Third to entry number 15, Chloe Nelson, Canton, Illinois. 4 to entry number 19, McCoy Thiessen, Sauk Center, Minnesota. And 5 to entry number 10, Chaley Miner of Reelsville, Indiana. How did you say? Placing on the Katahdin Fall Ram Lambs, first went to entry 1, Doc P 1228-14, Lex Karsten of Pipestone, Minnesota. Second to entry 2, SPL 1839, Rhett Hancock, Noble, Illinois. For the Border Cheviots, our senior Ram Lamb class, first place went to entry 1, Rinker 2078, shown by Casey Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. Second to entry 2, Martin 761-09291, Paige Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Again, we need Cheviot intermediate ram lambs to the ring, please. We do want to introduce our fourth judge that has joined us now that we've been able to split the ring and have 4 rings going. That's Tim Fleener judging the Border Cheviots. Tim's from Robisonia, Pennsylvania, a pastor at Richland Church of the Brethren, and he's also employed with Swine Services as a manager with Smithfield. Tim and his wife Sarah raise Hampshire and Shropshire sheep, and they're also owners of South Mountain Show Cattle. Let's welcome Tim Fleener to your Border Cheviot show. Our Pole Dorset and Horn Dorset shows today, as well as our Katahdin show, are all national shows. The Katahdin show is named the Kennedy Family National Katahdin Junior Show.
In this class of Columbia ewe lambs, we've got a ewe up here that's just got a lot more length of body to her. She's got more thickness and depth. There's just a lot more to her at this point. She's probably going to be one of the pounds heavy sheep out here. Combine that with a good fleece, and she ties together a good head. and she's just a pretty good sheep to start the class with. Come in here with second to you is definitely a little shorter in her side view profile. She's shorter back through her hind saddle, but she's got plenty of rib in her. She's got a nice sort of a fleece on her as you evaluate it across the side. Still a little harsher in its handle compared to the ewe above her, but I think ewe that, again, she's a high quality individual with a good wide base, got some volume working for her, should make a productive kind of a ewe. I like the extension of that third place ewe up through her front end. She's very feminine, very attractive, not quite as even a fleece as you go across the side and try to evaluate that ewe. And that ewe in fourth kind of slides in again to that fourth, that middle position. She's just a good, solid kind of a ewe. You can't really pick a lot of holes in her. She doesn't really overwhelm anybody in terms of any one particular trait, but just a pretty good, solid kind of a sheep.
5 really nice Katahdin rams here in our January Ram Lamb class. Rams in different parts and pieces, I think. Starting with 2 kind of bigger frame rams, or longer bodied rams in my mind. I'm starting with the red ram here, just a little better in his overall, how he puts it all together. I think he's standing a little square and true on all 4 feet. He's nice. When you get your hands on him, I think he's just that notch longer in that loin as we get our hands on him versus our second place ram. Once again, our second place ram very similar in his overall makeup. Ram with a lot of boldness to that rib, a lot of width over that top. Just a notch shorter. We talk about loin as we getting with our first place ram, but an excellent ram in his own right. Biggest rumped ram is our ram here in third. A ram you really like when you get down into the amount of muscle he's carrying down that leg. However, he's the shortest as we view him from the side, from nose to tail, all the way through. I'd like to just lengthen this buck out, put him in a little bigger package to get ahead of those 2 rams in front of him. Nice ram here in fourth, just a little more youthful, not giving up, or is giving up too much of that overall size and scale of those rams ahead of him to get up any higher. And then a really green appearing ram to round out the class. Just need to give him some overall more power to move up higher in this class. Nice group of ram lambs. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Placing on the Katahdin class of January Ram Lambs, first to entry 6, Tor 15311, Matthew Beatty, Carl Junction, Missouri. Second to entry number 8, Doc P 1861, Lex Karsten, Pipestone, Minnesota. Third to entry 4, Taylor Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee. 4 to 7, Rhett Hancock, Noble, Illinois. And 5 to 5, Chase Israel, Geneva, Florida.
Really a nice set of Cheviot buck lambs to evaluate in this first class. Really have one here that comes to me that fairly easily when we start to look at these bucks and where they need to be today. Really like the foot size, the bone structure on this particular sheep. He gets up in that front end with a lot of authority and a lot of extension up into that shoulder, up into that neck. Really a nice head on this particular sheep. Then you get up on top of him. He has the most power and dimension and muscle and shape in through that spine and out through that hip. His scrotal circumference is where we need to have it at this particular time. Very complete, good kind of sheep to start off the class. Then we've got some give and take after that. We're going to use the buck lamb that's probably one of the prettiest ones off the side. I like his youthfulness about him. He's clean in his design. I like the shape that he has when we start to analyze him in that shoulder and up through that neck. He's got some extension to him. He shows me he's going to continue on. He's going to get and grow into a really a nice yearling buck. He's also the greenest one that's out here in this particular time. I'd like to give him more shape and muscle, but with that being said, once you get your hands on him, he is really straight down that spine. He's level out through the hip, and once you see him off the move, he keeps himself together extremely well. And I think for me, what we're looking for bucks, he fits very nicely in second. The third place ram is kind of more designed as far as body shape and muscle mass as maybe our class winner. But he tends to be a little three-dimensional for me. He kind of breaks a little bit more in that shoulder. Doesn't come together into that rib quite as neat and as the buck's right above him. I'd like to just trim him up in the center portion of that chest floor, bring his elevation and give him a little higher headset. Tends to be a little plainer about his head for me when we start to analyze him up against the two bucks right above him. But here's a ram that has a really great rib shape. He's deepened up in his rib, and he's deepened up in his flank. But once you watch him out on the move, he gets a little rolly off those back legs and wants to drop from his hooks to his pins a little more than I like to see. Round off the class with a really youthful type of ram, a little narrow base type of sheep once you get to see him off the move. You do like him as far as the way he sits down on those feet. He's really correct. He's really sound. I just like to jack him up in his front end just a little bit better to make him any higher. Nice class of Cheviot rams to evaluate.
Some kind of different parts and pieces out here in our Catan February later ram lamb class. I'm starting with the biggest, most powerful ram in my mind when we talk about that rib shape of this ram when you get your hands on the amount of muscle. Granted, I'd like the way he sits off those rear legs to be a bit truer and square, but I think there's just so much good in this ram. He needs to get to the top part of this class in my mind for that aspect. I think two rams very similar in their overall makeup here in second and third. So with a notch longer bodied ram, a really level made ram all the way down through. Giving it just a smidge more, less muscle than our first place ram is what's going to get him into second. I'll grant he is a little squarer and truer off those rear legs, but he's just giving up too much of that power and overall muscle shape to get ahead of our first place ram. Once again, our ram here in third follows along very similarly in the levelness at top. We like this ram. We get our hands on him. He just shortens up too much in his overall body length to get up any higher in my mind in this class today. Kind of a bigger rib ram here in fourth. Ram that wants to break behind that shoulders, not put it together and clean a package as those rams ahead of him in my mind to move up any higher today. But we appreciate this ram for the amount of rib that he's showing us coming out here today. And then two ram lambs to round off the class. So we're just a little bigger of the two rams. A ram that wants to get a little softer on those feet and legs is what's going to hold him back from moving up any higher in this class today. And then a younger type of appearing ram lamb here to round up the class. Just needs a few more days to catch up to those rams ahead of him. A really good class all the way down through though. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
We're now ready for Grand Champion Drive over in the Cheviot.
In this class of Columbia ewe lambs, we've got a big extended kind of a ewe lamb here. She's even in her fleece, not necessarily the finest fleece out here, but it's very even as you go across the side. She's got an awful lot of extension throughout. She's got a lot of length, the top length back through her hind saddle, fairly long and smooth in her stride, and I think she just ties together and slides the top end of this class. You come into that second individual, the one that's most like her in terms of her overall type and kind. Again, that very similar kind of a fleece, maybe not quite as even as that first one, but it's very close. Again, it's got good density to it. She's got a lot of length at top. She's very square and level down that top. She's level back through her hip, and again, fairly long in her stride. Come to the third ewe lamb. The ewe lamb that, again, she's got just a little more rib in her than either one of those two. She doesn't have near the length, the top, not quite the width and depth, the muscle that I felt I had in that first individual, not quite the length and squareness of hip of the second. She's going to kind of slide into this third hole. The fourth ewe lamb, another high-quality individual that you can surely justify a lot of places. I'm going to put her fourth here today. I just don't think there's quite enough to her when you handle her as compared to the ewes above her. But a ewe that I think give her some time, she's going to be a good, big, stout-made, kind of massive kind of a ewe, I think, with those days on feed.
Got an incredible cast of Dorset females out here. As a breed, you should be pleased with the set of yearling ewes that these kids have brought out here. An exemplary set of females that are presented and shown very well here this afternoon. Really close placing in my mind in these first two ewes. Straight out of the gate, I like both these ewes. If anybody has the impression that I don't like them, you're not paying attention. To be at the top of a class this good, you've got to bring some heat, and these girls do. I like this first ewe. She's a very, very long-bodied ewe. She tracks all day long just the way she needs to. Her top is money. She's straight and strong down her top, very extended. She's starting to back down, for crying out loud. She's going to go to work pretty soon, but she's out here looking like a showgirl, and that's a hard combination to do. We can say a lot of these same things about our ewe in second. She's a big-footed ewe. She really tracks around the ring really well. Got a lot of mass, a really big square hip ewe. I like this about it. She, too, is really straight and strong down that top. Maybe not the overall length of side we have in our first place ewe, but it's awfully close. They percentage very, very similar. I like both these ewes of mine. Second place ewe, same way. She's bagging down. She's going to be going to work pretty soon. These are the kind of ewes you want at the top of a class. It makes my job fun. Third place ewe, pretty as a picture. A little more youthful, a little greener than the two ewes we have above her. Look at the elegance of this ewe. Her lines are really good, very extended, really sure-footed, just not the total mass and volume we have in these two working girls right ahead of her. Ewe in fourth place, a ewe again with a tremendous amount of body, a straight top ewe, a tremendous amount of bone. Where we want to change this ewe is she starts getting a little deeper through that chest floor, a little higher in the flank relative to the three ewes that we have above her. Next ewe we have in line, a better balanced ewe from that perspective, a really straight topped ewe. I'd like to take that neck and stick it up on top of her shoulders more consistently. Gets a little lower through that front where her neck set is, but bone work, footwork, to be in this water, you got to be good, and they are. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Here in the champion Cheviot Buck Drive, really four nice individuals to take a look at for your champion and reserve. When we start to analyze these bucks, they sure move around the ring really well. They're good on those feet and legs. You get the right kind of breed character about them. There's a couple of them out here that have just a little bit more body into them, a little bit more muscle mass, but yet come into a pattern that you can take on and continue the breed extremely well. So I'll go out and look at them one more time and select your champion reserve.
For our Columbia Show Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 23, Troxel 1425, Courtney Hildenbrandt Bach of Plainfield, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 24, Worm 515, Will Nelson, Canton, Illinois. Third to 26, Autumn Gregg, Fayetteville, Arkansas. 4 to entry 27, McCoy Thiessen, Sauk Center, Minnesota. And 5 to entry 22, Megan Embody, Bluffton, Ohio. Placing on the Pole Dorset class of fitted yearling ewes.
In our Katahdin Champion Ram Drive out here. 6 weeks, really good rams. out here in my mind, we didn't have huge numbers, but I think the quality is very good. Really happy with the 6 rams we have out here. When we talk about rams, they got a lot of rib shape, got some muscle over that top, got some levelness in their overall design. Just a real high quality set out here. You could go a couple different ways, and I wouldn't completely disagree with you in that aspect. I have one ram that floated right to the top in my mind in his overall quality, and then it gets maybe a little closer for reserve. But let's give all these exhibitors really nice round of applause. Brought out a nice set of rams this morning.
Fitted yearling ewes for the Pole Dorsets fall yearling ewes. First place goes to entry 39. Loudon Acres 872, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry 31. Bradford Jensen Partnership 0350, Sarah Moore, Jerseyville, Illinois. Third to entry 38. Johanna DeJora of Newberg, Oregon. 4 to 40, Kara Ricconi, Frenchtown, New Jersey. And 5 to 41, Stephen Campbell, Blairsville, Pennsylvania. For the Border Cheviots, we need yearling ewes to the ring. And for Katahdins, we also need yearling ewes. The Katahdin Champion Ram was our January first place winner. Entry number 6, Tor 15311, Matthew Beatty, Carl Junction, Missouri. The reserve champion to our first place fall Ram Lamb. Entry 1, Doc 122814, Lex Karsten of Pipestone, Minnesota. For the Border Cheviots, our champion ram went to our first place Ram Lamb. Entry number 3, Speldy 3829, Cade Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. The reserve was our first place senior Ram Lamb. Entry 1, Rinker 2078, Casey Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. Placing on the Cheviot Junior Ram Lamb class, first place went to entry 3, Speldy 3829, Cade Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to entry 6, Diamond C 0301, Paige Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. And third to entry 5, Cade Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin.
In this class of Columbia ewe lambs, we've got a ewe lamb up here again that just sort of slides the top pretty easily. That good, the combination of a good fleece with some mass working for her, got some spring to rib, got some length and muscle down her top, some extension up through her front end, pretty good headed, ties together pretty well. Just a good place to start. Trying to come into that second place, I'm going to opt to use a little finer fleece kind of a ewe that is not as even over across her side, but she's another ewe with some rib and some volume and dimension working for her. Pretty good headed kind of a ewe, just sort of slides into that second hole. I like the extension up through the front end of this third place ewe, very attractive individual, ewe that's not quite as even in her fleece, not quite the overall body to her, does not handle with as much overall muscle mass down her top as either of the ewes above her. However, a ewe I think that is youthful enough to where I think she's got a lot of growing left to do once she fills in. I think she's going to make a very good kind of a yearling ewe, should be very competitive as we go down the line, go later on through her show career. Got two more nice ewe lambs, just not quite as complete a ewes as what I felt was on top.
Breeding sheep exhibitors, if you're only showing in the junior show, you can get a release if you're completely done showing. We will let you out and kind of trickle you out so you don't have to leave all at once and have a bottleneck here. If you have decided to leave,
Placing on the Katahdin class of February and later Ram Lambs, first place to entry 13, EHJ 533, Matthew Beatty, Carl Junction, Missouri. Second, entry 10, Tor 15619, Christopher Beatty, Carl Junction, Missouri. Third to 14, Taylor Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee. 4 to entry 15, Lex Cartson, Pipestone, Minnesota. And 5 to entry 11, Ethan Staley, Fredericktown, Ohio. Placing on the Columbia Yearling Ewes, early ewe lambs, first place in the early class of those ewe lambs goes to entry 33, Highway C214, Alec Balmer, Minduro, Wisconsin. Second to 32, Highway C216, also Alec Balmer. Third to entry 31, Courtney Hildebrandt Bach of Plainfield, Wisconsin. 4 to entry 30, Elizabeth Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. And 5 to 28, McCoy Thiessen, Sauk Center, Minnesota. In Class 2, our later class of ewe lambs there, first place goes to entry 39, Worm 552, Seth Hildebrandt Bach, Plainfield, Missouri. Second to 35, Bruner 15-3, Chayla Minor, Reelsville, Indiana. Third to entry 36, Mallory Minor, Reelsville, Indiana. 4 to 38, Morgan Davis, Elburn, Illinois. And 5 to 37, Abigail Stahlbaum of Arlington, Wisconsin. junior exhibitors, we want to remind you, before you leave, we do need to get an official picture with the official photographer if you had a breed champion or reserve, either you or ram. So if you had a breed champion, ram, or you, or reserve champion, ram or you, we do need to get an official photo of you over at the photo booth. We'll use those at the website and for other publicity.
In this class of Columbia ewe lambs, this falls into line pretty quickly in my own mind. I've got a ewe lamb up here that she's just a very good, solid, sound individual. She moves about as well as anything out here. She stands down on a little bit of bone. She's got some mass working for her. She's got a very even fleece. You go across her side. Good-headed. I think she's just a pretty logical place to start. The ewe lamb in second is a ewe lamb that once you get your hands on her, she starts to grow on you. She's got a little more width and thickness than what you might expect. She's got some dimension in terms of that spring and depth to her rib. She's got some volume overall, got some meat working for her. Doesn't have quite the width of base, doesn't move out quite as wide tracking as what I've got in this top ewe, but a ewe that I really think is just a pretty good kind of a sheep. We got a nice ewe here in third, a little flashier. She's a little smoother up to her front end, maybe a bit more feminine the way that shoulder lays in. However, I don't think she handles with quite the overall muscle mass down her top. Again, a nice sort of fleece on her, got good density to it. May not be quite as even as a couple of the ewes right above her, but it's a pretty good kind of a sheep. We've got a ewe here in fourth, another flashy kind of a ewe. She doesn't, just not quite the overall fleece quality of what I felt I had on the first individual. I think she's very similar overall type and kind. It's kind of hard to move her clear down to fourth, but she doesn't seem to fit anywhere else in the way I'm looking at it logically. So going to fall this way today, but still another pretty good ewe. I think in terms of you peel her off, look at her as a slick shear, you're going to actually be pretty impressed with her in terms of the overall size, scale, mass, and muscle that she's probably going to possess. We've got another nice ewe here. She's pretty sound in her movement. Again, just a little harsher in the way the fleece handles as compared to some of the others out here today.
Another tremendous class of Dorset yearling ewes in this late fitted yearling ewe class. More different options here in this class, depending on, there's more differences in type and maturity pattern within this class, which is kind of normal in a later class. The two ewes that sorted themselves to the part to me are ewes that are very much alike. They're ewes that got a lot of bone, they've got a lot of mass and volume, they've got a lot of depth and spring of rib, yet they're still very feminine and youthful, really, really sound. The ewe that starts the class with really handles phenomenal down that top. She probably kind of excels the group in tail set and width out over her pins and carrying some thickness down deep into her leg. Really good down that top. Neck sits up on top of her shoulders. Hard to pick this one apart from a completeness standpoint. Ewe in second might be a notch taller at the point of her shoulder. Again, another big rugged ewe with a ton of bone, yet some angularity and femininity about that front end. A ewe that's good topped, better than most, but not quite as good as the one right ahead of her. Good tail setted, but not quite as good a tail setted as the ewe right ahead of her. Ewe in third, she's kind of the buffer between the two groups. She's a big topped ewe. She's a ewe that runs uphill a lot. I like that about her. Some of her width and thickness is due to the extra coverage she's carrying. She's probably carrying a little more condition than the ewes right behind her, but she carries it real well. She looks the part, and I like that. The ewes in fourth and fifth are a little bit different. They're more extreme ewes. They're quite a bit different than what we've seen out here in a couple in the last class or in this class. Really tall extreme ewe here in fourth hole. A lot of people like this ewe. I like this ewe, or she wouldn't be this high. A very extended ewe, a ewe that's good in her lines, a little straighter in her hock, a little shallower in her rib. For that kind of height, I'd maybe like to give her a tad more depth and loosen her up in a hock a little. But man, she's pretty, she's fancy, and she's real young looking. Similar story in our next ewe, a really, really long-bodied ewe, a ewe that handles probably longer than the ewe right ahead of her, a good-footed ewe, a ewe that's a little bit longer fronted, and a ewe that I'd like to drop a little more depth in this ewe as well. But that's being picky of some awfully good Dorset yearling ewes.
have five of the bigger bodied ewes here in our Katahdin Yearling Ewe Show. In my mind, that's what sifts them up to the top part of this class. Starting with a really long bodied, really level made ewe. A ewe that's going to get there to the top in my mind when you get your hands on it. She's the longest loined, especially these top five as we get out here today. I'd maybe want to tick her up on her toes just a touch more off those rear legs, but I think overall the good and the quality in this ewe is what's going to get her to the top of the class in my mind. You in second is you. I thought about using very early on when she first walked out here. She's really good and bold about her overall structure. She's really wide about how she tranks off that rear wheel. She carries that all the way up into a wide hip. She just wants to break a little bit behind those shoulders. She wants to shorten up just a touch in that loin as compared to that ewe ahead of her. So it's going to slide her into second for me today, but I think a really good high quality ewe. You in third follows along very similar in that overall makeup. Just shortens up a little bit as we view her from the side as compared to the 2 ewes ahead of her to get her up any higher. Really youthful appearing ewe here in fourth, a ewe we appreciate for that. She's really long and extended about that front end. She just shortens up a little bit in that overall length of the body in my mind to get her up any higher today. And then we end with a really broody type of ewe as we talk about rib shape and the amount of depth she has that side. She just gives up too much in that overall body length in my mind to move up any higher today, but a really good quality ewe in her own right. Really good all the way down through. Really nice class of yearling ewes. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Coming into the ring for the Dorsets should be fitted early fall ewe lambs. For the Katahdins, we need to have fall ewe lambs into the ring, please.
Here in the Cheviot side in the yearling ewe class, we got a little bit of differences in some styles and kinds and designs and trying to find those pieces that come together to make the kind of females that you're looking for. I found it in my first place yearling ewe, really a long spine female. I love the way her design, when you sit back off the side, you look at her, she's really fresh in her appearance. She's really fresh in the touch on this particular female. She comes up with really a nice foot into a great bone, comes up in that shoulder junction, really extends out, very feminine up to that front end and out through her head. Then you get right up on top of her. She's got a lot of dimension, a lot of femininity at the top of that shoulder. She comes back with some authority and some width and dimension out through the hip, and she's as level as anyone out through her dock region as you'd like to see her. I think for me, when you sit off to the side, she's got the right look off to the side. She's deepened up in through her ribs. She's deepened up in her flank. She's got some belly in her to be able to have that capacity to be able to be the mama ewe that she's going to need to be here in a couple months. For me, she's the kind of females that you're looking for. It doesn't matter whether you're raising Cheviots or you're raising another breed. She's the kind that's going to make you money every day. Then it kind of get from that point on, you get a little bit of some differences out here. For me, I'm going to use the fresher ewe that's going to be in second. I just find that she's a little fresher in her appearance. I like her better over the second place ewe up through her chest floor. She comes up with a lot of elegance up through her neck. She's really fresher about her head. She's a little shorter from side to side, from either ends on both sides of her. But when you get your hands on her, she's really neat and really has a lot of width of top into her, out through that hip. She actually she wants to drop herself just a little bit when you pull herself in too much. But once you get her stretched out there, she's as level as again as any ewe out here out through her dock. She's really square in her makeup. Really appreciate that about a very complete type of a sheep. If I was going to change her, I'd just like to give her a little bit more length from flank to flank, and then we could be a little bit more competitive with the female that's right above you. The big ewe here in third, you really like her for her size. I appreciate that about her. Really good footage. She's one of the heavier bone particular females out here. She's not as fresh when you're analyzing this particular female off of the touch. What I really like to change about her, she's really starting to put some chest floor into her. I like to trim her up into that chest floor. Then when we get back behind her, she wants to round a little bit more for me today when we start to analyze squareness and treeness off through the dock as we see some of the above them. But here's a big sheep that really a lot of good pieces into her. Today there's a couple things I'd just like to freshen her up to move her any higher. The next ewe here in line, we start to compare her, another long spine female. She doesn't come together as well as the three ewes right above her. She tends to want to be a little piecey when we're analyzing her off the top of that shoulder into the rack. She doesn't come together quite as well. And then we get back into her hooks to her pins. She wants to drop off. With that being said, she really squares up in kind of same kind of pattern when you look from behind and you watch her off the move as the ewes right above her. So if we just tie her together a little bit more, she'd be more competitive than the ones ahead of her. Then to round off the class with a big volume ewe. She's the volume ewe when you're analyzing. She's also a little coarser in her makeup as far as femininity about her head and her shoulder. I like to clean her up just a little bit more, but there's too much power and depth and springer rib and things into her that you really like to see. She's also the lowest stocked ewe, the top 5, but overall she's really a good piece to a breeding program if you're looking for that body mass and size to be a brood ewe. Nice class of yearling ewes. Thank you.
We need senior ewe. We need slick-shorn yearling ewes for the Border Cheviots to the ring, please.
In this class of Columbia ewe lambs, we've got a ewe lamb out here that once you get your hands on her, that's when you really start to appreciate her. She's a ewe lamb with a really big top. She's got a lot of meat all the way down through. She's got depth of loin. She's got width of loin. She's the biggest, squarest hip ewe out here by far. She's got a very even fleece. It's a very attractive fleece. That being said, it is a bit coarser than I might prefer. She's very long and free in her stride. She's feminine enough up to her front end. She's a ewe that's quite pleasing to handle. The ewe we've got here in second, a ewe that I can really appreciate in terms of that extension she's got up through her front end. She's a very attractive, eye-appealing kind of a ewe that's very smoothly laid up through that front shoulder. She does have some overall dimension in terms of spring to her rib, just doesn't have the extreme muscle mass and the squareness and levelness out through her hip that I felt I had in that first individual. A bit finer in her fleece. Again, a ewe fairly long in stride, doesn't necessarily move quite as well off those hind legs as what I feel I had in that first ewe. Might be just a touch stronger on her pasterns today. Come to that third ewe, she slides into that third hole rather easily. She's a ewe that, again, she's got some extension up through her front end, doesn't handle with quite the overall spring and volume up through that front end is what I felt I had in either one of the ewes above her, but I sure like that extension up through her front end. She's an attractive ewe. Come to that fourth ewe, a very nice kind of a ewe, just not enough of her at this point. She's a very young, fresh appearing kind of a ewe. Give her some time, some days on feed. Her better days are yet to come.
Dorset exhibitors, we want to remind you that the owner of the animal must be on the head of the animal being shown. For the Pole Dorset show, our second class of fitted yearling ewes. First place went to entry number 44, Spildy 9042, Luke Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 47, Crouch 1406, Alexander Rowe of Mora, Illinois. Third place to entry 42, Elaine Dorn, Arada, Wisconsin. 4 to 49, Austin Etzler, South Salon, Ohio. And 5 to entry 46, Jake Brome, Brillion, Wisconsin. Placing on the Columbia show in the late ewe lamb class, first to entry 40. This is the early late ewe lamb class. Placing first, entry 40, Highway C 222, Alec Bomber, Minduro, Wisconsin. Second to 43, Hendricks 519, Keegan Lautsey of Cloverdale, Indiana. Third to entry 41, Elizabeth Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. 4 to 42, Alec Bomber, Minduro, Wisconsin. And 5 to 44, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. Placing on the late class of ewe lambs, first place to entry 47, Mackenzie 122, June. Lily Crago, Casey, Wyoming. Second to 46, 1529, Jessica Monty, Kewanee, Illinois. Third to 45, Jessica Monty. And 4 to 48, Elizabeth Thiessen, Alden, Iowa.
Here, I can tell and show a really nice class all the way down through. Starting with the most level-made ewe in my mind, a ewe that's really good about that depth of side. She's standing on really good feet and legs. Then as you get your hands on her, I think she's really powerful. The amount of length and width of loin this ewe has, getting really woolly in that coat, but I think just a really nice ewe to start this class. I think a ewe in second follows along similarly as any in this class. to our first place shoe. She doesn't want to be quite as smooth over that top as that first place shoe. Wants to hock in just a touch as we get her from behind. But when we talk about that Springer rib and that broodiness to her, I think is a really good ewe to follow right along here in second. You here in third, it just gets as close as we can in that aspect of that ewe. She's very deep about that side. She's good about that handle. She wants to stand a little more base narrow for us today to get up any higher in this class. Really nice front-ended ewe here in fourth to round out this top group. We appreciate her for that. She just gets the softest handling as we get down into that leg, carrying the least amount of muscle, these top four in that lower part of the leg. So it's going to slide her into fourth for us today. But we appreciate the good feet and legs that she's standing on. Very good class all the way down through. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
In this slicked Cheviot Yearling U class, really a nice female here to start this class off. Whether she has the wool off or you put that wool back on her, she's really correct when you watch her on the move. Then you get up on top of her, a wide in through that loin and out through that hip. She's maybe a little fatter than what you want to see, but hey, if you put wool on her, you wouldn't necessarily see it as plain as it is right now, but she's really in good condition as far as her shape, her rib shape, and the depth of flank, and just the completeness of this particular female. Then we get into second, another female that we have a lot of body and body cavity when we're analyzing in through her rib. She's a little shorter frontage, she's a little more rounder in her pattern, and then we get when we get from behind her, she doesn't have as much power out and width out through her hip, and we see that through her flank. We just like to drop her in her flank just a little bit more to be more competitive with the ewe right above her. Then to round off with a real fresh, maybe a little more ideal type of finish. She's still a little bit green. She's long in her spine. She's square in through her hip. I just like to deepen her up and give her a little more Springer rib and give her more flank in order to be more competitive. But a very complete female to round off the class. Thank you.
Again, in a quality female show in the Columbia breed, we've had, you got a lot of class winners out here, I think, again, when you start looking at just good, solid, sound sheep that can definitely go out and work for these young people and to put them out in the flock and let them go to work for you. I think they've got the parts and pieces to be able to go out and do that. You start looking at the first and seconds, and there's just a good set of ewes all the way through. Been impressed with the quality all the way through today. Trying to pick two out of this, I think it starts to line up fairly easily. I thought we had, again, that powerful yearling ewe class. I'm going to go ahead and use these two yearling ewes for Champion Reserve. Just two good, solid ewes. They got a lot going for them, a lot to offer. I think when you take them as a whole, I think they're not necessarily the same type of sheep, but they have enough of the right things going for them that, again, if you're looking at overall in terms of a total breeding program, they're quite useful indeed.
Four really nice females out here for our senior champion, our Katahdin show. I think we've talked about all four of these ewes out here today. I think they're ewes. They have some broodiness, some depth to that rib. Then they got some length to side as well, which is always important in my mind. Carrying it in some muscle, but yet still putting it together in a very feminine package. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause. I'll go out and select your senior champion, senior reserve champion.
For the Columbia, we're now ready for best pair of lambs. That can be either sex or a combination. Placing on the Katahdin Yearling U class, first place went to entry 28, DHG 447, Taylor Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee. Second place to entry 24, WSK 4339, Catherine Pardon, Prospect, Tennessee. 3rd to 31, Lex Cartenson of Pipestone, Minnesota. 4 to 17, Morgan Muncie, Lafayette, Indiana. And 5 to 27, Matthew Beatty, Carl Junction, Missouri. Placing on the Border Cheviot Yearling U class, first place to entry 16, McGuire 4816, Cade Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to entry 10, Diamond C 0210, Paige Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Third to 9, Brooke Mazepink, Parksburg, Pennsylvania. 4 to entry 8, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. And 5 to 14, Cade Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Placing on the Slickshorn Border Cheviot Yearling Ewes, first to entry number 20, Moore 944, Brooke Mazepink, Parksburg, Pennsylvania. Second to 19, Breezeview 333, Brooke Mazepink. And third went, is that okay? Third place to Ellie Arvin of Congerville, Illinois. For the Katahdins, our Fall Ewe Lamb class, first to entry 33, POY 210, Ashton Anderson, Ash Grove, Missouri. Second to 37, SPL 1841, Rhett Hancock, Noble, Illinois. Third to entry 34, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. 439, Alicia Francis, Paris, Missouri. And 5 to 35, Lex Cartenson of Pipestone, Minnesota. We need Katahdin January ewe lambs into the ring. Katahdin January ewe lambs to the ring, please. Our senior champion ewe for the Katahdins went to the first place yearling ewe, DHG 447, Taylor Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee. And the reserve was our class winner out of the Fall Ewe Lamb class, entry 33, POY 210, Ashton Anderson, Ash Grove, Missouri.
Then we'll go to Cotswolds.
Columbia exhibitors, your next class will be Best Fleeced Individual. Best Fleece will be your next class. Cotswold exhibitors, be getting ready because you're the breed to follow the Columbias, and we're on the last couple of classes of Columbias. We'll go to the white division of Columbia's senior ram, or Cotswolds senior ram lambs. White senior ram lambs will be the first class of your Cotswold show.
Another very strong class here in this early fall ewe lamb in the Dorset side of the ring. I think this is a class that we can certainly mix and match several different ways. As we analyze them, I think the first place ewe has more measurables. I think she's a longer topped ewe. She's a straighter topped ewe. She's one of the bigger square hip ewes we have within this lineup. She gets progressively wider as she gets back. A lot of Springer rib. Yeah, she's got a little more cover, but she's in good company. There's several in this group that have a little more cover than we might consider ideal. A good footed ewe that looks as good when she travels around the ring. The ewe in second place has maybe less measurables, but she's got the pretty factor. I like the way that she really has that neck angle. I like the way that she just has a lot of style and grace and balance about her. But unfortunately, she doesn't have that quite as consistent down her top all the time as what we have in our first place ewe. But that's being picky on a pretty good pair of yearling ewes. Now, the ewe that doesn't have as much cover on her is the ewe in third place. And if you like angles and you like design and you want to be a prospector and see what one will turn out like you this time next year, you're going to like this ewe in third. Really clean through that chest floor. Neck sits up on her shoulders ideally. Really good footed. Not as blowed apart. Not as dynamic outer hip maybe as our class winner. But when you look at her from a youthful perspective, she's got a lot of good in her. A larger framed ewe here in fourth, a ewe that's really tall, a ewe with a lot of bone, a ewe that walks good, maybe not quite as level out over that hip, maybe her neck doesn't sit quite on top of her shoulders like the ewe right ahead of her, but boy, there's a lot of sheep there to like. One of the larger framed ewes in the class is the ewe in fifth, a big ewe with a really level top in her. I think she'd look a lot better with a lot less weight on her. She's pretty heavy today, and I'd like to loosen her up in those hocks just a little bit.
Now ready in the Paul Dorsets to show for senior champion fitted senior championship for the Paul Dorsets, please. You know, Alan, if we'd have done that, he only had to place one in each class. They only paid $50 for each class at one time. You're ready for Columbia, please. Now ready for Columbia Best Please individual. Best Please for the Columbias, please.
In the Columbia show, our best pair goes to Alec Balmer, Minduro, Wisconsin. Placing on the Paul Dorset fitted early fall ewe lambs. Placings are first, entry 61, Quarter Mile Farms, 610-14. Ty Hodel, Mora, Illinois. Second place to entry 69, Spildy, 9109, Evan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Third to 65, Stephen Campbell, Blairsville, Pennsylvania. 4 to entry 64, Thomas Vandeventer of Camargo, Illinois. 5 to entry 57, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. 6th place to entry number 68, Taylor Crouch of Mora, Illinois.
Here, Dave.
Our January ewe lambs and our Catawbans are really exceptionally handling ewe lamb is what's going to start off this class. We talk about that percentage from that last rib back. She excels over everything in this class in my mind. I could maybe tighten her up over that top, make her a little more level as we see her out here today. But I think she's standing really straight and true on those forelegs. And once again, when you get your hands on is where this ewe just really moves herself right to the top of the class. I think it's close to any of our ewe in second. So we talk about a ewe with bold sprung, a lot of rib shape to her. She's standing good and straight and true on those feet and legs. That's what's going to get her over our third place ewe out here today. Once again, kind of like our first place. I'd like to level her out in her overall makeup, but I think the overall good is in this ewe here. That really explosive front-ended ewe is the ewe here in third. You really love her about that front third as she comes up out of there. Really got a lot of extension in there. She wants to get a little softer on those front feet for me today as compared to those 2 ewes ahead of her. Not carrying quite the power as it relates to muscle, those two ewes, but are very eye appealing, very, very pretty ewe to sit here in third. Our ewe lamb here in fourth just doesn't give it quite the overall style of those ewes ahead of her. In my mind, she's getting coarser about that front end, but she's got a lot of rib shape and a lot of top shape in there. It's going to get her up into this top part of the group. Very good, deep class of ewe lambs. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Now ready in the Columbia ring. To switch over to Cotswolds, we need senior ram lambs in the white division for the Cotswold show. For the Columbia, our best fleeced animal went to entry 17 out of the yearling ewe class, Mackenzie, 84, Lucy, Lily Crago of KC, Wyoming.
We've had a powerful Dorset fitted division here in these three senior classes. I think that all six of them will play anywhere you want to take them. I think that they represent their breed and their breeders and the exhibitors very well. I think the early fall ewe lambs look really nice out here. They're sound. They've got some mass. They've got some hips in them. I think the class 2 yearling ewes, the spring yearling ewes, if you will, look real good out here. I think that they'll play later on this week, and I wish you nothing but success with them as you do. I think as we get these two big ewes out here from the fall yearling class, I think they've got a lot of positives about them, and I think they'll too have some good days ahead of them. Let's put our hands together and recognize these 6 high-quality ewes. We'll go out and select our champion.
I was just watching.
The Junior Association for the Columbias 50-50 raffle. Matt, you might want to get them out. I've got the winning ticket here. They have a pot of over $500. Everybody shake those out. Mark, let's see how long yours was. I heard it was $20 for an arm length.
For a wingspan.
Wingspan. Let's see, Mark. Okay.
Scrambling.
Winning ticket is 9959772. Does anybody have it?
So we'll give them.
We're going to give them 10 minutes to claim their prize, and then they're going to draw another one. No. After that, they're going to keep it. No. They will, yeah. They will draw another one if no one claims that. So they're going to time it out. If they don't, I'll announce another number.
Do you think it's in your?
Really a neat set of fall ewe lambs to evaluate, and then we've got some differences once we start to look at them. The ewe lamb I'm going to start off with is not really wanting to be shown too well out here today, but I see a lot more youthfulness about this particular female on her development as she is right now. She's really fresh. When you're analyzing her into her shape of her rib and her depth of a body, I like the fact that she's still wide enough based for where she's at. She's a long spine. She's straighter top than the ewe lamb right above her. She's fresher in her appearance. She's fresher in her muscle tone as you're starting to handle her. She's in the right kind of condition to continue on and to grow. She wants to drop her head down. She doesn't want to be out here to show, but there's just as much extension, if not a little bit more, once you get her cranked up and you get her on the move. I really like this particular female. The female in second is a volume female. She's also a little bit heavier conditioned than really she needs to be at this particular time. She's probably, if you start to look at her and the one right above her, maybe a little prettier headed, and I get that. But for me, she's also the shortest fronted. She's also has more chest floor in her that I like to see at this particular time. And then you get up on top of her, she's not as straight down that spine in that rib than the ewe right above her. And I don't see quite as much growth out of her as the ewe right above her. The third ewe is a ewe that I really looked at pretty hard at starting the class. I love the length of spine. I love the freshness that she has. She's not maybe presented quite as well as the two right above her, but here's an awfully, awfully good female that's really cool in her appearance. She's really good footed. She's got enough bone underneath of her. She's got a lot of length. She's long from that last rib back. She's got her dock where she needs to be. If you just trim that out just a little bit more, it'll make that come up even higher yet. But here's a female that's going to continue on. She's going to be really neat as a yearling ewe, and she's already almost there, and she's got not neat pieces. But then I get back behind her and I watch her move. And she just, for me, she brings them back legs in way too much for me. She's too good a ewe to do anything more with, but I'm going to have to put her in third because of that day. Really a nice female. The female in fourth, man, I wish she was a little bigger. Unless she had more power when you're analyzing her through her rib on where she's at as far as her age. She's got a really cool look. She's really sound. She's really complete. I just need to make her a little bigger in her body, give her a little more shape of rib, and give her more power when you get back in through her hip to be able to compete with the three right above her. But she is really cool in her design. She's going to be a neat piece to add to the program. Then to round off the top five with a female that does have that rib, maybe a little more muscle, and then the ewe right above her. But she wants to get a little plainer in her chest floor, a little plainer in her shoulder. She doesn't come back with as much authority and less width as you see in the point of her shoulder. I like to give her more squareness and more dimension of hip to be able to move her any higher. But she's also a really neat piece to take a look at. Really a nice set of ewe lambs to evaluate. Thank you.
In the Dorset ring, we have fitted late fall ewe lambs. We are missing Johanna DeJoria. You have an entry in this class. Last call. Placing on the Border Cheviot Senior ewe lamb class. First entry 26, Spildy 3771, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to 25, Spildy 3749, also Cade Spildy. Third to 29, Casey Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. 4 to 27, Chris Pinkney, Cayuga, New York. 5 to 28, Casey Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio.
I think as we round out our Katahdin show here, our ewe lamb class, a really good class all the way down through. Each of these ewe lambs has a part and a piece I think that is really good. I'm starting with the most complete ewe in my mind. A ewe that really won this class when we first come out in that first turn. Just the way she likes to move out and track and follows in that aspect. Just the way you like to see a sheep of any kind out there and moving. She's really long about that body. You like when you get your hands on her as well. Just a really good example of a female to come out here and win this class. Ewe lamb here in second follows along very similar as we talk about a really good fronted ewe. A ewe that's standing very straight and true on those legs. She just gives up a touch in that overall length of body as compared to that first place ewe, and that's what it's going to come down to. But I think a really attractive ewe about that front third especially, and then the way she's standing on those feet and legs. I'll grant our ewe here in third is is that notch longer body and that nose to tails compared to that second place ewe. She just doesn't put it together. She gets a little coarser about how she ties together her front third and moving on back, but a really good high quality ewe in her own right. Then as we round out the class, going with just a little longer bodied ewe, a little bigger framed ewe here in fourth. A ewe that's got some spring of rib. We're rounding out the class. A really nice ewe lamb here in fifth. She has given up too much of that overall size and scale in my mind, but a ewe that we appreciate for how she's out here tracking around. Give them a nice round of applause. A good class of ewe lambs.
We need Katahdin March ewe lambs into the ring, please. Katahdin March ewe lambs.
In this first Cotswold class, we've got a nice ram lamb here to start with, a ram that just overwhelms the other one in terms of the overall mass and growth, muscle, and overall springless rib volume of body he's got. Just a big, thick handling kind of ram, nice fleece on him, decent enough head. I think he's just a good logical place to start. I like the extension of the second ram. He's a little greener in his overall makeup, not quite as smooth in his movement off his hind legs as what I've got in that first ram.
Single entry out here in this particular class, and it's kind of hard to mess this one up when you only have one. Really a nice female to be out here. She's going to look really good when we bring them all out for the champion ewe. I really like when you're looking at this very angular, very feminine up through her front end and up through her head. She comes back with a lot of authority, a lot of straightness, a lot of dimension and width. up over top of her shoulder, all the way out through her hip. She moves extremely well. I like the depth of body she has in her, but she's got a lot of youthfulness, and I think this is going to make a really nice yearling ewe going on. I'm going to be excited about seeing her out here for our champion lineup. Congratulations.
We need Cheviot Junior ewe lambs into the ring. We need our senior champion fitted Pole Dorset went to entry number 39, which was in the early fall yearling ewe class. Loudon Acres 872, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. The reserve goes to entry number 31, which was second in that same class. Bradford Jensen Partnership 0350, Sarah Moore, Jerseyville, Illinois. Now showing over in the Cotswold ring, white division, Junior Ram Lambs. Placing on the Katahdin class of January ewe lambs, first to entry number 41, DHG 508, Taylor Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee. Second to 45, Tour 15004, Matthew Beatty, Carl Junction, Missouri. Third to 42, Rhett Hancock, Noble, Illinois. 4 to 43, Rhett Hancock. 5 to 47, Cooper Gehring, Centralia, Missouri. On the Katahdin February ewe lamb class, first to entry number 50, SHU 3590, Cooper Gehring, Centralia, Missouri. 2 to 53, Bag 2566, Christopher Beatty, Carl Junction, Missouri. Third to 51, Lex Cardston of Pipestone, Minnesota. 4 to entry 54, Alicia Francis, Paris, Missouri. 5 to 52, Taylor Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee. Placing on the Border Cheviot Intermediate ewe lamb class, first place to entry 32, Rinker 2082, Natalie Goodrich, Westmoreland, New Hampshire.
A real nice group of Dorset late fall ewe lambs. There's quality ewes all the way down deep in this class. We could use about 8 more of them out here to really do justice. I think as we talk about this top pair, it's a lot like the last class. The first ewe's just simply got more measurables. She's a very long topped ewe, and she is as straight a topped ewe as we've had out here in these ewe lamb classes so far today. Her top doesn't have a bad day when she moves and when you lay your hands on her. I like the way her neck sits right at the top of her shoulders, sets down on all 4 corners, really carries some thickness. Trim-made, youthful kind of ewe. Ewe in second, again, has that pretty factor. I like that about her. I like her breed character. I like her head. I like her bone. Maybe not quite as consistent down her top line. Maybe not as dynamic and blowed apart at those pins as what we have in our first place ewe, but a really, really attractive Dorset ewe. A little bit smaller in stature is our ewe in third place, but she's built a lot like the ewe right ahead of her, a very up-headed ewe, a very flashy fronted ewe, good bone, gets a little tight in that flank once you set her in motion and set her up. She likes to tuck a little there through that hind 1/3, but from that front 2/3 we really, really like. A large frame, more extended ewe in fourth. I like that extra dimension of size and framework that she gives us. Just a little frailer in her makeup and a little plainer about her type relative to what we've got right ahead of her.
Okay, now as we round out our Katahdin show, I think that these 5 March ewe lambs are really good all the way down through, a really good and complete class. I'm starting with a really fresh appearing ewe lamb, a ewe lamb that's really long and level about her side. She's standing very straight and true on all 4 corners as we get her out here today. She's a ewe lamb I think is going to continue to go forward and grow. I think that's important as we talk about March ewe lambs. I think she got that good handle and that appearance to her to continue to go out and have a really bright future, as well as looking good out here today. I think our ewe here in second follows along very similarly in that aspect, and the extension up through that front end. I like to just straighten her out over her top as she gets out going versus that first place ewe, but a really good bold sprung ewe in her own right. Ewe lamb here in third, as ewe lamb gets a little farther along in her condition score, and that's what's going to move her in here today. In my mind, I think maybe might not get as big as these two ewes ahead of her, but I think as we see her here today, she's a ewe lamb that's got a lot of muscle over that top and down that leg. Very deserving to move up into the top part of this class. Just need to watch as we get into that condition. A little smaller maid ewe here and forth, a ewe that's given up some of that overall size and scale of those ewes ahead of her in my mind. We appreciate her for her length to side and her squareness. We need to just cheer up on her toes and those rear feet just a bit to move up any higher in this class. Then a kind of younger appearing ewe lamb, a ewe lamb that is maybe just a little farther behind in her growth patterns, those ewes ahead of her, but I think a ewe will continue to go forward and have a really bright future. Just today, she's looking a little young in this class. Let's give these all exhibitors a really nice round of applause.
We need fitted winter ewe lambs for the Pole Dorsets into the ring. Fitted winter ewe lambs. Placing on the Cotswold class of winter or white senior ram lambs. First went to entry number 1, Meyer 1510, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second place to entry 2, Meyer 1517, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Placing on the Pole Dorset class of fitted late fall ewe lambs. First went to entry 73, Fretchie Family Dorsets, 542, Casey Lobdell, Darlington, Wisconsin. Second to entry 75, Scotch Lane Farm, 4313, Evan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Third to 74, Thomas Vandeventer of Camargo, Illinois. 4 to 76, Kaylee Verhage, Argus, Indiana. And 5 to entry 77, Alexandra Rue of Mora, Illinois.
In this class of Cotswold ram lambs, I've got a ram that I think is just a little too good to ignore out here in this particular group. A ram that's just got a little more rib to him. He's got a little more meat down his top. He's got some extension up through his front end. Pretty kind of a fleece on him. Nice luster to it. Good in its handle. Ram, but I think just ties together a little too well. I like to strengthen him just a touch on those front pasterns, but he tends to move pretty well, pretty good in his length of stride and the way he moves out. Ram in second, definitely a smaller frame kind of a ram, but a very sound individual, just not enough to him to get around the ram right ahead of him here today. The third place ram, another pretty kind of a ram, just pretty bodied kind of a ram, the way he puts up a nice side view profile, just not quite as pretty a headed as what I've got in either one of the two rams right above him. Fourth ram, we've got a big bodied kind of a ram, just a little more unsound, not quite up on his pasterns the way I'd prefer to find him, and not quite as free and easy on the move here today.
Placing on the March ewe lambs and later for the Katahdins. First went to entry 61, Tor 15250, Matthew Beatty, Carl Junction, Missouri. Second to 57, Shoe 3694, Cooper Gehring, Centralia, Missouri. Third to 60, Alicia Francis, Paris, Missouri. 4 to 59, Taylor Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee. And 5 to 58, Hannah LeBlanc of Payne, Louisiana.
Really nice set of females out here for our junior champion, our Katahdin show. I think most pleased with these ewe lambs as we see them out here today. I think that there's similarities. I think they're long-bodied ewes. I think they're good structured ewes. They use some with some muscle and some feel to them as you get your hands on them. Still putting it together in a very feminine package and bringing that out. And then as we talk about junior ewe lambs, I think it's always a concern that we're thinking about ewes that are going to continue and grow. And ewes that are coming out here today, I don't think are done. I think they're going to continue to move forward for these exhibitors, be great yearlings, and then on into their breeding programs. I think you could probably go a couple different ways. I have it in my mind. There's three that kind of slink to the top, and as I see them out here today, I'm going to go out and select your champion reserve. But let's give all of these exhibitors a really nice round of applause. Brought a great set of females out here.
Placing on the Cotswold class of white junior Ram Lambs. First went to Meyer, 1535, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second to entry 6, Four Season Farm, 1523, Lauren Moore, Carlock, Illinois. Third to entry 4, Meyer, 1532, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 4 to entry 5, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. And 5 to entry 7, Olivia Glenn, Whitestown, Indiana. Now doing Cotswold White Division Champion Ram. Your next class will be White Yearling Ewes. We're now ready to show Grand Champion Ewe for the Katahdin Show. So we need our senior champion and our reserve, as well as our junior champion and reserve. The junior champion was just selected. It is entry number 41 out of the January ewe lamb class, DHG 508, Taylor Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee. The reserve junior champion was our class winner from the February ewe lamb class, entry number 50, Shoe 3590, Cooper Gehring of Centralia, Missouri. For the Cotswolds, our champion Ram was our senior Ram class winner. Entry number 1, Meyer 1510, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. The reserve went to our junior Ram Lamb class winner, Meyer 1535, also Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Again, now ready to show white yearling ewes. Cotswold white yearling ewes to the ring, please.
Exceptionally good group of females out here in our Katahdin Show. I think very representative of these four out here today of the entire show. I think one of these exhibitors need to be commended. They brought a really good set of both males and females out here. It wasn't a huge show, but I think the quality was very good. I want to thank them for bringing out a really nice set for me to work through. I think as we look at these four females out here, they bring a lot of the same qualities out to the show ring as we see them here today. They're really long in their overall body. They got some spring to rib, the femininity about that as they work through here. I think they got some muscle in when you get your hands on them, and then they're going to continue to go forward and be productive for these exhibitors. Let's give them all a really nice round of applause. We're going to have a great set out here this morning. I'll go out and select your champion and reserve.
Really a cool set of Cheviot ewe lambs to evaluate. I really like the style and design that these 5 especially have up here. Really neat fronts when we're analyzing these females. Really feminine. I think what it kind of breaks out to is where we at as far as straightness and lines and where we are on balance and design. The ewe lamb that we're going to start off the class with kind of surfaces fairly easily for me. She's the big outlines ewe. She's the ewe that's got the most extension to her. But with that being said, she's got the right amount of depth of rib. She's got the right amount of depth of flank into her. She's setting down on a good set of feet and legs. She's wide enough base. She's wide enough in through that hip. Very complete in her pattern. For me, again, she just kind of excels into that first position for me really easily. The next ewe in line is very similar as far as body style. Another long, straight, smooth topped female. Another female that's got a lot of depth of body, enough depth of body to keep her feminine. She maybe not quite as neat into her shoulder as either ewe on either side of her, but here's a female that's extremely good when you're analyzing bone and foot size. Extremely good as far as width of top and width of hip. I just like to just jack that neck up just a little bit, give her a little more cleanliness in through the center portion of that shoulder and in through her chest floor. I see her to be the bigger fronted sheep of either one, of either side of her to another year. But I think there's just too much boldness and outline there and muscle already to do anything more than second today. I really like the ewe lamb that's in third. She is really sweet off the side. She's really pretty headed. She's really feminine fronted. She's also the shortest flanked sheep from front to rear of the top 3. She's also the shortest from that last rib back in the top 3. So for me, in order to have this type of coolness to her, this kind of femininity to her, and prettiness, just need to extend her out just a little bit more to be a little more competitive. If we could do that and level her out through that hooks to pins, we could get her around that second place ewe today. She's awfully good. She's going to be a really, really cool yearling ewe to show next year. The ewe in fourth, very similar to the ewe right above her. She's a little bolder. She's a little stouter in her makeup. She's also a little lower set, a little more early maturing. A female that I just like to change that about her. We're already starting to see some cover coming over those ribs, and we get a little concerned about that when we're talking about late February ewe lambs. I think we need to be a little careful on how we get her going into a yearling. She's going to be early maturing. She's going to be a little lower set in her maturity pattern as far as body shape and size for another year. But here's an awfully good one as far as width of top and width of hip. We need to keep her in fourth today. The ewe lamb in fifth is really a cool outline sheep too. You really like her off the side. She's got as much extension as far as that shoulder shape up with that neck and that head. What disappoints me is when you really watch her off the move. She wants to pull her and tuck herself up underneath of her. She wants to get choppy in her stride, and that really disconnects her when we're off the move. So I'd like to change her in movement in order to be able to move any higher. But again, she's another awfully good one. Good class of ewe lambs. There's good ewe lambs all the way through. Let's give these young people a round of applause for a super set of Chevy ewe lambs. It's still on.
In this Cotswold class, we've got another big stout-made kind of a ewe, good heavy bone kind of a ewe, got a lot of rib in her. She's a bit over-conditioned today, but I think there's just an awful lot of sheep underneath all that. She's pretty long and free in her stride, pretty good-headed, just ties together very well. Ewe in second, a ewe that again follows very closely in her overall type. She is again a bit over-conditioned, but there's an awful lot of muscle mass working for her from end to end. She's got a lot of spring to her rib. She's obviously a very easy-keeping kind of a ewe. Not quite as heavy a bone as that first individual, but tends to match up very closely in terms of overall type. Very nice ewe here in third. A little bit cleaner condition. I like her straightness of lines. There's just not quite as much to her once you get your hands on her as compared to the other two, but another good, solid, sound individual.
In this winter Dorset ewe lamb class, I think a lot of nice females to consider out here in this lineup. I think as we look at these top 3 ewes and the top 2 in particular, I think it's challenging. We've got a lot of young people out here, and it's awesome. And I'm dying to take a hold of a couple of the heads and see what we can't look like with someone a little taller on them, and just kind of curious to see what they could do. But I think as we really lay our hands on them, we study their structure when they move, we can tell a lot when these sheep move, what they really can do and what they really look like. This first ewe, when we set her in motion, holds together very well down that top line. She really keeps her chest floor up very nicely. She tracks around the ring very true. She's shown in as short as fleece as any over that top line. And when you handle her down that spine, it's very, very consistent. I like the fact that she percentages with a high percentage of hind saddle. I like the fact that she's square out over that dock. She's not carrying as much condition as several of her contemporaries within this class. She works her way to the top of the class very nicely for me. The ewe in second's kind of a fooler. At times she looks really cool, and at times she looks like a committee put her together. When we set her in motion, she's got a lot of bone. She's got a lot of angularity through that front end. She holds herself together really well on the move. When we get her set up, she looks like she wants to roll off that hip a little bit. So I'm not sure which sheep we're getting depending on which angle we look at her from, but there's too many positives there to let her get too far down the line. A very well presented ewe. Young lady does a nice job with her. Ewe in third place. A larger framed ewe, a big hipped ewe. I like that about her. I like her from that last rib back, an explosive ewe from that perspective. We start looking at her from the front 1/3. Maybe like to make that neck sit up on top of her shoulders a little higher and make her easier to show. She wants to get a little deeper through that chest a little bit and sulk, and that takes away from her overall profile just a little bit. Kind of the other extreme here in our fourth place ewe, a ewe with a tremendous amount of bone, a ewe that tracks really well, a real up-headed ewe, a ewe that's a little softer to the touch down that top line than the ones we have right ahead of her. I've got this smaller frame, little greener kind of ewe here in fifth place. She profiles way cool. Talk about neck set, she has it. Pick her up on those front pasterns just a little, and I think I could run even further with her today.
Placing on the class of junior ewe lambs for the Border Cheviots fitted. First goes to entry 33, McGuire 5049, Cade Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 46, Speldy 3925, Cade Speldy. Third to entry 41, Paige Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 4 to 39, Paige Clyde. And 5 to 34, Chris Pinkney, Cayuga, New York. Our Katahdin champion, grand champion ewe goes to our senior champion, first in the yearling ewe class, DHG 447, Taylor Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee. The reserve grand champion is our junior champion, first in the ewe lamb January class, DHG 508, also Taylor Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee. Placing on the Cotswold yearling ewe class, first place goes to entry 8, Meyer 4249A, Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second to Meyer 4595, Kenzie Meyer. And third to Lauren Moore, Carlock, Illinois.
Here in the Slickshorn Cheviot class, two really nice females. When we sit back and we analyze this, what you see is what you get. The female we're going to start off with is the heavy muscled female. Really a big top, a big hip in her, a little rounder maybe in her pattern, and I like to change that about her. But really, when you watch her off the move, she moves a little bit more with some ease than the ewe lamb in second, and a lot more straightness to the design when you see her off the move. Ewe lamb in second's a really long spine female. What she tends to do, she tends to wants to round off from her hooks to her pins, and then she wants to bring those feet up underneath of her just a little bit more to be a little more choppy in her movement. But a ewe lamb that does have a lot of rib shape, she's got some depth of body. She's going to continue on, and she's going to make a nice brood ewe here to another year. Nice class of pair of ewe lambs. Thank you.
Now ready to show for champion ewe, our Cheviots.
In this class of the White Cotswold early ewe lambs, we've got a ewe that's just got a little more to her in terms of overall volume, muscle, dimension, spring to a rib, just a lot more sheep. They're pretty good headed kind of a ewe, nice fleece, good luster to it. I think she just ties together very well in a pretty logical place to start.
Placing on the Pole Dorset fitted winter ewe lamb class, first entry 78, Chrome 2555, Thomas Van Deventer of Carmargo, Illinois. Second to entry 84, Scotch Lane Farm 5317, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Third to entry 81, Ty Hodel, Mora, Illinois. 4 to 87, Luke Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. And 5 to entry 89, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. You have the Placing on the Slickshorn Border Cheviot show for the Junior ewe lambs, first goes to entry 49, Martin 761-05899, Page Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Second to entry 48, Moore 977, J.C. Brown, Pinckney, Michigan.
And we have liftoff. The spring Dorset Ulam class. Several real outstanding ewes out here. Quite a bit of difference in maturity pattern out here, as we'd often expect to find in a class like this one. But more times than not, this ewe that's at the top of the class is going to win it. She's got a tremendous amount of bone. She's really flashy ewe, big hip ewe, long in the right places, attractive on the profile. Just a really good ewe to start the class with. Ewe in second, similar in design in terms of her bone work. A big-footed ewe, a very angular ewe, a ewe that's very extended, a really square hip ewe. Maybe not quite as much total package, maybe not quite as much total length of side as we have in our class winner, but she's one I want to see this time next year. You're going to have some fun with her. The ewe we have in third place, probably the best weight per day of age, if you will, within this class. She's a ewe that's got a lot of body, a lot of mass, enough more than the ewes we have below her that I felt comfortable moving her up the line into the third hole. Maybe not quite as attractive about her hip and quite as flashy as the ewes on either side of her, but just enough more pounds of product there that we need to keep her in this top half of the class. Next two ewes, ewes that are very youthful in their appearance, very, very angular. I like the ewe in third. She's a notch longer than the ewe in fourth. I think she's pretty good off those back wheels. Not real sure on the front wheels there. Maybe like to blow her apart just a tick and give her a tick more mass. But profile-wise, she's really cool. We get into the fifth place ewe. Again, fifth and sixth place ewes. Very youthful appearing ewes, very flashy ewes. The right kind, just not as much of them as some of the other individuals in the class today. I got windy there, sorry.
In this class of Cotswold ewe lambs, we've got a very good ewe lamb to start with. Extremely thick body, deep top kind of a ewe lamb. Exceptionally pretty fleece on her. Again, has a nice handle to it, very lustrous kind of a fleece. Good color, just sort of a very attractive, complete individual taken as a whole. Come back to that second ewe lamb, another ewe that I think just has, it's one of them pick'em fleeces between the two of them. I like the color of it a little better. It's a very high character kind of a fleece. It's just, I think it's one of those things that you have to definitely appreciate about her as you start to move her up towards the top end of the class. She's straight enough, she's square enough, she's good enough body underneath it. There's not quite as much sheep there as what you've got in that first ewe. She's given up some overall pounds, but I think she's got enough growth at this particular point in time to go ahead and keep her right up in the top end. We've got another pretty pattern kind of ewe here in third, a little plainer fleeced, a little plainer overall in her head, but I sure like her neck, the way she ties together. She's a very attractive individual. She's just a very complete kind of a ewe. As we go down the line, we've got some more very nice ewes, just not quite as complete as a complete and total package of what I feel we had right up on the top end in terms of overall body, combination of overall body, fleece, and breed character.
Placing on the white division, Cotswold Junior Ewe Lamb class. First place, entry 17, Jill, 314, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Second to entry 15, Josephine, HV 24, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Third to 18, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 4 to 16, Lauren Moore, Carlock, Illinois. And 5 to 14, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Placing on the class Pole Dorset fitted spring ewe lambs. First to 93, Scotch Lane Farm, 5332, Evan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second to 94, Nichols 1515, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Third to 95, Spildy 9134, Luke Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 4 to 91, Riley Donkers, Firebolt, Minnesota. 5 to 92, Cody Paulus, Casstown, Ohio.
I had the opportunity 2 years ago to judge the Cheviot Junior Show, and I think the amount of females we have out here might have been the whole show a couple years ago. We've got more numbers, but I want to tell you what, folks, this is a tremendous set of females that we have out here to evaluate. I really like what these young people are doing to get a flock together and be able to produce the kind of quality that we have out here. I really like the style and design. Doesn't take too much to kind of figure out what I'm kind of looking for. Really like the structure that these particular females have up underneath of them. I think there's a couple that kind of excel over the others, but that's to be given. But boy, you sure like their foot. You like the bone that they have. You know, they're not supposed to be so big bone that they look like a different breed. They need to have a kind of moderate bone underneath of them, but it needs to be sound, and it needs to be able to come up into the shoulder. It needs to be come up into that leg and be able to be with some squareness and with some authority when you're analyzing structure and base width when you're analyzing these. But these females are really super feminine. I really appreciate that about them. They've got some great front ends into them. They've got some youthfulness about them. Even when you get into the yearling ewes, you know, they've got that power and they got that rib shape, and they're going to be here in a couple months. They're going to be, well, as we all know, they all lamb in February because that's the biggest class. But you know, here in a couple, 2 or 3 months, they're going to be lambing. And these 2 yearling ewes or these 4 yearling ewes are where they need to be as far as rib shape, as far as flank. You got some capacity in them to be able to lay down and have some babies and be able to keep condition. Then we get into these lambs and look what they have. Boy, the future of next year for this particular show and throughout the state fairs, you've got a lot of power that's coming up through there. Boy, you really love the style and the balance and design and the femininity that these lambs have into them. And you got a lot of grow left into them, and I really appreciate that. So it's not going to be an easy 1-2 boom, we're done. We've got 2 or 3 individuals that we sure like a whole bunch, and we've got we'll just give you a little bit of an insight on where I'm thinking. You know, we got these 2 yearling ewes that came out of an awesome class. Boy, you like them for what they are. They got some differences between the first and the second. We got a longer bodied ewe than we do in the second one, but we've also got a really pretty ewe, a really flashy ewe. It's got enough body into it for reserve. Then I think when you get down to these lambs, I think when you really start to look at them and what they bring out here, I sure like this ewe lamb right here with this young lady. She's got a ton of future into her. She's got a long old spine in her. She's really correct off the move. I like where she is today as far as her base width, as far as her springer rib, her shoulder shape into her, and she's right there. Then you get into the class winner of only one in the class, and I said, hey, I really like to see her out here. She's got a lot of knee pieces into her. She's got a lot of body. She's still really feminine and pretty. She's really complete. You really like that about her. You know, I think you need to really sit back and you really need to analyze her on this breed and where she can take that take that next step up. And I think she has a lot of opportunity to do that. And not to take away from any of the rest of them, I think these are kind of the four that kind of surface for me today as we look for champion and reserve. So we got some differences in those four, and I think we need to take a look at that. But when you sit back and you analyze them as far as pure females, they're going to be able to take the breed to that next step, and I think that's what we need to look at. Again, congratulations. Thank you for the opportunity to come out here and be able to evaluate your young people, evaluate your Cheviot breed. Again, congratulations to each and every one of you that came here to exhibit, and especially those that are out here right now. Again, thank you for the opportunity. I'll go out and select your champion in reserve.
Stricken from the show. We've had an outstanding Dorset female show here in the fitted division. There's a lot of heat out here in these four females, and I believe they'll play anywhere in the country you want to take them. I was just talking to my buddy Matt here about picking different types of sheep, and Matt, I'm fixing to contradict myself. You know that, don't you? Okay. And I think as we look at these two young ewes out here, they're just really flashy, really useful. And if you think this is a lob pitch that the two fall yearlings are going to win this deal, you're not paying close enough attention to the quality that's out here with these two young ewes. But some judges like here to get out here and make a statement. I'm not one of those. It's sometimes it's a fine line between bravery and stupidity, and don't get stupid. Go out and pick the good ones. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
For our fitted grand champion ewe, they were our senior and reserve senior champion fitted ewes. Our grand champion fitted ewe goes to entry number 39 out of the fall yearling fitted ewe class. Loudon Acres 872, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. The reserve also in that class was our reserve senior champion. That's Bradford Jansen Partnership 0350, Sarah Moore, Jerseyville, Illinois.
We never did announce our junior champion.
Our junior champion was entry number 39.
78.
Pardon me, was entry number 78, Chrome 2555, Thomas Vandeventer of Camargo, Illinois, out of the fitted winter ewe lamb class. The reserve junior,
I think that was the reserve junior. I am so screwed up. Girls, I'll be right back. The fitted junior champion is 93.
the fitted junior champion was entry 93 from the fitted spring ewe lamb class, Scotch Lane Farms 5532, Evansheim, South Windsor, Connecticut. The reserve champion was entry number 78, Chrome 2555, Thomas Vandeventer of Camargo, Illinois.
Now, can we go to that slip?
Now have in the ring, Pole Dorset Slickshorn Yearling Ewes. Slickshorn Yearling Ewes in the ring with the Pole Dorsets. For our grand champion ewe for the Cotswolds, it went to entry number 17 out of the white junior ewe lambs, Jill 314, Alexander Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. The reserve grand champion was from the yearling ewe class, entry 8, Meyer 4249, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. We just finished up best pair for the Cotswold White division. Now we're doing best fleece. Best fleece should come into the ring. For the White Cotswold Show, the best pair goes to Kinsey Meyer, Carlock, Illinois. For the from Aaronsville, Illinois. Best fleece goes to entry number 15. 15 is a junior ewe lamb. Josephine, HV24, Alexandra Rogers of Lafayette, New Jersey. Now ready for the single entry and the natural colored senior ram lambs for the Cotswolds. So have those junior ram lambs ringside and ready, please.
We've got one natural colored ram out here in this class, and a pretty fleece kind of a ram, very attractive, good character, good luster to it, good nice color to it, a good handle. Ram that's got a lot of thickness and mass working for him, got some bone. He's going to be the logical winner in this class.
Kind of a mismatch in the Dorset Slickshorn Yearling U class. Obviously some differences in type and kind, as we'll often see in this kind of a lineup. I like the ewe that we started with. I don't care if you like a more moderate sheep or a frame sheep. This is just a good sheep. She's good down her top. She's got some natural width and dimension. She tracks real well. Just a lot of quality in this ewe you could do a lot of things with. The next three ewes are obviously a little bit more moderate in frame size. That's irrelevant to me. What's relevant is their soundness on their feet and legs, their strength down their top, their levelness out over their hip, and those three ewes do so much better. The ewe in second probably does the best job of those three in terms of keeping those lines parallel, being the most consistent on her feet and legs, most up in her chest floor, and still yet explosive out over that hip and dock area. Ewe in third's probably a notch longer sided. I like that about her. A really long-bodied female, really smooth at the top of her shoulder, but she gets a little coarser through that lower shoulder, not quite as expressively muscled as the ewe we have right ahead of her. Probably the biggest hipped ewe in the class, or at least within the top 4 or 5, is the ewe in fourth. Really broad out over that hip, really flat out over that tail set, really unique in that area. She too gets a little deeper in her chest, a little rougher through that lower 1/3 of her shoulder as we view her from the front. Another larger framed ewe here in fourth. I like that extra dimension of framework and growth she brings to this class. Not a big sheep, but still a larger frame sheep within this lineup. A ewe that I like that about her. I like her bone. I like some of those things about her. I just like to give her a little bit more depth and expression and muscle when you get around behind her. Congratulations and thanks to these exhibitors.
Okay, you ready for what? Now ready for Pole Dorset Slick Shorn Fall Ewe Lambs. Placing on the Cotswold Natural Colored Senior Ram Lamb Class, first place goes to entry 20. Mason, HV20, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Placing on the Slickshorn Yearling U class, For the Pole Dorsets, first to entry 98, Loudon Acres 851, Kylie Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Second place to 104, Clarissa Minish 0162, Clarissa Minish of Holtz Summit, Missouri. Third place to entry 7, Tyler Myers, Rushsylvania, Ohio. 4 to 105, Chad Lawyer, Carlock, Illinois. And 5 to entry 106, Jordan Burnett, Russellville, Tennessee.
This is a class that lines up pretty quickly. We've got a big stout-made kind of a ram here. He's got some bone, he's got some thickness, got some mass, some spring to his rib, extension up through his front end. Very nice fleece on him. Just ties together pretty well. He's pretty sound, pretty long and free in his stride. The ram in second, a ram that's given up a lot of pounds to him, a lot of growth, very youthful, very juvenile kind of a ram. I think you give him those extra days on feed and some more time, he's going to become a very competitive individual. Again, he's got that pretty sort of a fleece to him. I like that extension all the way up through his front end. He's a very sound kind of a ram, moves out very well. There's just not enough of him yet to get around the ram right above him. The ram in third, we've got another high volume, pounds heavy sort of a ram, just not quite as sound, not quite as free and easy in his movement as what we had up on the top end.
Now ready for Cotswold Champion Colored Ram. So we need that senior Ram Lamb single entry back in the ring to show for senior or overall champion Ram for the colored division. Placing on the natural colored junior Ram Lambs for the Cotswolds. First place goes to entry 22, Monroe HV 21, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. Second to 21, 517, Lindsey Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. Third to 23, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. 4 to entry number 24, Olivia Glenn, Whitestown, Indiana. And 5 to entry 25, Olivia Glenn, Whitestown, Indiana. For our Cotswold Natural Colored Division, our champion Ram went to entry number 22, Monroe HV 21. Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey, out of the junior Ram Lamb class. The reserve was second place in that same class. Entry 21, 517, Lindsey Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas.
I always get a kick out of it when people are watching the show and they say, well, he didn't follow type. Yeah, good luck with that. Let me know how that goes for you in this class. As we look at these four individuals, obviously we've got very different types and kinds out here. But again, focus on the similarities. Which ewes are structurally more correct? Which ewes are structurally more desirable? Which ones are leveler down their top, cleaner through their chest floor, have some uniformity of depth of body, sound on their feet and legs, and have some expression of muscle? The ewe that wins the class has most of those things more often than most. She's probably carrying a bit more cover than she needs to be 12 o'clock today, but it helps in her appearance. It helps smooth her up. It makes her look nice. It gives her an advantage over our second place ewe, who's probably the other extreme. She's a little trimmer today than most of the ones around her. But again, study her skeleton. It's very much like our class winner. Very parallel in her lines, very strong down that top. Really like the neck set on this ewe. I think she could be a pretty fun kind of yearling ewe next year. Her shape and design are correct, and she still shows me some growth. We get into our third place ewe. Obviously, relative to her frame, one of the heavier muscled ewes in the class. She's not going to weigh any more than they do, and we sell them by the pound. But from a design standpoint, I like her rack shape more than most. I like her hip shape more than most. A little deeper through her chest floor than she is through her flank. We make her balance out just a little bit differently, and we could maybe consider her a little higher up the line today. Similar story in our next ewe, a big old rangy kind of ewe, but a ewe that's flatter in her rib, flatter in her hip shape, and again, carrying more cover than several of the ewes above her. We finish out the top five with a ewe that's as consistent down her top line as any, but we get around behind her and she simply narrows up and flattens up in her twist just a little more than we'd consider optimum today. Interesting class.
In this natural colored Cotswold class, we have, or in the colored Cotswold division, I guess we have a yearling ewe up here that's just handles with an awful lot of thickness and mass. She's got a very pretty fleece. She's pretty square and level out over her hip. She just ties together pretty well in terms of being a long, free-strided kind of a ewe that I think is sound enough to definitely consider from the top, easily in that top end. Ewe in second, a ewe that I don't like her fleece quite as well. It's not quite as even as you go across the side as compared to the ewe right above her, but a ewe that's very square in her makeup. I like her extension. I like her body, the way she ties together. I think she's a sound enough ewe. She's complete enough to where you definitely have to get her in, again in that top, right up in that top end. As we go to that third ewe, a very long-bodied ewe. She's got a lot of thickness working for her. She's definitely not as square and level out over her hip. Doesn't move quite as well off of either end as what I felt I had in the two ewes above her. But a big, high-volume kind of a ewe that, again, you have to appreciate in that top half. We've got next ewe in class. She's pretty sound. There's just not enough of her to move up any higher. And as you go down the line, you've got a few more soundness issues that I'd like to see cleaned out.
We have Slickshorn winter/spring ewe lambs coming into the Dorset ring. Cotswold natural colored. Ready for senior. We're ready for the single entry in the Cotswold natural colored senior ewe lamb class. Just one entry in that class. Bring it on in. Please have available at the end of the show ring the junior ewe lambs. Cotswold exhibitors, junior ewe lambs should be at the edge of the ring, as we only have one in your senior ewe lamb class. Placing on our class of Slickshorn fall ewe lambs, first to entry 112, Crouch 1417, Morgan Crouch, Mora, Illinois. Second to entry 115, Verhege BKS 5003, K. Lee Verhege, Argus, Indiana. 3 to 111, Tyler Myers, Resylvania, Ohio. 4 to 109, Bela Crouch, Eureka, Illinois. And 5 to entry 113, Mary Salee Lee of Covington, Tennessee. Placing on the Cotswold Natural Colored Yearling U class, first to entry 31, Mischief HV 16, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, Indiana. Second to entry 28, SF 454, Lindsey Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. Third to 30, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. 4 to 27, William Claflin of DeVoe Heights, California. 5 to entry 29, Lindsey Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. Placing on the natural colored Cotswold Senior U Lamb class, single entry. First place goes to entry number 32, 441, Lindsey Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. U Lambs. Now ready for Cotswold natural colored junior U Lambs into the ring. We'd like to announce the futurity results for the polled and horned Dorsets. We have them all together, and it's all under one roof, the Dorset Futurity Program through the Continental Dorset Club. We ask that you come up and receive your awards throughout this remainder of the show from Deb Hopkins at the ring. For the Yearling U Futurity, in fifth place is Abby Donkers, Firebolt, Minnesota, with Walco D372. In 4, Emily Ellison, Newport, Tennessee, with Valley View 0089. In 3rd, Sarah Moore, Jerseyville, Illinois, with Bradford Jensen 0350. In 2nd, Casey Lobdell, Darlington, Wisconsin, with Quarter Mile Farm 58113. And our national winner of the Futurity program for yearling ewes for the Dorsets is Blake Kessler of LaPorte, Indiana, with Pope 197. For the Futurity program for ewe lambs, for the polled ewe lamb program, the 5th place winner is Emily Ellison, Newport, Tennessee, with Spildy 9097. In 4th, Casey Lobdell, Darlington, Wisconsin, with Frechty Family 542. In 3rd, Riley Donkers, Firebolt, Minnesota, with Bach 5-50. In 2nd, Taylor Crouch, Mora, Illinois, with Purple Ribbon Farm 1516. And our national winner in the Pole Dorset ewe lamb Futurity is Evan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Spildy 9109. And for our horned division of the ewe lamb Futurity, in 3rd, Joey Crawford of Ohio, with Sync 228P. In 2nd, Emma Oberholzer of Pennsylvania, with Castle W6998. And our national winner for the Horn Dorset ewe lamb Futurity is Morgan Inbody of Ohio, with Hoof 1098. That's Hoof 1098.
In this class of the colored Cotswolds, we've got a ewe lamb up here on top. Just a tremendous amount of style and eye appeal working for her. She's got a nice enough fleece. She's very straight and level down her top. She's very level and square out over her hip. She's got a little more meat in her than many. She's got just a little more extension. She's got enough bone. I think she just ties together very well. You'd like to maybe free her up just a little bit in her movement. She tends to be a little stiff occasionally, but for the most part, she is one of the longer strided ewes out here. We come into 2nd. We've got a ewe again with a very pretty kind of a fleece on her. There's just not quite enough to her to get around that ewe above her. Shouldn't have the overall mass, the spring to a rib, the overall thickness down her top is what we've got in that top ewe. But I think she's another straight, square kind of ewe. And again, she's pretty sound, pretty free and easy in her movement. Needs to be towards that top end. We've got a ewe in 3rd. Got a little more to her, just not quite as smooth up through her shoulder. She does a little coarser in her overall makeup. A nice sort of fleece on her. Just not good enough to go ahead and push her up any higher in this class today. As we go down the line, we've got some more nice kind of ewes. Several of them just not quite as sound, not quite as smooth in their overall makeup is what I'd prefer to find, is what I can find up here on the top end.
Placing on the Cotswold Natural Colored Junior Ewe Lamb class, first place went to entry 33, 430 Raider, Lauren Moore, Carlock, Illinois. Second to 37, 508 Lindsey Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. Third went to entry 39, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. 4 to 35, Allison Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. And 5 to 34, Alexandria Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey.
For the champion in reserve of the colored Cotswold division, I'm going to use those two late ewe lambs. That ewe lamb we've got up there on top, there's just an awful lot to her. She handles extremely well, nice enough fleece to her. I talked about her just a few minutes ago. She hasn't changed a bit. And I really do like the pattern and the style of this other late ewe lamb. There's not enough to her to get around that ewe above her, but boy, she's a sound, complete individual and a ewe that just ties together extremely well. Going to be that logical follow-up to that champion to make her reserve.
For our natural colored Cotswold show, our champion ewe goes to entry 33, 430 Raider, Lauren Moore, Carlock, Illinois. The reserve goes to the second place animal out of that junior ewe lamb class, entry number 37, 508 Lindsey Watson of Bentonville, Arkansas. Now ready for best pair for the Cotswold Natural Colored. Best pair.
challenging class of Dorset Slickshorn ewe lambs. Hard to really set a pattern within this lineup and feel real comfortable with where we're at because there's some neat sheep of different types that we like in here. I think the most complete ewe from a structural standpoint is the ewe we're starting a class with. Good down her spine, elevated through her chest floor, uniform in that in her lines. I like that about her. Very parallel, sound on her feet and legs. That's a big advantage within this class. Looks good on the move. Looks good stuck. A little more cover than she needs to be, but given her age and stage of life and maturity, not uncommon. You in seconds very much like her. A big explosive ewe, a ewe with a lot of center width, the body cavity. Maybe not quite as good off those rear feet as what our class winner is. A little bolder through that lower shoulder than what our class winner is, but from a total volume and muscle perspective, she looks pretty good in that second hole. The wrinkle is the third place ewe. She's too small. Even though she's a younger ewe, she needs to be bigger. But man, is she built cool, and I'm a sucker for a pretty little sheep. So we're going to stick her in the third hole and just say I like her a lot. She's big rack. She's really cool out over that hip. She's really dynamic in her line, sound in her feet and legs. I just need her in a bigger package, and we can run all day with her. The ewe we have in third and fourth place are that taller frame, more extended kind of females. They're by no means breeding sheep by any stretch of the imagination, but they're ewes that have a little bit more growth to them. We need to keep some growth and performance in these sheep. I like this ewe in fourth because she's got some shape and some bone and still some future growth to her. I'd like to just make a little more of her from a depth of body and natural width perspective. A lot of the same story in our fifth place ewe, a big extended ewe. She's going to make more of a yearling ewe that we kind of like, but she's still got some shape and design. I just like to drop a little more flank into her, blow her apart just a little bit more. But with those kind of lines, she shows me some future, and we need to keep that in these. Similar story in our next ewe. She does have a little bit more depth. She does have a little bit more bone, but unfortunately some of that depth comes in her front 1/3. I'd like to raise that chest floor just a little bit, drop the flank. But again, she's got some more width and dimension down her top than the pair of ewes we have right ahead of her.
Best fleece in our colored portion of the Cotswold Show goes to entry number 32, 441 from Lindsey Watson out of the senior ewe lamb class. Lindsey is from Bentonville, Arkansas. Now ready to show for champion and reserve champion Slickshorn ewe for the Poll Dorsets. I still need to do those winters. Yeah, but he can't. He's got to be here for the spring. Placing on the class at Poll Dorset Slickshorn Spring Winter Ewe Lambs. First to entry 118, Heisdorfer Dorsets 5006, Brianna Knettel, Greenfield, Illinois. Second to 126, Sidwell 5157, Jed Sidwell, Gill, Colorado. Third place to entry number 136, Caleb Coy, Harrisburg, Missouri. 4 to entry number 117, Austin Wright, Greencastle, Indiana. And 5 to entry number 127, Kaylee Verhege, Argus, Indiana. For the Pole Dorsets, we're currently judging for our champion and reserve champion, Slick Shorn U. Your next class for the Pole Dorsets will be for overall Grand Champion Pole Dorset U and reserve. So we need that champion and reserve champion U from the fitted division to be ringside and ready at this time. Following the selection of our overall Grand Champion U for the Pole Dorsets, we will show State Flock for the Pole Dorsets before going into our Horn Dorset show.
Glad to be wrapping up a quality Pole Dorset female show here today as we could look at the 4 individuals we have out here. And again, if we're focusing on the differences in these 4 U's, you're missing the point. Look at what the qualities that they have that are in common. I think they have a lot of qualities that are in common from a design and build perspective, from a soundness of feet and legs perspective, from an angularity about their front end. Yeah, differences in presentation, some differences in growth curve, but man, those are minor differences compared to the things that they have in common. These things that they have in common are a lot harder to put in sheep than size and manner of presentation. We can do that to any of them. So as you look at these 4, which ones come the closest, which ones meet my criteria to the highest degree, all 4 of them. Let's give them all a nice round of applause. We'll go out and select our champion in reserve.
For the Pole Dorsets, our Grand Champion U goes to our U from the fitted yearling U class, our senior fitted U, entry number 39, Loudon Acres 872, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. The reserve goes to our reserve fitted ewe out of that same fitted yearling ewe class for falls. Entry number 31, Bradford Jensen Partnership 0350, Sarah Moore, Jerseyville, Illinois. We ready? We now have Pole Dorset State Flock. Pole Dorset State Flock to the ring, please. Pole Dorset State Flock to the ring. Fall yearling ewes. Fall fitted, fitted fall yearling ewes. See, we split that yearling ewe class in half and it turned up being a yearling. It could have been early yearling ewes.